talking about explanation in general now, and I'm wondering, and I'm taking explanation to be some sort of thing where you have a fact and it's explained. We explain a fact by either reducing or transferring puzzlement about it, right? So that's very, or mystery, or you say you've used the word informative, so we inform somewhat about it, right? Okay.
Let me stop you right there, though, because I think I can see where you're going. If you don't mind, let me stop you right there, because I think I can see where you're going. See, the problem is that let's go back to the agent, to the example with the agent. Agent can do either A or B. Agent has reasons to do A. Agent has reasons to do B, right? Well, agent also has reasons to do A over B, and he has reasons to do B over A. Okay? Right. This is at time T1. Let's say this is at time T1 before the agent undertakes the action, right? Yeah. So the same set of reasons are in place. And now, we have two possible worlds, right? One world, the agent ends up doing A. The other world, the agent ends up doing B, right? My point is that you're invoking... Oh, I'll go with him if you want. Okay. All right, I will in a second. Yeah, I will in a second. So the agent is... the same set of facts are in place at time T1 in both possible worlds, right? But in one possible world, A follows, and the other possible world, B follows. Now, if it were really the case that B having done, the reasons for preferring B to A were informative, right? It could actually tell us what outcome would occur. But it doesn't. We have the same information in both cases, the exact same information in both cases. We know his reasons to do A. We know his reasons to do B. We know his reasons to do A rather than B. We know his reasons to do B rather than A, at least by hypothesis we do, right? By stipulation in the example. Right. We have all of that information. We have the exact same information in World 1 and in World 2. Right. Right. But in World 1, he does A, and in World 2, he does B. Now, if his reasons for doing A rather than B were really informative, right, then we would know, if being in possession of that knowledge was really informative, then it would tell us that he would do A rather than B. You know, all other things being equal.
I disagree.
But it doesn't. Right. I know what you're going to say. So let me just finish. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't actually tell us anything informative because we have the same information in both cases, but we're confronted by a mystery in both cases. The mystery is.
Just hold on. My dog.
Sure. No problem.
Okay, well, I'm going to move room of my house.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is why people shouldn't have pets.
Yeah, at about 6 o'clock every day, I agree with you on that one. Okay.
Right. So, in the two different worlds, World 1 and World 2, we're confronted by a mystery, right? Which is that we have the same information at both cases, but the only way in which we get an account of what the agent does is post hoc, after he does it. Right? We don't have an account beforehand. Now remember, I was saying to you that I thought that you needed an account in which reasons were actually causes, because otherwise the reasons are epiphenomenal to you performing the action, right? And I don't think you want to say that, right? So if they're not going to be epiphenomenal to the action, then the reasons actually have to cause you to do it. But in this case, the reasons don't cause you to do it because otherwise they would give different causal outcomes. That you get, otherwise you would get, if you had the same set of reasons in place, you'd get the same causal outcome, all other things being equal, right? But you're getting different causal outcomes. So you either need a further causal factor to explain why you get one causal outcome rather than the other, or you have to basically say there's no causal explanation that further explains why you get A rather than B, as opposed to either A or B, why you get A rather than B, right? That's just completely unexplained causally. All that's explained is why, all that you can explain causally is why you get either A or B. But why you get A rather than B or B rather than A is completely causally unexplained. So you need something that actually causally explains it. But if you have the same set of causal determinants, and this can include reasons, if you have the same set of causal determinants in place in both cases, but you get different outcomes, then obviously there's something missing in your causal account there. That's essentially the problem.
Okay. There were two things, as you were saying, that I thought were relevant. Are you guys there?
Yeah, I was just turning off. I turn off my mic when I'm not talking because it's kind of noisy.
Oh wow, that was weird. It was just like it was so
it might suddenly get quiet. So.
Okay. So I think I'd like to focus on how you were dealing with explanation in that one. So you were effectively taking explanation to be what we can determine will occur after we know certain facts are true. Is that fair? That's what you mean by informative.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So you were saying, so when okay, determine isn't the correct word. Well, we can, it is the correct word, but it's a very unhelpful word in this context. But you were taking explanation to be something along the lines of, we know certain facts, and what those facts explain are the things that we can almost like derive from those facts.
A prediction.
Well, I take that causal explanation, whether it's reason involving or not, because again, I'm assuming that reasons are causes, because otherwise reason's explanation is epiphenomenal. Thank you so much. Otherwise, reason's explanation is going to be epiphenomenal to action. So it seems to me that causal explanation has to necessitate outcomes, all other things being equal. Otherwise, there's some significant way in which it's unexplained and uncaused. If you have causal determinants in place, and nonetheless they don't necessitate the outcome, right? But you inventory all the causal determinants that are in place, and you still get an outcome that isn't necessitated by those prior antecedents, whether ordinary causes or reasons. Let's assume two types of causes. Then, in some significant sense, the causal inventory is not sufficient to explain the action, because in some significant sense, the event that takes place is uncaused, because it's not necessitated by causal determinants.
Yeah.
That's what I'm contending, because it seems to me the only alternative to that is an account in which you make reasons epiphenomenal to explaining human action. And I think that that's probably something you don't want. So I think you're in a dilemma.
Well, okay, hang on though. So I'm going to get to the epiphenomenalism in a second. I just wanted to be clear that for you, explanations are fundamentally moving forward in the chain of events. So they're predicting based on what we know what will happen, let's say in the future. I mean, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not excluding logically the possibility that there could be forces like there could be things like backwards causation, right?
Right, but even then you'd have cause to effect, so it'd be
The point is that that the cause, if it's in place, necessitates the effect, all other things being equal. And if there's no indeterminism, no randomness at all, then a full causal inventory will necessitate one outcome rather than another. If you can specify all the causal determinants upon any given set of two outcomes, two possible events, assuming a case where there's two, because it could be three or four, but let's just say two for simplicity's sake. If you could inventory all the causal determinants, then if it's not in any way an indeterministic event, then those causal determinants, whether reasons or causes, will necessitate the outcome.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, there's going to be an indeterministic element there.
Agreed. Okay. Yeah. I'd say I agree with that. But I think for me, from what I take, let's just say intuitively about explanation, is that it moves fundamentally the other way. It moves from the phenomenon to what brought the phenomenon about. So we have some account. So we have, like, say, a phenomenon is an agent acting in a certain way. We start with that, and there's a mystery. Why did the agent work? Why did the agent act that way rather than another? And then, to explain that, we can cite the reasons the agent had for acting that way rather than another.
The thing is, you have the same set of reasons in both cases. That's the problem.
And
so you're leaving something unexplained because you're appealing to the same set of facts to explain what occurred.
I'm not appealing to the same fact. That's not true. So, to explain his action of choosing A over B, I'm explaining that by his reasons for choosing A over B. And if he chose B over A, I would explain that with his reasons for choosing B over A. So I'd be pointing it to different facts for the explanation, even though both facts are true. The
point is that his reasons for doing B over A in World 2 are part of his total set of reasons, right? And that same total set of reasons exists in World 1.
Right.
Right? So you're not actually saying anything informative other than that he did B in World 2 rather than A in World 1, and appealing essentially arbitrarily to some set of facts to explain that post hoc in the World 2 rather than in World 1. Again, this is the whole epiphenomenalism. This is why essentially your account commits you to some kind of epiphenomenalism about reason, right? Because again, what I'm saying is, by assumption, you're committed to the idea that reasons are a type of cause, right? Otherwise, you get epiphenomenalism about reason.
Okay, well, let's grant that then. Let's say that we're holding to libertarianism where reasons aren't causes. They don't cause the agent to act either way. Yeah, let's go with epiphenomenalism.
You're going with epiphenomenalism. Well, in that case,
I'd like to see how it works out if we go that way, if that's okay.
Well, in that case, the reason why you do the things you do doesn't explain why you do them, right? The reason why I gave my son the money to go to college was not because I judged it to be good, but because of some, mere physical facts that explain, that I can causally inventory that explain why I did what I did. Neuron A, had such and such action potential at time T1, and, there's a set of physical laws.
Why do you have to always pick causes for explanations?
I don't know. What I'm saying is either you, what I'm saying is the reasons explanation will be epiphenomenal to why you did it. The reason why you did it is going to be not because you gave your son the money, but because of whatever physical determinants were in place.
But I feel like I don't want to say begging the question against libertarianism, because I feel like that'd be a bit strong, but there's a sense in which you're not even allowing the libertarian to try explain things that aren't with deterministic causes. And if you're not going to do that, if you're not going to allow the libertarian to do that, then, well, yeah, I mean, they can't explain anything. Agreed. I mean, if the only way you can explain events is through deterministic causes, then libertarianism is false. But it seems that you have to sort of defend that thesis, that claim.
Well, what if you took away the physical determinants? Let's imagine a world in which there are no physical determinants.
Sure.
And you just had reason, right?
Yeah.
Well, then it seems to me reasons would be functioning in the same way as causes do, right? You wouldn't have done A rather than B unless this prior causal determinant was in place, right? Because otherwise, why did you end up doing B rather than A?
Because you were impressed by reasons to do B over A.
Well, in that case, then it would seem that the reasons to do B rather than A would necessitate that you did B.
Well, no.
But on your view, they don't necessitate that you did B. So something is left unexplained.
What?
Right?
Not really. Yeah. So, for example, if we take a very concrete example, so you were talking about giving your son money to go. Okay, let's say we were trying to pick a high school for our kid. Okay, and it wasn't us, our kid, it was us. We were choosing whether to send them to high school A or high school B. And high school A had a better sports program. High school B had a better, math program, right? So the high school A having a better sports program is a reason to choose A over B. And high school B having a better math program is a reason to choose B over A. But then I say I sent my kid to high school A because of the sports program, right? Then, and someone asked me, well, why did you send it to that high school? Well, they're like, well, because they had a better sports program. But it seems to me that, to me intuitively, I could equally have sent them to high school B with the math program. And if someone asked me, I could also cite a reason. I could say, well, they had a better math program. And while that explains my actions, really. Maybe not causally, if we're not taking causes, even if we are.
What we would say is that those are two different kinds of people. One finds X appealing and one finds Y.
Sorry, CK, I can't hear you too well.
I'll mute my mic. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that all that would mean is that you're just talking about two different kinds of people. One that finds X appealing and one that finds Y appealing. And it's just based on construction.
We've been in cases in our own experience where to choose one thing over another is to have reasons for choosing it over the other, but also to have reasons for choosing that other one over it. Otherwise, you're not really choosing one option over another.
Well, you can have conflicting reasons.
Yeah, but why can't?
One set of reasons will win out, depending on how I'm constructed.
So you can have pro-tensor.
If you're constructed in a different way, then a different set of reasons could win out.
Yeah, you can have pro-tensor reasons to do one thing, but have omnibus propensity reasons to do something else, and so the latter will trump the former, and you'll do something else. But that's it's still going to necessitate something.
Well, I agree that different people are different.
Yeah, okay, but now I'm assuming in this case it's the same person. Like everything up until this point that I'm making.
Then if the reasons are going to be explanatory, then
if you're saying that all of them, everything about a situation is the same, but in two possible worlds, the two agents perform a different action or make a different decision. I don't know what that is other than random.
Well, they're doing it based on different reasons.
So then the facts aren't the same in the two possible worlds.
Oh, well, they are. I mean, I know what you're saying, but like in the one case, he chooses one over the other because he has reasons for that one over the other. In the other case, he chooses the other one over that one because he has reasons. I mean, and in both cases, he has reasons.
So then the question is simply, why does one set of reasons appeal more than the other?
Why does one say
Right, like in some cases we appeal to the reasons being stronger, right? We say, well, I had reason to do this and I had reason to do that, but I had more reason to do it in that case, so therefore I did it. I did that rather than the other, because the reasons were stronger.
But I like chocolate ice cream and I like vanilla ice cream, so I have a reason to eat both. But I prefer chocolate ice cream, so I chose that.
But what if you didn't prefer either? I mean, like, I'm not considering the case where, like, I agree that there are sometimes cases where we have stronger reasons than the other, and that would explain, I suppose, deterministic, or I don't know if it would be deterministic, or have to be deterministic, but, like, I grant that, but I'm talking about a case where you have, that neither reason is, say, dominates over the other one. But, I mean, it still seems to me,
right,
while
so
I'm
there's still a question we can ask. You see, what you're not saying is that there's still a question we could ask. Why is it the case that the reasons for B predominated over the reasons for A in this world where the agent chose B rather than A? Maybe that's a good way of seeing where the problem lies. That's a meaningful question. Why is it the case if B and A were equally weighted? Why is it the case that B predominated over A?
in the sense that it was chosen.
Yes. You have to say that, in fact, there was no reason at all. No cause, no explanation, no reason. That that's a completely unexplained fact. That's what you're committed to saying on the view, which is all I'm trying to insist on.
The problem for me with this is that I think that all the evidence suggests that people actually have very low awareness of the reason that they do a lot of things.
Right. Yeah, but even if that weren't the case, there'd still be a problem.
I know. Yeah.
Right, so I think maybe that's a good way to put it. I can still ask the question to you, in World 2. Why is it the case that that the reasons for B predominated over the reasons for A, if in fact they were equally weighted, right? One set of reasons wasn't stronger than the other, right? But yet B happened. Why did it happen? Right? You can't just say, well, it happened because it happened, right? Yeah. That would be that's the part that I'm saying is where it's an uninformative account, because in effect that is what you're saying. You're saying it happened because it happened, but it's not actually answering the fundamental question: why did this happen rather than that happened, given the fact that the reasons were equal in both worlds, or were equal before the event took place. We'll assume we're in World 2 in this case. Right? So he has chosen, right? I can go to you and I can say, okay, I understand that you had reasons for doing B, and you want to appeal to those to say why you did B. But you actually also had equal reason to do A, right? You had exactly equal reason to do A. It wasn't like your reasons for B were stronger than your reasons to do A. Thank you. So my question to you is, why is it the case that B prevailed? And what you're saying is it sufficient to say my reasons B prevailed, reasons to do B prevailed because reasons to do B prevailed. And that's what's known as a virtus dormitiva explanation, which is essentially a non-explanation, right? An appeal to a dormitive.
My discussion with Vic about
the so that's essentially the objection. Maybe now we've gotten to the heart of it, because I realize there's been difficulty in communicating it. But I think maybe you're seeing what our problem is with this account, is that you don't have an answer to that question. There's no answer to that question at all on your view. And therefore, it seems clear to us, at least, right, that your view leaves something completely unexplained, right? And it's exactly like the uranium case, right? Because in the uranium case, it turns out that the probability distribution is 50% at type 1 at time T1 for whether the alpha particle should be emitted at that time or not. It's exactly 50%, right? When we inventory the causal whatever the relevant causal facts are that lead up to that time, it follows, you might say, deterministically, right? That there's going to be an exactly 50% chance that an alpha particle is emitted or not emitted, right? So then the alpha particle is emitted, right? Now, if we're assuming if we're assuming that this is an indeterministic event, right, there isn't some hidden variable that deterministically explains why the alpha particle was in fact emitted, right? It has to be, in some deep sense, completely unexplained, inexplicable, right? It just happens to be that way, like a pure, brutally contingent fact, right?
Right.
And what I'm saying is that is exactly the same problem in your account. Because I asked the further question, why is it the case that your reasons for B prevailed over A if in fact they were equal, both sets of reasons were equally weighted? And you don't have an answer to that question. You're saying the same thing that I would be saying in the uranium case if you asked me, well, why is it the case that the alpha particle was emitted? And I said, well, it was emitted, which is why it was emitted at time t1, right? What further explanation is there for why A happened, why the alpha particle was emitted rather than non-emitted? There were these causal determinants in place. I can't just say, well, what explains why the A particle was emitted was that the A particle was emitted. But you're essentially saying that the reason why the B over A reasons prevailed in World 2 is because the reasons for doing B over than A prevailed in World 2. That explains why the reasons that B prevailed over A in World 2, which is just a non-explanation. That's the objection.
Okay, I'm going to have to think about that one. I'm not going to change my mind immediately, but I'll think about it.
You have to change your mind immediately. We don't want you to change your mind immediately.
Yeah.
Change your mind immediately.
We want you. No. We want you to feel absolutely forced to change your mind. So we want you to take as much time as you need to feel that way.
Fair enough.
We don't want you to do it too soon. We want you to do it when you feel absolutely compelled, that you have no other escape. So we, if you need time to develop that sense of compulsion, then take all the time that you need.
So I had a question. So bracketing that for a while now until I can go think about this more. I had a question about the alpha particle thing, and in terms of explaining things statistically. Do you think that statistical explanations are impossible in a sense? So let's say the alpha particle has a 50-50 chance of going up or down. Or I don't know what the correct thing is. I think
I know what you're asking there, and I'm saying I think the statistical explanation does explain things. It just leaves some element unexplained. Right? It's informative to say that there's a 70%. It was more likely that this would occur than not occur because we can construct some kind of statistical model that will show that there was a 70% chance that it would occur and a merely 30% chance that it wouldn't occur. That's informative. But nonetheless, in some cases, when you have a 70-30 probability distribution of that kind, the 30% case, sometimes the outcome doesn't occur, right? And so why it doesn't occur rather than does occur is left unexplained on a statistical account. It's not as though it's not as though there's nothing informative about statistical explanation. My point is just that it leaves something open that ultimately.
So what are you saying? So something is explained. So the contrast of like the rather than fact isn't explained, right? But what is explained then?
Well, something like that when we have when we have identical.
Sorry, I'm losing you. Hello?
He's on the phone, so his internet connection just dies sometimes.
Ah, fair enough. And he's gone.
Yeah, he'll be back.
He'll be back.
We don't have to talk about
we're very used to this kind of thing happening.
Yeah.
Okay, where are you from?
London.
London? Ah, okay. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah, I thought so.
You thought so? How?
I used to work with a lot of South Africans, so I got to know the accents pretty well.
Oh, I see. Nice. Well,
At least with Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban, I can sometimes notice a slight difference.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. What do you do?
Well, for a living?
Yeah.
Well, now I play poker for a living.
You play poker? Nice.
Yeah.
Jack, you there?
Yes. Sorry about that. I got disconnected for a second. Yeah, what I was saying was, it seems to me that, take quantum mechanics, right? So, in the case of quantum mechanics, right, there are going to be times when we can say that given a certain set of circumstances, there's going to be a 70-30 distribution, right? The reason why that's informative, why it actually explains something, is because if we run the same experiment again and again and again, we can expect to get a distribution of that kind. Right?
Okay.
So it's because so let's say we run the experiment 100 times, right? And we end up getting something like a 70-30 distribution or 69-31 or whatever, you know. Point is that the equations that we've discovered, right, which predict that probability distribution, presumably do explain it, right, in the sense that it does predict it. So in that sense, it's actually telling us something informative that we didn't know before. This is my whole point about how explanations have to be informative, right? So something is left unexplained, which is that in any given case, why was the particle emitted rather than not emitted, right? We don't actually have an explanation for that, but we do have an explanation for the general case, which is why in the 100 iterations of the experiment, we end up that something close to 70 of them turn out to be emissions of the alpha particle rather than not. Do you see what I'm getting at there? I mean, I think everybody would agree that if you had a tool of that type where you could actually make a prediction of that kind, that you did have something informative. And if it was therefore informative and predictive, it's therefore explanatory. It just might not be fully explanatory because there's going to be something left unexplained, which is why in any given case you get some given outcome. But in 100 cases, you have some sort of explanation. Does that make any sense?
It does.
Yeah, so I do think this. Go ahead.
So you're saying that an individual instance isn't explained, an individual event isn't explained, but the behavior as a whole is somehow explained.
Yeah. Because essentially what we're talking about are things like law-like explanations, right? So in a case of universal laws, we can explain what will happen in every case, right? Because the law is universally applicable, right?
So I'm just imagining that there can be a weaker type of law, a statistical law, which won't explain what will happen in every case, but will explain something about the distribution of outcomes that will occur across a range of cases. And so discovering a statistical law will actually inform us, will actually illuminate the world in some way for us, but it just won't have the reach of universal nomological explanation. It will have a less, comprehensive reach, but it will nonetheless bring some illumination, and so that counts for something. That actually has explanatory power, in other words. It just doesn't have as comprehensive an explanatory power as discovery of a universal law would.
I'm just wondering why it doesn't, to some degree, surely, if we pick a single instance of it happening, and all we have is a statistical information about how it'll behave, that it doesn't, in some way, maybe it doesn't explain it wholly, like you keep saying, completely explain it. It doesn't completely explain why it did this rather than this, but it does sort of reduce the mystery somewhat, even if not, even though it's not completely reducing the mystery in the question of, why this happened, in this specific instance. There's a sense in which it is less mysterious than it was prior to us knowing the statistic. So it's not a predictive sort of explanation that I'm looking at here. It's more of a, mystery, which sometimes predictions can help reduce, but sometimes maybe we don't need something as strong as a prediction or
that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just insisting that there's still something left completely mysterious. If all you have is a statistical explanation, there's still something that's left completely mysterious and completely inexplicable. It's by hypothesis inexplicable. Perhaps you could discover a further deterministic facts which would render it explicable. But if it's in fact the kind of thing that is intrinsically inexplicable, then the statistical account is going to leave that part of it unexplained. And that's the part that I'm trying to stress. That you're still leaving something completely open and mysterious,
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But I think you'd have the same problem. I think you'd have the same problem in the reasons case, because in the reasons case you could imagine that you could have a probability distribution for reasons, right? That given the set of reasons A and a set of reasons B across possible worlds, in 70% of the possible worlds you'll end up doing A and you'll end up doing B. And you'll want to say, well, reasons for doing A over B partly explain why you have that probability distribution across possible worlds. But nonetheless, why you happen to be in one possible world rather than the other, which is to say with one outcome rather than the other, why you happen to be in the world where where you've chosen B or where the other agent has chosen B is not going to be explained adequately by appealing to that reason set where you've derived that probability distribution. There's going to be something else that's left unexplained by appealing to that set of reasons. And either there's going to be further reasons or causes that explain what's left over, what's left unexplained count, or it's just going to be fundamentally inexplicable in some sense. It's going to have to be one or the other.
Are you saying? Oh yeah, okay. I think so. Okay, I'm gonna cite Truss again here, just because I don't know why he keeps coming up in this context. He's not the only philosopher I've read, I promise.
Yeah, well, on this issue, Truss has had a lot to say about it. I guess I guess you brought him up in another context once or twice earlier. So I guess that is well, it's maybe not a coincidence, but yeah, we know that he's talked a lot about this issue.
Yeah, so he has a book defending the principle of sufficient reason, and he distinguishes between, a reason being sufficient, or like when he talks about an explanation being sufficient, he means good enough, not a sufficient condition for what it explains, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's what you're talking about here, right? You're saying that, like, in some sense, the reasons do explain the outcome, or the probability distribution does explain the way that the particle goes, but it's not a sufficient condition for the outcome. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't think, and I'm inclined to think that, say, a libertarian can't actually get any more than that. So there's a sense in which some mystery is resolved, but not like, there's a sense in which it's just, we have to accept that that's just like a good enough explanation, but not a sufficient condition for accounting for the outcome or the choice. Perhaps I can read up and see what other people have said, but I'm inclined to think that a libertarian needs to get to that point at some point where they say there are some facts which are explained by other facts, where those facts didn't explain are not sufficient conditions for what they're trying to explain.
Well, I don't understand how the person in libertarian free will is defending the idea that, like, people have free will, but some other agent might not. Like, what is free will supposed to do there?
Carl, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there.
Like, with any agent, you can just do a statistical analysis on how likely it is for them to do stuff, right?
Right, yeah.
And so you can give a statistical explanation for their behavior.
Yeah.
So what would distinguish an agent that doesn't have free will that you have a statistical analysis of, and one that does have free will that you have a statistical analysis of?
Oh, well, he wants to say that what makes it free will is that it's reason guided.
Yeah.
Okay.
As opposed to, yeah.
For example, how behave statistically just like guided, and the agent's behavior is statistically guided, but somehow they're different. And yeah, the one would be that the agent's acting on reasons and the particle's just acting on, I don't know, its essential nature or whatever account of natural objects you want, but it's not reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that most libertarians do think that they're saying something kind of exhaustive by appealing to the agent's reasons when they say that, the reasons for doing B over A explain why they did B. I think they do think they're saying something exhaustive, and they're not actually recognizing that that there's a mystery that in some sense renders their behavior unaccountable to reasons, because the reasons don't fully explain the action. They think that it fully explains the action, but clearly it doesn't, given my objection. Right.
Right. I think
if it fully explains, there'd be some way in which you could answer the question: why did the B over A reasons prevail over the A over B reasons in this case? Right.
Yeah, I think and I'll read this up, and maybe next time I'll tell you what he said. I think Proust does address that, but I'm not sure when I read it, I was particularly compelled.
Doesn't he go to
something like the self-explanatory or something?
Yeah, the contingent self-explanatory, where he appeals to the fact that he A to explain why the reasons for A obtained, and then he appeals to the reasons for A obtaining for the fact that he did A or something.
Yeah, he kind of says,
and so
once at this point, there's no more mystery, and therefore it's self-explanatory, or something like that. I can't quite remember how exactly he deals with it, but yeah.
Yeah, see, that seems to me to be completely failing to address the objection, because it doesn't in any way answer the question, other than to say he did it because he did it. It ends up sort of covertly importing a wit dormitiva explanation when a real explanation is needed.
No, I think based on I think he says there's no need to give an explanation because there's no more mystery.
But clearly
is a mystery, right? I mean, at least if you're understanding my objection correctly, it should seem clear that there is a mystery. The mystery is, why do the B over A reasons prevail over the A over B reasons?
No, I agree.
That's
why
mysterious.
That's why I'm not defending his thing yet. I'm going to read it and then come back and tell you guys if it's any good.
Yeah, no, I strongly encourage you to do that. I mean, because we would like to see a good answer to the objection, you know, and if anybody is going to have one, it's likely to be him. So if he has a way of getting around the problem, you know, we would really be interested in seeing what it is.
Okay. I don't know if we want to continue talking to me or if someone else has something they want to talk about. CK was getting irritated, so maybe he wants to talk about something.
No. CK is irritated by you know, your slowness to be cudgeled into accepting our views, but he's not at all irritated by your presence here. In fact, he badly wants people like you here for him to cudgel into submission. So we would like you to stay. We'd like you to stay as long as you like, and in fact, even longer. So we'd like you to stay even when it starts to become unpleasant for you. So, you know, because we crave this kind of opposition. So please feel free to keep going as long as you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
we can talk about other stuff as well. We don't have to stay on free will.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit. Yeah, I don't think I have much more to contribute to the free will discussion until I do a bit more reading. And
we can pick another subject that we maybe disagree about.
Okay, what about moral realism?
Oh no. Okay. What about moral realism?
Are you a moral realist?
Is that one that have you debated that with Vic before?
No, I don't think we discussed.
No.
We can only discuss like the metaphysical possibility stuff.
Oh yeah, we never finished that. Oh well, fine, we can get to another.
No, didn't we finish that? Weren't we talking about that before free will, or did we talk about it?
I think on to the libertarian stuff because it was being invoked in the context of the metaphysical possibility discussion. He was sort of bringing that up as an example.
So we
why we invoke.
Yeah, so that was really a large side row. If Rainion was here, he would have stopped it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sure. Well, okay. In the context of the metaphysical realism, well, maybe this is where we could talk about what I was originally talking about from press, which was that you were talking about this like broad and nomonological sort of possibility, which seemed broader than physical and narrower than conceptual possibility.
Right.
And I'm inclined to think that it's something like that, maybe a bit broader, that people would take to be metaphysical possibility. Do you have reasons for thinking that's not what they take as metaphysical possibility?
Well, if they just want to say that there's some further set of laws that are in place that govern the laws, you know, that in some sense govern the laws on the lower levels, you know, the nomological or natural laws, there could be laws of that kind, but I don't see a principal distinction between those laws and nomological laws. It just seems like, you know, where you would draw that line would be sort of up to you.
Okay. So the one thing I mentioned to Vic, which was it was to do with again Press's account of metaphysical possibility, which is what I was getting to at some point, was the idea that he broadly says he starts off with the idea that something is, say, possible if an actual being can bring about a causal chain or can cause someone to cause someone to cause something to bring about that outcome, right? So, or could have. So, you know, it's possible that I could have been a biologist because I could have gone to school and then and studied biology and then become a biologist. And so that was the beginnings of his account. And I think is that clear to everyone what I'm saying there? Or at least as clear as it is to me what I'm saying there?
Well, right. So in some possible worlds you're a biologist and in others you're not.
Yes.
Is that all that you're saying?
Well, that's the beginning. And I'm not going to be able to develop the entire thing because I can't remember the entire thing. But there's a sense in which that is true. That is grounded in my being able to bring about, like, through causation, right? Being able to bring that out through
like
causation.
Like potentiality or something?
Say again?
Does it have to do with, like, your potentiality? Or...
I suppose. I think that's a more scholastic thing, but we can, yeah. I mean, we can put that in. Yeah, sure. I have a potential to be able to bring that about, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so you can keep going.
And then, so Vic asked about, you asked a question right after that, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was, about that account. What was it? But there was a sense in which it's, in terms of something like this and moving forward from this, that we can sort of make sense of this idea of metaphysical necessity and possibility that is less than the conceptual and, well, less than, stricter than the conceptual, but broader than physical. But then I was thinking, well, presumably on your guys, from where you guys are coming, that these kind of potentialities, these causes, like what can bring about, they'd be governed by laws of some sense. Maybe they aren't in the same form as physical laws, but there is a sense in which they're governed by laws, right? I mean, seems pretty.
Yeah, well, unless they aren't, in which case they just seem to be, brutally contingent.
Right. Facts. Yeah. But the laws, there's nothing saying that these laws have to be, I don't know, of the same form as physical laws. I mean, they could.
No.
When we talk. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm
not opposed in principle. Yeah, I'm not opposed in principle to there being laws of another form. I just, I'm not exactly sure what that would look like, but somebody could try to specify how laws like that would look, and I could say, yeah, that I don't see any reason to think that there couldn't be laws of that kind.
Right. Okay. So I'm not going to burden myself with trying to give an account of what these laws could be, but let's just leave them open as a possibility. Then surely this sort of understanding of metaphysical possibility makes sense, to say something is metaphysically sort of grounding metaphysical possibility in the causal potencies of beings in reality.
Well, it's possible. I just would like to see a principled way in which it would work. We'd have to actually look at it. We'd have to actually look at an account of that kind. But yeah, I don't necessarily have a principled objection to that.
Okay.
When I object to the notion of metaphysical possibility as standardly used, right, in the kind of this, post-scripty sense, it's because it doesn't seem like there's some principled way in which it's construed, and it basically seems to be a mere appeal to intuition. But if you want to say that there's a layer, a set of laws which are larger than natural necessity, which govern natural necessities, that natural necessities are conditionalized upon some higher order laws, and you want to call those metaphysical laws, I don't have a principled objection to that possibility, if that's what people mean.
Right.
Then I think, my problem is more with the kind of arbitrariness with which those lines are drawn.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
So, you know,
That it's
something like
a way of at least intuitively making sense
Yeah.
of metaphysical possibility, apart from just saying, oh well, clearly there is this difference. Then yeah, it's a useless concept. Like it's
Yeah.
empty. So yeah,
I'm just
I'd
saying.
agree.
I'm just saying that in my experience, it always has turned out that way. You know,
Okay.
people say, you know, these properties must exist in every possible world, but they're not. There's no contradiction in denying them, right? So then, when I ask the further question, why must they exist in every possible world if there's no contradiction in denying them? I don't get an answer, right? I just get, well, you know, it's obvious because of Hilbert's Hotel or, you know, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be about infinities, but it's, you know, they'll just bring up examples. You know, another case would be the moral case, right? They'll say rape is wrong, is true in every possible world, right? Even though rape is not wrong, does not entail a contradiction, you know. And if I say, well, if it doesn't entail a contradiction, why is it wrong in every possible world? There isn't really an answer to the question that is being offered, you know. It's just sort of like a type of fiat, you know. Well, it just is. It just is wrong. Isn't it obvious? You know, something like that.
Well, I mean, aren't to some degree people warranted in sort of having these intuitions? I mean,
well, having the intuitions may be warranted, but thinking that having the intuitions and thinking that they're true, I don't think they are ultimately warranted upon analysis. But probably very few people have undertaken the analysis to show why they're not warranted.
okay.
So in that sense, they're warranted because they haven't undertaken the right analysis. But if I give my counter analysis, I think that it will show that those beliefs are not actually warranted despite the intuitions.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting. I mean, that opens up a segue to the more realist discussion, I guess.
Sure, if you want to talk about that, that's fine. That's something we've been talking a lot about.
Oh, really?
Well, we've been talking a lot about that all along. I mean, not with you, but I mean, that's something we've had a lot of discussions about here, and especially lately because Vic was involved in a debate on a debating website where we spent a lot of time sort of clarifying our position on that. So that was just you know, like a week or two ago.
Right. Okay. Would you mind giving a sort of TLDR of your guys' position?
Well, I mean, I think most of us here are anti-realists about moral facts. And
do you see that following as a consequence of something, or just you just don't share the same intuitions as?
Well, I mean, there are different metaethical theories.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we tend to think that it's not really a significant claim to say that there are moral facts unless you adopt some kind of account of what moral facts are, where you understand them to be reasons that exist independently of one's aims and desires, right? A position known as reasons externalism. So, you know, some people have what's, you know, an internalist account of reasons, which is, you know, basically, I think the Humean account, where you only really have a reason to do something if it's conditionalized to an aim or desire.
Sorry,
yeah,
2 seconds.
Take your time. Yeah, I'm going to step away for a second.
Sorry, I need to charge my laptop, so I just gotta go get the charger. Had to go get the charger.
Yeah, Jack says he'll be back as well. Or is he here?
Just give me one more minute.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right there.
Do you guys tend to agree a lot on things as a group?
Somewhat, yeah. I guess you could say that. Well, the main people in here, I guess you could say we agree.
Is that sort of coincidence, or because you sort of argued each other to a point of agreement?
Yeah, I guess it's the latter.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right.
So what I was saying was, on a one account that you can have of reason is an internalist or Humean account. And on an account of that kind, something will only be a reason for you to perform an action if it's conditionalized or relativized to an aim or desire that you possess. Right?
Is that the internalist account?
Yeah, that's the internalist account. So,
yeah.
So the basic idea is, let's say I want to go to Washington, D.C. as quickly as possible, right? And there are only two options for me, from New York. And there are only two options for me available at the moment. I can either take the train or walk, right? Well,
right.
Clearly I have a reason to take the train rather than walk, given my aim to get there as quickly as possible, because the train is faster than walking. Right?
Okay.
So on a Humean account, that's really the only kind of reason that exists. Sometimes they're called hypothetical imperatives, or instrumental reasons, or practical reasons, or prudential reasons. There's a whole family of terms that's used to describe this type of reasons, right? And it seems to me that a robust moral realism is ultimately going to have to be constitutive of that account, that there is a claim that there are reasons of a different kind, which is that you have reasons to do things that are not conditionalized to any aims or desires that you possess. Right?
Uh-huh.
What are sometimes called categorical reasons.
Yeah.
Or external normative reasons or something like that.
Okay.
We just don't really understand what it could even mean for there to be reasons of that type. So, for example, there's another type of reasons, another type of norms, which are sometimes called institutional norms. And these would be rules that exist relative to some institution, right? Such as the rules of chess, right? So, there is a norm in place in that system, in that institution, whereby you don't move your bishop horizontally, right? It violates the rules to move your bishop horizontally rather than diagonally. And, we can grant that a norm of that type exists, that sort of floating out there somewhere in the universe, is this rule that you shouldn't move your bishop horizontally rather than diagonally,
right? But that's going to be relative to the rules of chess, to the institution of chess playing. And if you're not participating in the chess, if you're not participating in the chess institution, if you're not trying to play chess, then it doesn't seem to me that there's a reason for you not to move your bishop horizontally, right? It's only if you're trying to play chess that has any kind of reason-giving force. That doesn't mean the reason doesn't exist. It exists in the sense that the institution of chess exists, or it exists as some kind of abstract object, right? There is some imaginable rule, such that one shouldn't move one's bishop horizontally rather than diagonally. But it doesn't have any reason-giving force until it hooks up with aims, and desires that you have. That is, aims and desires to play chess, for example. So it seems to me that the kind of moral norms, categorical moral norms that moral realists are invoking, are ultimately indistinguishable from rules like the rules of chess. They want to say something like, well, there is a reason not to rape and torture children. It's a categorical, external, normative reason that's independent of your aims and desires. And that norm exists. And it's reason-giving for you. But I can't really make sense of the claim, what it means to say that it's reason-giving for you, unless you're playing the morality game, or participating in the morality institution. And of course, that's assuming that's what counts as the morality rule, because some people might say, well, I subscribe to a different morality institution, which is that one should torture and rape children, right? So you could disagree over what counts as morality, But it just seems to me that all they're doing is invoking these chess-style norms. And they want to say, on the one hand, that, so what's distinctive about chess norms, or institutional norms, is that there are reasons that exist that you can make a mistake with respect to, independently of your aims and desires. So I grant that if I move my bishop horizontally rather than diagonally, I am making a mistake with respect to the chess rules, whether or not I'm trying to obey, whether or not I'm aiming to participate in that institution or not. Even if I'm not trying to play chess, if I move my bishop horizontally rather than diagonally, I am violating the chess rule. So that's not a hypothetical norm in the sense that I can make a mistake with respect to it independently of my aims and desires. So what the moral realist wants to say is there's a type of norm that is like a chess norm in the sense that you can make a mistake with respect to it independently of your aims and desires. But unlike a chess norm, and like a hypothetical norm, it has reason-giving force for you. And that just seems to me to be a contradiction, right? The reason why hypothetical norms have reason-giving force is because they're hypothetical norms. That is, because they're attached to your aims and desires. That's what distinguishes them from the institutional norms, which don't have reason-giving force. So it seems like the moral realist, the robust moral realist I'm imagining, is just sort of unable to give an account of how reasons can have reason-giving force, but not be reduced to hypothetical norms, even though they're the kind of norms that one can make a mistake with respect to independently of one's aims and desires. And it just seems to me to be a theoretical aim that could never be realized, because it's basically just a confusion of two different types of norms that are conceptually at odds with each other. And you sort of can't combine them. You can't combine an institutional norm with a hypothetical norm and, take the aims and desires out of the hypothetical norm, but maintain the reason-giving force of a hypothetical norm and get this, this make a mistake with respect to independently of your aims and desires component. They don't combine together.
If I could ask,
so that's sort of our, yeah.
Aren't institutional norms just hypothetical norms? But the hypothetical is like, if you want to be part of the institution, then you ought to do this or you ought to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. The only reason why we make that distinction is because we want to grant that there are norms you can make a mistake with respect to independently of your aims and desires, right? So that's why we make a distinction between institutional norms and hypothetical norms, right? If I take the train, if I walk rather than take the train, if I walk to Washington rather than take the train, given my desire to get to Washington as quickly as possible, I've made a mistake with respect to my aims and desires, right? And I just want to distinguish that possibility from the possibility that if I move my bishop horizontally rather than diagonally, I can make a mistake with respect to that rule, whether or not I have the aim or desire to play the game. And so moral realists, I think, want to invoke a type of norm where you make a mistake, you can make a mistake with respect to it, whether or not you're motivated to have any motivations at all to be in accord with that norm. So I'm just trying to make sense of that condition, right? And it seems to me that when I invoke a condition like that, what I get is something like rules of chess. But then if you say, so when you talk about morality, you're talking about something like the rules of chess, they want to say, no. What's distinctive about rules of chess is that those rules only have reason-giving force when you're actually trying to play the game. That's when those rules become reason-giving for you. The norms exist whether or not you want to play, but they only have reason-giving force once you... Yeah. So they want to say there are these norms that you can make a mistake with respect to independently of your aims and desires, but nonetheless have reason-giving force. So they want to distinguish them from the chess norms. But I just don't really know how to make sense of what they're saying there, because my notion of what it means for something to have reason-giving force is that it hooks up to my aims and desires. Right?
Right.
So it's very obscure what these norms can be.
What do you guys, I'm just wondering how, the idea of, say, obligation or duty fits into this.
Right. Well, I think, again, you can either have duties because you take yourself to have an allegiance to some institution, whether it's, your family or your nation or, the state or your job or whatever.
Right.
Or there could be legal duties that are required of you rather than whether or not you actually have allegiance, right? So there's a legal duty, right? But those just seem to be again, you could only have a prudential reason to be in accord with those.
To not get punished.
So it seems to be, yeah, right. So if I want to avoid getting punished, then I have a reason to do this. If I don't care about being punished, then it's not going to have any reason-giving force for me. So it seems to me the robust moral realist I'm imagining wants to say there are duties over and above those types. There's some further type of duty that is you have something more than a prudential reason to be in accord with. But it just seems they have no principled way distinguishing those reasons from chess rules. That's the basic problem, I think, for us.
I'm just, okay, so let's say we have another scenario where, so, would you say it's meaningful to say, like, people are owed respect or they deserve respect?
Well, again, I mean, it's going to have to be cashed out what that means, right? I mean, it's, more robust moral realists may mean something like that. It's meaningful for them to say that because they think that there are these kind of categorical norms out there which, require one to morally to accord people respect and so forth. But if you don't have an account of that kind at hand, then when you say something like that, it's going to have to mean something else. You could say that there's a legal requirement, or there's a social requirement, or you could say that, my personal preference is to accord people respect, and so I see it for myself as a kind of duty, but I don't actually believe that there's some kind of independent way in which these duties exist as sort of objective properties of the world or something like that, So it would just depend on how you understand. It seems to me there's more than one way you could understand that phrase. It just depends on what you're, how you cash it out.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely go look up this whole categorical thing. And I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I've never really thought about defending the coherence of a categorical imperative. I just sort of took it as a granted. But I'm wondering why. Well, I'm wondering if moral realist really needs to believe in such a categorical thing. So, for example, say we're I'm just going to go with theistic moral realists, just because they're the ones obviously they're the ones I tend to read a bit more in terms of forming my own worldview. So let's say we're like a divine command theorist or something, right? So we have that God issues commands to people, and that now they have duties. And I mean, arguably they do have some sort of prudential reason for following the duties, lest they get punished by God. So what would you say to that? I'm just trying to feel my way through this to see what you would think of that.
I would invoke the Eusipro dilemma most likely if somebody were to try to invoke divine command theory.
Well, okay,
I would say over and above the prudential reason, right? Okay. Because I would say to the person who's defending divine command theory, I would say, well, in what sense are you not merely defending a might makes right theory, right? Because I can see that there's a prudential reason to obey God's commands if I want to avoid, divine punishment. Right. But is there actual moral authority? Does God actually possess some moral authority over and above, the mere authority that he has in virtue of his immense power, right? Because he has authority in the sense that he can compel allegiance, through threats and things like that. Yeah. By virtue of his immense power. But does he have some authority over and above that? Right. Well, it seems to me the divine command theorist has to basically, I don't know if you're familiar with the figure of Thrasymachus from the Platonic dialogues, but he was the person who defended might. He was the person who defended might makes right. In one of the Socratic dialogues. So it just seems to me they have to concede that they're basically defending a Thrasymachus view of the right or the good or the just. That it's ultimately there's some fundamental way in which it's arbitrary. Which is the classic Eusipro dilemma, right? That God doesn't have moral authority. God's commands do not actually have genuine moral authority unless they are commands in conformity to some standard of the good that's exists independently of God's commands, right? Because otherwise we can ask, well, did God command you to do that because it was right? And it's going to be a meaningless question on divine command theory.
Yeah.
He didn't command it because it was the right thing to do. He just commanded it.
Right.
So I think most people want to say, well, surely God had a good reason to command it, right? But it seems to me if he had a good reason to command it, if he commanded it because it was the right thing to do, then it must be that the standard of the good is something independently of what God merely happens to command.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the standard objection to divine command theory, it seems to me.
So I know, for example, Robert Adams has defended a sort of, I think what he calls an essentialist version, or William Lane Craig also talks about this, but the essentialist version where they sort of deny that there's a dilemma, that they say it's a false dilemma. Have you encountered this before?
Yes.
Okay. I suppose, okay, so, and
well, it seems to me that I think I know how it goes, and it just seems to me that they basically just displace the problem onto God's nature, right? So they want to say, well, God possesses authority to issue divine commands in virtue of his divine nature, which is essentially good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So God's nature is essentially good, mm-hmm. right? And so therefore, the justness of God's commands that justice consists in virtue of the fact that they flow from God's essentially good divine nature, and so therefore the commands are not arbitrary.
Right.
The problem is, though, that the Euthyphro dilemma resurfaces at the level of God's nature, because then the question becomes, well, is God's nature good because it is God's nature, or is God's nature good because it conforms to a standard of goodness independently of God's nature? So I've done it in the wrong order, because in the Euthyphro dilemma, it should be Okay. But I want to say the second horn of the dilemma is the one where they say that God's nature is good in virtue of being God's nature. So if they take the second horn, they're basically saying something empty.
Well, I'm not. So I think how the response goes now is to say, well, okay, no, we take. I mean, yes. Hang on. Yes, we take God's nature to be the paradigm of goodness, and this is non-arbitrary because I don't know. The definite description of the definite description of God is that He's the greatest conceivable being. I mean, have you heard this before? This sort of line of thought.
Yeah.
And then it's greater to be the paradigm of goodness than merely exemplified. And so we non-arbitrarily take His nature to be the paradigm of moral value, which grounds His commands, which ground moral duty. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that greatness is essentially defined in terms of God's nature, and that's the reason why it's empty. So if you could imagine another possible world where God has a different nature, right? So we have God A and God B, right, in possible world 1 and possible world 2, right? So is there some standard of good that is appealed to across the two different possible worlds that allow us to settle which is the good God? Well, on that view, the answer is no. It's entirely internal, right? And so if I say, well, what makes the God in world 1 the good God rather than the world in God 2, there is no real substantive answer that the defender of an account of that kind can give to that question.
I think they would deny that that God could have two different natures in these two different worlds. Like there just isn't a world in which he has a different nature.
Yeah, but that's just going to be appealing to metaphysical impossibility. So if I say, why is it the case that there couldn't be a God of that kind? They're just going to be, all they can do is say, well, there couldn't. They can't point to a logical contradiction in imagining a God with a different nature. They can just say, well, I've defined God in such a way that what I mean by a God is a God with this type of nature, right? And that's the type of God that exists in all possible worlds. But it doesn't exist in all logically possible worlds. It just exists in the subset of worlds that I am stipulating, which from my point of view is going to be arbitrary, an arbitrary stipulation that I'm stipulating as the space of possible worlds, which is relevant. But if I ask the further question, well, there's no logical contradiction in denying, in imagining an alternative type of God. Why is it that therefore this kind of God that you're imagining is the only kind that could exist in a possible world, even though there's no contradiction in imagining other types of gods? They will say, they won't be able to answer the question. They'll just say, well, because that's what I mean by metaphysically necessary, So that just seems to me to be a virtus dormitiva appeal, an appeal to a mere dormitive principle. I just find that to be
sorry. Yeah, I'm more than willing to, well, for the moment at least, just to try to get where, try to understand what I'm going with here. But I'm more than willing to deny I don't really need to appeal to metaphysical. Well, this person, I think, doesn't need to appeal to metaphysical possibility. They could just say, well, no, this God is logically necessary, conceptually necessary, and it just is a contradiction to say that, and we might not realize this, just like what we were talking about earlier, where, maybe nominalism is literally incoherent, but we just aren't at the epistemic point yet to realize that. Likewise, they say, no, the same thing is true of this being of God. It is logically contradictory to say that this being could be any different. It seems quite natural to say that we don't have a perfect epistemic grasp of God, whatever it is. So that doesn't seem too bad.
Well, I don't really understand what it means to say that a concrete object is conceptually necessary. It just seems to me to be the case that as long as the empty world is logically coherent, to imagine a world without concrete objects, then there's going to be no logical contradiction in imagining that world. And so therefore no concrete object could ever be logically necessary. And when I say empty world, I mean empty of concrete objects. I don't mean empty of abstract objects.
Ask you about abstract objects.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming that 2 plus 2 equals 4 in the empty world, but it just contains no concrete objects, right? I don't see any logical problem there. So I don't think that's an avenue that's available to the theist to try to argue that there's some logical necessity in imagining any concrete object, i.e. God.
Huh, okay.
Now, I can sort of put the point another way, right? If we're going to use the Craig account. Here's another way to see what I'm... The William Lane Craig. Here's another way to sort of see the problem. Here's just sort of like another angle on the problem. I think it ultimately reduces to the same objection. It's sort of another dialectical path to the objection, right? One way to think about it is in relation to this issue of sense and reference, and the Kripke account of a posteriori identities, right?
Okay.
So what William Lane Craig wants to say, and has said, I think, is that, God and the good are, he doesn't use this terminology. He doesn't say they're two senses with the same referent or something like that. But he basically is saying that the good and God are a necessary a posteriori identity in the same way that H2O and water are a necessary a posteriori identity. And so therefore it's not a tautology to say God is good, right? Because it's not known a priori, it's not built into the concept of the good that the good is equivalent to God's nature.
Right, okay.
It's actually conceptually distinct. And so therefore when I say God is good, I'm not actually uttering a tautology, right?
Right.
So it seems to me the problem, well, first of all, I've already given an objection to why I don't think there can be necessary a posteriori identities, because that's invoking metaphysical necessity, which seems to me to be a kind of empty concept for the reasons I've already given, in the water and H2O case. And I think ultimately it's a problem for semantic externalism, because necessary a posteriori identities in the Kripkean sense presuppose this causal theory of reference, which, as I say, undermines the distinction between rationality and, between being irrational and being misinformed, which it just seems to me it would be kind of like an intellectual suicide to have a position like that, where you've undermined that distinction. But I think there's another way to put the point without even bringing in all those arguments, right?
Okay.
One way to put the point is to say something like this. Well, okay, what Craig is saying there is that there's I have a notion of the good and I have a notion of God that are conceptually distinct, right? And the good is going to include for me things like giving candy to babies and helping old ladies across the street, and stopping murderers from committing murder and so on, right? Or stopping torturers from engaging in acts of torture and so on. And so this is going to be a common property across those actions or states of affairs, which I'm going to identify under a single rubric, right, which I'm going to say is the good property. I look at that action and I recognize this property, the good property, and that's conceptually distinct, this notion of the good property, from my conception of God, right? I have a conception that there could be a being that's a creator, and is omnipotent and omniscient, has these other properties. Okay. Now, what Craig wants to say is that the good and God are an a posteriori identity. So what that means is that in principle, through a posteriori means, I can discover after the fact, right, after I've acquired those concepts, I can discover after the fact that in fact they coincide. That it turns out that the good property coincides with God's nature. And so therefore I can draw the conclusion that the good is God's nature.
Yeah.
But I think the problem arises in that I can actually have a deviant conception of the good from somebody else, right? So I can say, well, I agree with you. I think, I see the good property as being a property of giving candy to babies. And I also see the good property as a property of helping old ladies across the street. And I also see a good property as being instantiated in stopping torturers from committing acts of torture. However, I see homosexual sex as having the good property, and you don't. Okay? Now, we have a disagreement then as to what constitutes the good. There's a large area of overlap, right? Now, let's say it turns out through a posteriori discovery that God, in God's nature, God's nature is inimical to homosexual sex. Well, I have a choice, right? I can either say my conception of the good doesn't correspond to God's nature, it just has a large area of overlap, or I can say, well, I need to revise my concept of the good such that it is in conformity to God's nature. But in fact, there's nothing to compel me to revise my conception of the good so that it is in conformity with God's nature, unless I already a priori have the idea that what the good is that which is constitutive of God's nature. So the problem is that Craig wants to say that it has normative force, that because the good is God's nature, we should bring our concept of the good in line with God's nature, right? But in fact, on his account, there's actually no normativity to the concept of the good, because he basically takes what I would consider to be a naturalistic view of the good. I don't know if you're familiar with the notion of moral naturalism or the naturalistic fallacy.
I'm aware of the naturalistic fallacy. I'm not sure what you mean by not moral naturalism.
Well, the idea is that there's a famous objection in metaethics that was developed by Moore, where people want to say that
is that the queerness objection or something?
No. That's Mackey's objection. This is the objection that the good cannot be defined in terms of some mere natural property, like pleasure or happiness or utility or something like that.
Okay.
And the reason is, the argument he gives is something known as the open question argument. He basically says, if somebody says, well, all the good means is pleasure, right? It's still a meaningful question to ask, is pleasure good? And because that's a meaningful question to ask, because it's actually an open question, that shows that pleasure can't actually be reduced to, the good can't actually be reduced to mere pleasure, right? There must be something over and above mere pleasure that makes it good, right? So yeah. I take the naturalistic fallacy to be a version of the is-ought distinction, of the is-ought fallacy, that you can't derive an ought from an is, right?
Okay.
And I actually think the Euthyphro dilemma is an example of this, right? The reason why God's commands do not possess authority by virtue of the mere fact that they are God's commands is because you can't derive an ought from a mere is, right? The fact that they are God's commands is a mere descriptive fact. It's not.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Saying it's not enough to get the ought. Yeah.
Exactly. And so what I'm saying is, so moral naturalism is the position in metaethics that moral properties are constituted by some fact which presumably they can be reduced to. I mean, that's a bit of an oversimplification because there is some version of moral naturalism that claim that they're irreducible. But let's leave that aside for the moment.
Okay.
The basic idea is that you can reduce an ought to a mere is and collapse the distinction between ought and is, right? But what I'm saying is that if you get rid of that distinction, you really get rid of the idea that there's any oughtness to the property, right? So in other words, it happens to be the case that goodness largely coincides with God's nature, right? That can be an a posteriori discoverable fact, that my notion of the good, my concept does largely overlap with with God's nature. But if it turns out that there's some aspect of my concept of the good which is at variance, right, with God's nature, then the question arises, should I bring my concept of the good in line with God's nature or not? Should I revise my concept of the good to be in line with God's nature, or should I conceptually detached, keep conceptually detached my notion of the good from God's nature, right? Should I say, well, you know what? It turns out, yeah, God and I agree with God's nature that, you know, giving candy to babies, you know, like I happen to be in line with God's nature on that point. I'm in line with God's nature on the point of helping old ladies across the street, et cetera, et cetera. But I just happen to have a concept of the good, which is, you know, out of line with God's nature with regard to the question of homosexual sex. So what I'm saying is that Craig's, and by extension Adam's account, and for that matter, any account of this kind, is ultimately a form of moral naturalism, where there's a kind of is-ought fallacy being drawn. That just because the concept of the good largely overlaps with God's nature, it doesn't follow that therefore my concept of the good, if it's in any way at variance with God's nature, should overlap 100% with God's nature. They do not, that Craig's account, and by extension Adam's account and so forth, doesn't have the resources to say, I should bring my concept of the good in lines with God's nature. Because in order to do that, they would have to appeal to a standard of good, which was not reducible to the mere descriptive fact, what Moore would call a natural fact. But obviously it's a bit misleading to say that God's nature is a natural fact. But by natural, Moore doesn't mean world of nature. Yeah, he just means non-normative, right? Yeah. So Craig would have to appeal to some non-natural, non-descriptive, normatively irreducible fact over and above God's nature to say the good should be brought in line with God's nature. And at that point, he would be taking the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma. That's sort of why I'm saying that the Craig Adams account, which I think ultimately can be traced back to Aquinas. I think Aquinas has a version of it. This attempt to evade the Euthyphro dilemma by identifying the good with God's nature in some way, even if it's an a posteriori identity. That strategy doesn't ultimately evade the fact that the Euthyphro dilemma reemerges at the level of God's nature. You know, when you move from divine commands to grounding the authority of God's commands in the divine nature, which is claimed to be essentially good, I'm claiming the Euthyphro dilemma reemerges at that level, and Craig's attempt to escape the dilemma by claiming that the identity is an a posteriori rather than an a priori identity, the good and God's nature are an a posteriori identity, ultimately doesn't evade the naturalistic fallacy objection, which is what the Euthyphro objection fundamentally is. You know, it's fundamentally saying, well, God's commands, the fact that it's God's commands doesn't show that they are good. We still have to ask the question, in virtue of what are God's commands good, right? So then if you say, well, the reason why God's commands are good is in virtue of the fact that God is essentially good. Again, that's a naturalistic fallacy unless the good turns out to be some further irreducible property which God's nature conforms to rather than defined or understood to be identical to God. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do. I had some comments. So
Sure.
Trying to put this all together. Okay, there were two main things with respect to the Craig. I think I would agree with you that he does. I think I can probably find you the web page in which he claims this. That he does identify. He does identify oughts with is. So he would say, he says something like what does he say? He says something like his problem isn't that that we can't ever derive an ought from an is, but that we have to do it in the right way.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's pure mystification. I think you can see why I would say that, because again, it just seems to me it's a meaningful question for me to ask. If I think homosexual is good, and if I think homosexual sex is good by my understanding of what the good concept is, right? And I then discover that it's identical to God's nature, well then clearly my conception of the good is at variance with God's nature.
Right.
I can revise my concept to bring it in line with it, and then understand homosexual not to be good, which understands to mean reason giving, right? But what reason would I have to revise my concept in that way, right? Unless there was some notion of the good to appeal to independently of God's nature, right? Which
right.
I would have to bring my concept in conformity to. That's essentially why I think Craig's response is a mystification. And I should add, by the way, that I think that if you collapse the is-ought distinction, this is a more complicated issue, which I'm happy to go into if you like, but it would take a little bit of time to explain. I think that if you collapse the is-ought distinction, you end up with problems that are far more fundamental even than the metaethical question, right? Because, of course, I'm saying that it makes your concept. What I'm saying on the metaethical level is, as I think should be clear, that if you actually take a reductionist view of the good of this kind, you know, what's called moral naturalism, but obviously it's not naturalism in the ordinary sense there, because I'm saying God's nature, identifying the good nature is a form of moral naturalism, even though God's nature is not generally understood to be a natural property. What I'm saying is moral naturalism ends up being an empty account of the good because it collapses the is-ought distinction, right? And I've sort of given, I think, at least partly a sketch of why I think that you're basically reducing the concept of good to a kind of vacuity if you collapse that distinction, right?
Sure.
But over and above that metaethical issue, if you collapse the is-ought distinction, I think you end up with problems that are even more devastating for whatever picture you happen to have. Because I think that the is-ought distinction in the preservation of a kind of, you know, idea of a naturalistic fallacy is absolutely essential to having a robust concept of intentionality, agency, and self-knowledge. So I think that self-knowledge, in any robust sense, is impossible without an is-ought distinction, that intentionality, robust intentionality, even the possibility of thought itself, is impossible on an is, if you get rid of the is-ought distinction, and agency. Any meaningful notion of agency is going to be. And actually, I'll add something further: personal identity. I don't think you can have a robust concept of personal identity without an is-ought distinction. Now, I would have to explain to you why, and we could go into that, you know, now or later or whenever you like. But I think that if you adopt this collapse, not only do you end up with an empty metaethical account, you end up with devastating consequences for the rest of your life. Yeah. So that's another reason. But if we want to stick to the metaethical level, we can do that, you know.
I think let's for now stick to the metaethical, although I would be quite interested in hearing hearing how you flesh that out, like how you unpack that, because that seems quite interesting to me.
I'd be happy to do that.
I was thinking, so I can't help but feel that when you talk about the scenario that the person finds them in, where they have a sense of the good that largely agrees with what they understand to be God's nature, but then they in some sense disagree, say like on homosexual sex, right? You were talking about that scenario in which this person has, and then they're like, well, why should I pick God's nature as the standard of good as opposed to something else.
Right.
Like, I can't help but feel that that's like a very sort of epistemological issue, right? I mean, like, on what basis do I determine this from that? But surely the divine command theorist is, and I speak about the divine command theorist in the third person term because I'm not actually so sure how happy I am with it. But just by the way, surely the divine command theorist is making like an ontological claim, like it's saying, look, God's nature is the paradigm of moral goodness. And, you know, if you disagree with me, I mean, you're wrong, but like...
No. Okay, but the problem is that I'm making a distinction between whether God's goodness is an analytic or a synthetic claim, right? So if it's an analytic claim, and you understand what I mean by that, that God...
I'm also wondering,
good just means God, right? Didn't
Klein sort of make this distinction irrelevant? Am I misunderstanding what happened there?
Well, that's a very complicated debate, but okay. I think Craig is presupposing the distinction, right? And my guess is that you probably would want to preserve a distinction of that kind, you know, given your other commitments, right? So let's leave aside the analytic synthetic debate for the time being because that's very complicated. Right?
Okay.
All I'm saying is, all I want to do, and you can tell me if you can be on board with this, is there are two ways to understand the claim that God is good. You could understand that to be essentially a tautology, a definitional claim. That's what I mean by an analytic claim.
Right.
That all that good means is God's nature. Or you could understand that to be a synthetic claim, which is to say the good doesn't mean God's nature doesn't mean the good, but there's an identity between those two things in the same way there's an identity between Clark Kent and Superman. Superman doesn't mean Clark Kent doesn't mean Superman, but it turns out that they coincide.
Yeah,
right?
That's the second one that I would go. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So what I'm saying is here's the dialectic, right? Divine command theorist says what the good is what God commands. Skeptic says, in virtue of what authority does God have in virtue of what does God's authority to issue these commands insist? In virtue of what moral authority does God's commanding this consist in? And the answer to the divine command theorist who makes the Craig Adams move is to say, well, in virtue of the essential goodness of God's nature, right? So then the question becomes, in what sense are we saying that God's nature is essentially good? Is that an analytic claim or a synthetic claim, right? So Craig's reply is, it's a synthetic claim. I'm not saying that God and the good are a conceptual identity. I'm saying they're conceptually distinct, but they a posteriori coincide, right? Okay, so then when you say that they a posteriori coincide, right, we then go back to the water H2O case, right? So let's look at the water H2O case and then go back to the God's nature and good case, right? Okay. Let's say that I have or maybe here's a clearer example. Let's use the fool's gold case, gold and fool's gold, right? So before atomic theory is developed, right, and before there's a robust notion of microstructure, there might not be any way to distinguish fool's gold from gold, right? So my conception of what gold is that it's just this shiny yellow stuff, you know, that I can make jewelry out of and so on, right? That's what I mean by gold. That's what my concept of gold consists in, right?
Yeah.
Now, you could eventually prove to me that there are further distinctions that I can draw, right? I can draw, it turns out that there's this thing called microstructure whereby I can distinguish these two things that I label gold as having different microstructures. Now, I could revise my concept of gold to refer to one of those two things, that which has atomic symbol AU, and then invent a new concept, which I'll call fool's gold, which has this different chemical composition, whatever it is. What is it? Iron pyrite? I can't remember. And then I would have I'd have a new concept, and I'd have a revised concept of gold, right? So I'd have a new concept, fool's gold, and a revised concept of gold.
Okay.
But in fact, you show me that there's a new that there's this microstructural distinction available doesn't compel me to revise my concept of gold. I can still say, well, this is still what I mean by gold. It just turns out that there are various distinctions you could draw, right? So, for instance, in the water case, right, maybe water does turn out to be H2O, but there are plenty of other distinctions I could draw in a sample of water, right? It turns out that some H2O molecules have left spin, let's say, and some H2O molecules have right spin, right?
Okay.
Well, if I wanted to make a new concept of right spin water and left spin water, I could revise my concept of water, but I don't really need to do that. This is just what I mean by water, right? So if we go back to the twin earth case of water, I don't know if you're familiar with the twin earth example. Yeah, the twin earth example is imagining another.
Yeah. It looks exactly the same.
It has a different.
Yeah.
Right, XYZ. We're imagining a chemical composition XYZ. Well, it looks like water. It runs in rivers. It's drinkable. It freezes at 32 degrees, right? It boils at 212 degrees, et cetera, et cetera. For all intents and purposes, it corresponds to my concept of water. It's just like the gold and fool's gold case. Now, somebody can say, well, it turns out that on this planet, it's not actually made out of the same stuff. It actually has a distinct microstructure. Well, again, if it's useful to me, I can adopt I can revise my concept to account for that distinction. But I don't need to, right? There's nothing that compels me to do so. I can acknowledge that there is a distinction that you could draw without saying that I need to revise my concept to take account of that distinction, right? So what I'm saying is, essentially, that in the water and in the gold case, there's no normative fact to appeal to compel me to revise my concept in accord with it. In other words, there's no ought. I ought to adopt a concept of fool's gold and revise my concept of gold so that it's restricted to the AU gold rather than to the iron pyrite gold or whatever fool's gold is. Right. If there's any ought there, it's merely going to be a practical ought, a prudential ought, a hypothetical imperative, right? A practical reason. It's going to be, well, it's more useful to have two concepts than to have them, right? There might be a prudential reason to revise my concepts, but there's no reason over and above the prudential reason to draw my conceptual map that way, right? That's what I'm saying is going on in the water and gold cases. There's no normative ought. There's merely prudential ought that I should revise my concepts in that way. So if we go back to the God and good case, you have the same problem, right? At best, you can appeal to a prudential reason to revise my concept of the good. Not say, oh, you know what, there's two concepts of the good, right? There's the good, there's the God's nature good, and there's the good, which is pretty close to the concept of God's nature, but it just draws the map slightly differently in that that homosexual sex is reason giving on this view, and that's distinct from the God's nature good concept where homosexual sex is not reason giving, right?
Right.
So you have two labels. In one label, the God's nature good refers to giving candy to babies, helping old ladies across the street, stopping acts of torture, and avoiding homosexual sex, right? Then there's the homosexual sex good, which is pretty much the same as the other concept of the good, except that homosexual sex is included in this concept as being something not to avoid, but something to perform. Well, okay, so I have two concepts available to me now. I've revised my conceptual map, right?
Yeah.
So my question is, which one should I take to be reason-giving, right? The ones that have the God's nature property, or the ones that have the homosexual sex property. Now, that should question is essentially equivalent to Moore's open question argument. It's basically saying, what standard am I appealing to over and above? Right? Because if I appeal internally to those standards, there's no way to settle the question. You're just going to be, one person is just going to be begging the question against the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So it seems to me that for it to be a robust claim that there is such a thing as the good, there has to be some further external standard that says you ought to bring your concept of the good as to what is genuinely reason-giving in line with the God's nature account of the good rather than the other, rather than the homosexual type of good. And that means you're going to be appealing to some property over and above the mere fact that it's God's nature to say that you ought to adopt this as your guide to life. You ought to adopt this concept as the reason guiding one. And so and what I'm saying is that the Craig Adams account doesn't have the resources to do that because it's getting rid of the is-ought gap, and therefore rendering the concept of good into a vacuous description.
Yeah.
Rather than a genuine normative.
You can't point to that additional normative thing that, because you're like sort of reducing what it means to be, yeah, okay.
Right. So I take that to be fatal to this move. Now we can, if you have objections, we can discuss that. But then, as I said, I would add that not only do you have this problem, you have all these other problems which are just going to be catastrophic because you're going to have to give up agency, self-knowledge, personal identity, and intentionality. And that's a lot. But you don't have to take my word for it. I can give a defense of that. But that's the other part, that I think is very interesting about this debate. Because it's never brought up in these discussions. Like plenty of people have attacked the Craig Adams view, and I'd recommend that you look at Wes Morrison. I don't know if you've looked at Wes Morrison's articles on this, on critiquing Craig's view. Are you familiar with Wes Morrison?
Yes.
The philosopher of religion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Wes Morrison, he's an interesting figure because he's a Christian actually, but I've never seen him give a positive argument for Christianity. It seems like he's devoted his entire career to attacking William Lane Craig, and occasionally William Lane Craig responds, but there's always a counter response by Morrison. And then, 15 years go by and there's just no counter response from Craig, So if you go to his webpage, there's 20 articles attacking William Lane Craig. Well, anyway, he's talked about Craig's view, in more than one article. I can give you one to start with if you want, just in case you're interested, that I think is a very good summary. And don't get me wrong, he's a moral realist, which I guess is not surprising if he's a Christian. Very few Christians are anti-realists. And I'm not a moral realist. But I do accept, I think you can use the Euthyphro argument even if you, it's a kind of internal critique. Even though I don't actually think there are properties of this kind, I think you can show that
I agree. Yeah.
the theist has to take the first horn of the dilemma. And you may be interested to know that prominent philosophers of religion do take the first horn of the dilemma. Plantinga and Swinburne do, for example.
What that they say
I
that
think is
the highest standard of good that God measures up to.
Yes, exactly. Now that I grant that that's a very unorthodox thing for them to do. Because I think somebody like Plantinga started out as a pretty orthodox Calvinist, but I think he eventually found that that this objection was ultimately one, that he had to concede, and so he ended up moving into what I think is fairly described as heterodoxy, at least by my lights, by conceding that the good has to be independent of God's nature for it to be a substantive concept. Now, I recommend, here's a link to one of the articles. I have more, but, I don't want to overwhelm you with links. Do you see it there in the chat?
Yeah.
I recommend reading that. I think that's a very good summary of the problems with the Craig view. Again, yeah, I think that this problem is fatal to the Craig move, and that you have to take the Swinburne Plantinga approach. But yeah, again, if you're not convinced by what I've said so far, we can debate it further, or if you want to think about it, that's fine too.
I sort of want to think about it, but I sort of want to raise something that I thought, but I don't know if I should rather just read and then see if it's even worth raising.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I think I'm sure that could be worthwhile.
I wouldn't put too much credit in my ability to do these things. I mean, but okay.
No, that's fine.
But anyway,
we're not judgmental here. We just want somebody to argue with. So you don't have.
You guys are judgmental.
You don't have
to be irritating to argue against someone who's not largely ignorant, but I mean, I feel like I'm capable of, thinking through the issues. It's just that I haven't.
That's fine. You don't have to be that. You don't have to be that fast on your feet. You don't have to be that fast on your feet. Just don't feel self-conscious about raising a question that you haven't fully had time to reflect on.
Okay, sure. Right. So I want to go back to right now you just said it. You were talking about you talking about the 20th example. So you had like water, and then the guy was at a situation where, there was X, Y, Z, which for all intents and purposes was the water was equivalent to the water he was talking about. And then there was H2O, and these things are basically the same thing. And then the question was, well, like, there was this question of like, which, ought he take as the water, right? And there wasn't really an answer to that question. Like, he was just like, well, who cares? Right? Is that sort of...
Well, I'm just saying that the answer is only going to be a prudential. There isn't some independent standard that he can appeal to. Obviously, he needs to recognize. Obviously, he's going to have prudential. Obviously, he's going to have to concede that there is the physical distinction, right? That I could draw the distinction that way. Because presumably there are physical laws that can be appealed to that will ground the distinction between X, Y, Z and H2O. So obviously, as long as he's a realist in some way about physical laws, then he's going to have to concede that you can draw a distinction of that kind that will in some way be principled. But the point is that you could also draw the distinction between left spin and right spin water, or whatever. In fact, there's an infinity of distinctions you could draw that would be real distinctions in the sense that you could apply them in a principled way. Yeah. The point, though, is why should he revise his concept to bring it in line with that specific concept of microstructure? Because remember, right spin and left spin is also a microstructural fact that distinguishes different samples, or could distinguish different samples. So the question is, why should he bring his concept in line with microstructure, such that it is at the level of chemical composition, like say at the level of molecular level or something?
Okay.
Now, it seems to me
so
that's going to be a purely prudential consideration.
Yeah.
That's all that I'm saying.
So now let's say the scenario was slightly different. Let's say he was, like me, he had a really basic understanding of the elemental table. And
right.
he claimed that water is H3O.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, someone, and he recognized that there were two senses in which we can use the word water, right? There's the one in which we talk about that, that the caveman could have understood, and there's the one in which we're talking about the molecular structure. But now he's talking about the molecular structure. So he's saying, no, the water that I'm talking about is H3O. And then someone shows him that no, it can't be H3O, it's H2O. You're wrong. Then he should, right? He knows a reason to change because he's been given some form of evidence, whatever would be compelling. He's been given some reason to think that he was wrong, and so then he moves, right? That's fair to say?
Yes. Okay, just to clarify. So
okay.
what I understand the example to be is not that he's defined water as H2O, because now, of course, it's defined that way, right?
Right. No. So not a definitional thing.
Before atomic theory, water was not defined in terms of H2O, right? It was just defined in terms of the other properties, that it's drinkable, it's potable, it freezes at 32 degrees, whatever. But then after you discover H2O, you now can look up in a dictionary what's water, and it'll say it's H2O, so now it's actually part of our concept, right? So I'm assuming that in the example you're giving, it's not that H3O, it's not that he's defined water as H3O, it's that he has an idea of what water is, and he thinks it's an a posteriori identity with H3O. He just happens to think, well, it turns out that what I've been calling water all along actually has the microstructure of H3O.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what the example you're giving, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
so in that case, I would grant that he's empirically mistaken, right? It's just like, because there he's making an empirical claim when he says he's not making a definitional claim, an analytic claim, when he says water is H3O. He's making a synthetic claim.
Right.
He's saying, this is what I understand water to be, and it turns out that what I understand water to be, if you actually analyze its microstructure, would turn out to be H3O, So if I can then show him, well, no, here's what you take to be water. Let's actually look at it under a microscope or whatever. It turns out it's H2O. Then he would say, oh, yeah, you've shown me that I was mistaken.
Right. And he was mistaken, prior to being shown, of course. Like, he was just wrong the whole time around, the whole time.
He was mistaken prior to being shown. Yeah, I grant that.
Yeah, okay. So now, it's sort of that scenario that I think, say, William Lane Craig sees as happening. Now, let me try and unpack that a little bit. So, there's this idea. So let's talk about moral value as distinct from moral duties, right? So does that distinction make sense? So something has moral worth. It has worth intrinsically. So we say, like, for example, life or compassion or mercy, they have intrinsic moral value.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
And that's prior to any duty. So life could be valuable it's valuable irrespective of whether we have the duty to preserve it or not. Okay, well, at least this is what on Craig's view it is, right? So the value itself is grounded in God's. So how valuable something is how well, I suppose, it measures up to God's nature. So that's what makes compassion and life and all these other things valuable. And so let's just assume, like, we're in the logically prior scenario, the logical moment where God hasn't issued any commands, right? So we're not concerned about duties.
Okay.
We're just concerned about the value.
Okay, but I think you're going to come up against the same problem, right?
Right. So let me just say this, and then you can tell me if it does or doesn't. So I'm just going to
go ahead.
explain. I'm seeing it, or at least in the moment I'm seeing it in some weird and confused way. It's to say something like, we have this idea, okay, this concept of moral value. Something has moral worth, but we're not sure which things are. Let's say certain things are morally valuable or not. So let's say, for example, that life is morally valuable, and so is compassion. But let's just go with life. And so it's good to preserve life. It's not a duty. There's no ought there. There's no normative fact. It's just, it is good to preserve life. There's something good about it.
Wait. I don't understand that actually.
Okay, sure.
Because I take it to be constitutive of the concept of good, that it's reason. That good things, one has a reason to do good things. So if you're understanding good in a way that's detachable from the idea of there being a reason to do it, then I think you must be. I think then you're using a very idiosyncratic concept of the good there.
I would agree. So I think, I would agree that you have reason. Say life is valuable, then you have intrinsically valuable. Then you have reason to preserve life, because that value is the reason. The appreciation of that value is the reason to preserve the life. Then is that not?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't follow that. Can you just repeat that? I think maybe I just blanked out for a second. Just say exactly what you said again.
Okay, so we take life to be intrinsically valuable, and then preserving life is good. Yeah. In that the reason for preserving life is the value of life itself.
But it doesn't seem like those two things are detachable, right? I mean, basically, to say something is valuable,
right?
Is to say that it's good, right? Okay. And to say that something is good is to say that it's valuable in some sense, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm using good and valuable almost interchangeably, because of my grammatical structure of the sentence. Yeah. But good is not the same as. So I tend to distinguish between good and like value and duty. So like good isn't the same as right. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes the right thing to do is a bad thing. For example, preserving life is always good, but murder might sometimes be the right thing to do.
Right, I understand. So in other words, it's giving a child a shot causes pain to the child. You know, getting a child vaccinated causes pain to the child, and the pain is intrinsically bad. Nonetheless, there's reason to do it because of some further good. Right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So it seems to me that what we have is like, what I think Craig is getting at is not so much like a sort of a way for a person, like it's not from the perspective of the person trying to make sense of good or bad, or like trying to align their concept with reality in some way. It's more like God's nature is the standard of goodness or standard of moral value, same thing as we've just discussed now. And we like fallibly perceive the value in certain things. So, for example, we might think it's good to lie, whereas honesty is actually the valuable thing. So there's no actual intrinsic value in lying. It's a privation from the goodness of honesty.
Okay, but you see, the problem is that you're gonna have to cash out what good means there, because it could mean what good or valuable means there, because it could mean one of two things. You could mean something like, what will provide us with satisfaction, in the end, right? Like, so for example, I have a choice between, let's say I'm sadistic, right?
Okay, yeah.
Let's say I have sadistic desire. And so I have a choice between acting on those sadistic desires or not, right? Now, it could be that if I could live both kinds of life and compare them, right? One life in which I indulged my sadistic desires and the one where I didn't, that I would discover something like greater happiness, greater satisfaction, in actually resisting those desires.
Okay.
And therefore, if I could sort of choose to live my life over again, I might, given the ability to compare the two, I would always choose to choose the life where I resisted those desires because it had greater rewards. So in that sense, I can actually be mistaken about what the good is, right? Because I can think this is what makes me happy, but be wrong about what really makes me happy.
Right.
So you could understand good that way, right? But that, it seems to me, is going to be essentially a type of prudential good, right? And in fact, don't get me wrong, there's a distinguished, well, I do think that that's basically what the Thomistic view amounts to, and,
okay, we're going to get to the Thomistic view in a second, because I'm going to bring that up as an alternative to divine command theory.
Okay, fine. But I'm just saying that the other thing is, I'm just saying that the alternative is that when you say things are intrinsically good or intrinsically valuable, you mean something over and above this kind of thing that I'm imagining, right? This idea of satisfaction or happiness, this set of facts such that if you could live your life over again, you would always choose the one over the other because of the rewards, the internal rewards.
I would say that it's the extrinsic value, so value in order to achieve something else. So it's good in order to achieve something else. So I would call that extrinsic value, whereas intrinsic value would be something that is like end in itself, the thing to which we seek because it is intrinsically valuable. It's not value by virtue of enabling us to get something else.
Well, no. See, there's a problem there.
Okay.
Because when you say because, it's the thing that we seek because it's intrinsically value. You see, you have to distinguish between whether you're making a dispositional claim or a normative claim there. That's ultimately where the problem lies. See, we seek it because we are the kind of creatures that are constructed in such a way that we happen to move in that direction, right? That's the dispositional claim, right? It's in other words saying I have a causal tendency to pursue things of that kind, right? What I'm saying is that that's conceptually distinct, that characterization is conceptually distinct from the idea that I ought to seek it.
So he's saying like if you
even if
X and then Y is a means to X, that X is going to be intrinsically valuable and then Y is going to be extrinsically valuable or something.
Yeah, well, I'm saying so something is extrinsically valuable if it's valuable only in virtue of being a means to something else. Whereas something is intrinsically valuable if it's not like it's valuable as an end to itself, as an end itself. So like money is extrinsically valuable because it's only valuable insofar as I can buy things with it. But there might be for me, like if we're just talking about subjective value, there might be intrinsic value in me having a statue of my father because just because I like to look at him or something. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Right, but when you say intrinsic value, the point is that you want to say that intrinsic value is something which ultimately is irreducible to, is ultimately itself never not relativized to any further aim or desire, right?
Not relativized to any further aim or desire.
In other words, let's say the money helps you buy the statue. So the money is intrinsically valuable, but the is extrinsically valuable, but the possession of the statue is intrinsically valuable, right?
Yeah.
Can I ask the further question, why is it good to have the statue? Is it intrinsic? Is there an intrinsic, in other words, is there a way in which possessing the statue is itself valuable for some further reason, or does it stop there? Do I then say, no, it's just an end in itself to have the statue?
Well, in that case, it depends. I mean,
it's a categorical imperative to get the statue.
Yeah.
I think he's saying that, though.
Okay.
Or, I don't know. Maybe you are.
Okay, how about we put it like this? So, I mean, yes, I'm going to just use the same example, but take it a bit further. So, there's intrinsic subjective value. Okay, well, I'm not going to put the subjective. There's intrinsic value in remembering my dad after he died, just because I like remembering him for who he was. Okay. There's extrinsic value in having the statue of my dad because it enables me to remember him better. And there's extrinsic value in the money that enabled me to buy the statue because it enabled me to get something else. But there's nothing further in remembering my dad for which that is valuable for. It's just that is the end in itself that I seek.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So I think intrinsic value is still relativized on Roland's view. So I don't think he means.
Yeah, that still seems to what you're calling intrinsic value still seems to be prudential in some sense. It's just a basic desire that I have, and so what helps me realize. Yeah, so what helps me realize it is instrumentally valuable towards the realization of that aim. And therefore, what I'm calling instrumentally valuable, you're calling extrinsically valuable.
Yeah. But now, I think what Craig and Adams and everyone else who goes along this sort of essentialist view is saying that, that's interesting. Yeah, that, for example, life is intrinsically valuable but not relativized to any person.
Well, again, what does intrinsic value mean there, right?
Yeah.
It either means that there's an aim. It either means that there's an aim to do it, which...
Maybe we should do the XY now. It seems like a good time. I don't know.
What?
Well, no, I don't think we need to bring in that right at the moment.
What?
No, there's an argument that Vic is alluding to, which is another way of sort of analyzing this. But I don't think we have to talk about that yet. So life is valuable in itself. Well, again, so you want to say it's not merely valuable because some agent happens to value it, right? It's valuable independently of the aims and desires of any agent. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Or that's what Craig and Adams would say.
But
in fact, I would say that too.
Right,
yeah.
but then what you're right. So it seems to me then what you're talking about is what I was earlier calling an external normative reason or a categorical imperative or a categorical norm or a categorical value.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
In other words.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we ask the question, right? This is where the open question argument comes in.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it valuable? Is it valuable because it happens to coincide with God's nature, or is it valuable because it is something that's in conformity to some norm that's independent of God's nature? Right.
Yeah. Okay. That would be the first one then. Would be what Craig and Adams go with.
Right. Or well, I guess I should have put it in the other order because then I can say the first horn and the second horn. Let's put it in the other order. Right?
Okay.
Is it valuable because Because I want to be able to say the second horn of the Euthyphro dilemma in a consistent way.
Yeah,
right.
I got you.
So if they take the second horn, right, then it just seems to me that you're not really saying anything more than it happens to coincide with God's nature. In other words, because it's really not any different of a claim than the claim that God is good, right? So as I said, the claim that God is good can either be an analytic claim or a synthetic claim. They deny that it's an analytic claim, and so they say it's a synthetic a priori identity. But at that point, they're basically acknowledging that the good and God are conceptually distinct. And so if the good and God are conceptually distinct, we then have the dilemma where if my concept of the good is at variance with my concept of God, that I don't have some external reason to appeal to, right? To settle the question as to how I should revise my concept, or whether I should revise my concept or not.
No, definitely.
Now the problem here,
I'm more than happy
right?
to
So
say.
the problem here,
Yeah.
right. So the problem here is, let's say my concept of the good is what I take to be intrinsically valuable, right? And that is equivalent to saying it's reason giving, right? So again, what I'm saying is that homosexual sex on my concept might be reason giving, might be what I take to be intrinsically good. So the question is, what fact of the matter are you appealing to say, no, it isn't really intrinsically good? You can either say, well, there's a definitional identity between intrinsic goodness and God's nature, in which case then I think you would concede that the claim that God is good becomes a mere tautology, which is what Craig and Adams want to resist. Or there's some external standard as to what settles the question as to what counts as something intrinsically valuable, in which case it's going to be a merely contingent fact that God happens to be in line with that standard, right?
Anyway, are we not? Hang on. So to use the sense reference distinction, which I think is a pretty bold move for me since I've just recently learned about it. But
yeah.
Why can't we, like? Do you think Craig and Adams are against saying that God and the good are two senses of the same referent, which is God's nature? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, just so we can say, just like when you were talking about Clark Kent and Superman, like, if I think Superman has, I don't know, a tattoo on his, somewhere we haven't seen it, on his left pec or whatever, and I've never seen Superman naked or something, but I know Clark Kent doesn't. You know, like, there's a sense in which I can be wrong about the fact that Superman has a tattoo on his on his pec, right? If this is a weird, let's think of a different one. Okay.
Right. What I'm saying is that, well, I think they're caught in a bind, because I think on the one hand they want to appeal to the sense reference distinction in order to avoid the open question argument against the claim that God is good, right? Because if God is good as an analytic identity, it clearly becomes a tautology to say that God is good, and that's generally conceded to be an empty thing to say, right?
Yeah.
It's just empty to say. Okay, so they want to avoid that. So they want to appeal to the sense reference distinction.
Okay.
And say God is good is an a posteriori identity. The problem is that once they adopt a sense reference distinction, they get into trouble by trying to say that the a posteriori identity is a necessary one, because that's essentially a kind of normative claim. And the sense reference distinction is ultimately a distinction which basically is is basically understands meaning to be something that's non-normative, right? So in other words,
hang on. So I think I'm getting what you're saying here. So, like for example, if we take the Superman Clark Kent thing, like in this world, it happens to be that Superman is Clark Kent, but because we're talking about two different senses, it's possible for them to be different.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Now, what Kripke wants to deny is that they can be different. Right? He wants to say in all possible worlds, Clark Kent is.
Okay. I hadn't realized that was the problem. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. As soon as then Kripke wants to sort of be able to say, in some sense, that the senses are inherently linked, and so he introduces, say, a metaphysical necessity, and then he claims on that grounds that they're the same, even though they're different senses.
Exactly. That's the problem. So you can't. I think what Craig and Adams, and for that matter Kripke, have never been able to solve. And in fact, Kripke wrote a famous paper on it. Kripke has been. One thing I'll say about Kripke, because I'm taking a very strong view against Kripke's position here. You know, I think it's absolutely 100% wrong. But one thing I'll say in favor of Kripke is that he recognizes the problem. He wrote a famous paper called A Puzzle About Belief. And if you're interested in reading the paper, I probably can give you a copy. Yeah, I'll look for it in a second. Or if you have it, Vic, do you have it, or have you not gotten around to getting it? I guess you have no way of getting it because you don't have library access. Well, I'll upload it in a minute or two. Oh, you found it? Is that it? Is that Did somebody click on that link? Because I have no internet. That's it. That's the puzzle about sleep. Okay, so there it is. So anyway, one thing I will say about Kripke is that he clearly recognizes the problem, because he wrote this paper in which he says, yeah, this is a really big problem for the view. And as I understand it, I mean, I can't even remember whether I ever finished the paper, but I think from what I understand that as I understand it, he's pretty forthright in conceding that he doesn't have an answer, you know. So he recognizes the problem. But essentially what I'm saying is that what Craig and Adams have is a real problem. What the real problem is, on the one hand, they want to appeal to the sense reference distinction in order to avoid the open question argument. Yeah, in order to avoid the objection that if God is good is an analytic identity, then God's goodness becomes an empty proposition. But then they want to appeal to the Kripkean causal theory of reference and, you know, all this Kripkean baggage of metaphysical necessities and metaphysical identities in order to defend the synthetic identity, but that's actually in tension with the sense reference distinction. Because the sense reference distinction ultimately is one which contradicts the causal theory of reference. You know, the semantic externalist account of meaning. So they're sort of trying to marry two conceptually incompatible pictures of, you know, the way in which meaning works or reference works, and the two you can't actually have both at the same time, and so they end up with a kind of incoherent view. That's what I'm contending.
When you say the causal theory of reference, is that the one that Kripke he developed, right?
Yeah, that's what allows Kripke to say. It's because Kripke adopts the causal theory of reference that he can say that Superman is Clark Kent in every possible world. And then water is H2O in every possible.
That gives us metaphysical possibility and necessity, or it gives that something.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, write that down.
And if you want to see a good critique of the whole position along the lines that I'm sketching,
okay,
and give you a link to another paper that critiques the Kripkean view of meaning along these lines. hold on one second. It's and in fact, here's some other ones. This is not the main one, although these are very enjoyable to read. You know, if you feel like having a bunch, these are fun.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I needed work and stuff, so.
Okay, good. But the one that I think is closest to the one that I think is closest to the account that I'm sketching is this paper by Bilgrami. Vic, do you have that link?
Yeah, I have it. The one about how meaning intentions are degenerate?
Yeah, meaning intentions are degenerate. Yeah.
I don't have the link. I have the document or the PDF.
Oh, you have the paper. Can you download Roland? Because Vic uploaded the actual paper. I can link you to it if it's hard for you to download for some reason on Skype. But if you just click the accept button.
Yeah, I think I'm downloading it. Yeah, I'm downloading it now. Yeah.
Okay. So you'll just be downloading it then. Yeah. And just to answer Justin's question.
Yeah.
He
Never mind.
He wants to say that the claim that God is good is not an analytic claim. That we essentially, I think he wants to say it's an a posteriori identity, similar to the claim that water is H2O. You know, we discover that water is H2O. You know, before we define water in terms of H2O, before we have the concept of atomic microstructure or molecular microstructure, we just discover as an empirical fact that what we take to be water is in fact composed of H2O. And that's what Kripke calls a synthetic a posteriori identity. And so Craig wants to say that the relation between the good and God's nature is of that kind. It's not an analytic identity. It's a necessary a posteriori identity. We discover that our concept of good in empirical fact is equivalent to God's nature. The God nature is actually constitutive of what we take to be the good as an empirical fact. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, I think the basic problem is that
Whoa, let me see if
I think that yeah, you answer. Give me, and I'm going to be right back. Why don't you just talk for a minute because I just need to get some water. I'll be right back.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me hear what Jack said. What Jack said before he said he'll be right back. What did he say?
Oh, what I said was that Craig wants to resist the claim that God is the good.
Oh, just by making it an identity?
Yeah, he wants to make that a synthetic rather than an analytic claim. So he wants to say that it's a necessary a posteriori identity that God is the good, in the same way that Kripke says that water is H2O is a necessary a posteriori identity.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. So, Roland, why don't you try to explain what my objection is to Justin? I'll be right back.
Sorry, Justin, if I fail. Right, so what do we have so far at this point? We have that the statement God is good is non-tautologist, which means that there's two senses. There's a sense in which we talk about the good, and there's a sense in which we talk about God's nature. And we want to keep these senses different, and what Craig and Adams want to do is say, okay, well, there's two different senses of the same referent. Referent? Yeah, that's right. But now the problem that they have is they also want to make these things almost conceptually the same thing. So they want to say that it cannot be any other way that God's nature and the good are different. So God's nature must always be the thing of the good. But if they have two senses, then it seems that the connection between the two, or the identity between the two, seems inherently contingent, because they could be two different things. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah.
Vic, what do you mean by intentions in that statement?
Well, okay, so an intention is basically a function across possible worlds, or you can understand it as if you substitute co-referring terms in an intentional context, you fail to preserve truth value.
Whoa. Okay.
Hold on. Let me see something.
So, Roland, we haven't really spoken before. What are your other positions other
Me?
than libertarian free will? Yeah.
I'm a theist, Christian theist. I don't know what else you want to know. I can't. So when it comes to this stuff,
just give me one more minute. But I want to say I heard what you said, and I think that's a fair characterization of my objection.
Wait,
I'll be right back.
Okay, can you repeat that, Roland? But okay, so an intention, you can think of an intention.
I said that today is a fair characterization of my objection.
I don't know, but what was Roland's characterization?
I was saying that. So we start with the idea that Craig and Adams don't want the claim God is good to be tautologous. So there must be two different senses of the same thing, because they want them to be. He wants them to be identified. Craig wants them to be identified.
Okay.
But then the problem is, once we have two different senses of the same thing, then that these senses coincide seems contingent. Just because they have completely different meanings, so they could be different things. And so now we have this problem but Craig and Adams want to preserve this idea that God's nature is necessarily the good, and so they have this problem where they want to distinguish from the senses, which makes it inherently contingent, but they want it to be inherently necessary and non-tautologous, and so they have this kind of problem that they're getting into.
Right.
I guess my confusion about that a posteriori necessity is that how are they making God good, or God and the good distinct, while saying they're coextensive? What stops it from just being the same and being tautologous?
Well, for references like that, wouldn't you have to do some sort of empirical investigation to see what you think calling good coincides with the reference? If you wanted to know if Clark Kent is Superman, you would have to observe something to discover that Clark Kent is Superman.
Right, yeah. They do that, but what stops them from actually still, upon investigation, you being sure the metaphysical claim that they're not actually the same exact thing?
I don't know what you're asking.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean.
What are you saying, Justin?
I guess what I'm confused about is the idea that they want to avoid. What now?
I was just saying that you see what we're contending. There's sort of two. The opposition is around the idea: could Superman and Clark Kent could those actually not be identities in some possible world, right? So the view that I'm defending is there's no logical objection, right? As long as Superman is not defined in terms of Clark Kent, as long as those are independently defined, they don't have to coincide in every possible world, right? But Kripke wants to contend that they must coincide in every possible world, even though it's not a conceptual identity.
Right, he wants to hold that rigid designator after they've been baptized or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
I actually did understand what Justin was asking that time.
Oh, okay.
Bizarre.
Wait, when did you understand him? When Hal said he didn't understand, or?
Yeah.
Oh, really? What was he asking?
Well, I was going to give the same answer as Jack, but probably not as well.
Oh, okay.
That quote you just quoted from Morrison, where is that from?
I think that might be from the paper
That you linked. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I linked. Yeah. There's another Morrison paper on the subject, but I mean, look, we have tons of stuff we can give you to read, so unless you really want me to give you everything, I can hold back until you're ready.
You should go to Vic.
You know,
he has them all organized into folders.
Awesome.
No, they're all in one folder. They're all in one folder. He just has several folders that have names.
Almost everything now.
Oh, he actually. Yeah, well, the thing you have to know, Roland, you may not know this, is that Vic is only 16 years old, and 16. He's the unusual 16. Yeah, Vic is only 16 years old, and he's the unusual 16-year-old who spends all day on the internet, who until a couple of weeks ago never knew about how to make new folders on his computer.
Awesome.
So this is a source of considerable amusement for the rest of us in this group. That Vic only recently learned how to
him for this on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Ridicule is very important.
So, hey, I have another question after thinking about it for a second. So if we say that the difference that they're trying to preserve right now is that to avoid being an analytic identity, they want to say that the one Craig, the good we discover is the synthetic, right? And I understand that the approaches are different and that one's not defined in its own terms, right? The synthetic is actually discovered out in the world. But does that still mean that metaphysically they don't ultimately refer to the exact same thing? Like, I don't see how the sense reference distinction stops them from possibly still being a tautology. Like, we may not have the knowledge, the epistemology to say that. Could it
I
still
think
be the
my understanding is... Okay. My understanding is that the sense reference distinction sort of makes the idea of metaphysical possibility superfluous. And like almost empty.
Yeah, I think.
And so once
exactly.
you have that, which now, so it's fine if Craig and Adams and Kripke want to deny the sense reference, deny it, but then they can't get away from the tautology. So once they accept it, they can't now appeal to sort of metaphysical necessity,
I see.
which is the sort of identity that they need between God and, for this identity between God and the good.
Right, I got you now. Okay, that makes more sense. It just abolishes that leap to the metaphysical claim.
Exactly, yeah.
I got it now. Okay.
I think Roland is our best find in months. Roland, I have to commend you at being such a terrific interlocutor who, I mean, whether you agree or not, the fact that you can even understand what we're arguing is it's such a great thing for us. I really have to express my gratitude. No, it's not necessarily because it's so hard to understand what we're saying. It's just that we're used to having a lot more difficulty getting our ideas across to people, and I have to say you're just really terrific.
Thank you. Just hold on, guys. Sorry, I'll be back now.
Sure. Don't you guys agree?
I haven't heard him much, but...
Oh, you haven't heard?
No, today's the first time that I've ever heard him speaking. But, yeah, he seems...
I think he started to understand the problem with the libertarian stuff as well after he left, because...
Yeah, after the libertarian stuff.
That seems to take longer. But this he actually seems to be part.
No, but we were talking about this for a while now.
What?
But, you know, the thing is that I think one of the things to find useful about these discussions is that I often figure out what the better way to get to the heart of the objection is in the course of a few attempts that fail. So like today, once I figured out that the way to pose the question is to say, why do the B over A reasons prevail over the A over B reasons in this world? Once you pose it that way, it's actually a lot clearer than the way I had originally gone about trying to, articulate the objection. So I sort of learned now that's probably what I should go to first, So next time I have this discussion.
See,
but if I had done that,
I actually don't mention reasons at all.
Oh, I also recorded today, so it was pretty clarifying.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. So,
do you think
I think that
discuss reasons, Jeff?
Well, it's necessary for the kind of account that Roland was invoking, because Pruss, he's basically using Pruss's account of libertarian free will, and it's essential to Pruss's account that he understands, because the response that he gives, the Pruss gives to this type of objection is to say there's a distinction between contrastive explanation and what's the other type? I can't even remember, but he brings up this special type of explanation, which is contrastive explanation, and that's understood in terms of reasons, that you can have reasons to do A and reasons to do B, and reasons to do A over B and reasons to do B over A, and it's that set of reasons. It's the relevant set of reasons which explain the action in terms of, because if they think there's a big difference between reasons explanation and ordinary causal explanation, which is not a view that I necessarily reject. I think you probably could say there's a big difference, because that's Bill Gromy's account is an account which thinks there's a big difference between reasons explanation and ordinary causal explanation. So that's why it's important to bring in the reasons, because they think that's the relative they think the reason or the relevant property that distinguishes the agent from the lump of uranium. That you just don't account for the uranium's activity by appealing to uranium's reasons for emitting a particle or not, which you do in the case of the human agent. But of course, I agree with you. The objection in the uranium case is ultimately the same in
I think he stepped away.
Agent case. Oh, he stepped away? Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, so Vic, you get the star of the day for finding Roland. That'll give you points, because Aurora's always ready to take away your privileges. He's always looking for an excuse. So next time he attacks you for adding some, who's the worst? I guess, well, you never added Curtis. Who's the worst, Vic?
I forgot. I think his name was Keezy or Kizzle, something like that.
Oh, I don't even remember who that is.
Jack, the thing in Capital about the relative value and the equivalent value, that's part of the explanation of the origin of money and also how money is a commodity.
Right, because he thinks that once markets evolve up to a certain point, that there needs to be a universal equivalent, and that gold has to be that universal equivalent. That's more or less the argument, right?
Right, and he says that like the fact that we represent stuff as numbers as far as money, like gives people a false impression that money is just like some sort of symbol for something.
Right, when in fact it's merely an expression of value.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
So, Tyler, is Tyler also a Christian?
Yeah, he's a Christian.
Okay.
Several, we have a few Thomists in the group. Although I guess Tyler is the only one that's been turning up lately. And we have some Christians of other stripes, I guess. But Tyler is probably the main Thomist that participates. Because we got some other people from the same group that I think Vic found you in, and they talked to us for a while, and I think some of them are still technically here, but they just never seem to join the discussions anymore.
Oh, did you guys ever meet Matthew Sue? Did he ever join?
Oh, no, he never joined.
Yeah, I asked him, but he never joined.
Ah, he's quite cool. I like him.
But you should tell him if you join talking with us, you should encourage him to join, because he has an open invitation. He's never accepted, but maybe if somebody was more in his camp,
right,
recommended it, he would. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, I had a long debate with him on moral realism in another Facebook group.
Oh, okay.
And on metaphysical necessity. Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, because he's the one who introduced me to the natural law theory, which is the one I wanted to talk about next, but we don't have to talk about it now, but at some point.
We can talk about it now.
Well, when they're
quite different.
Yeah, we can talk about it now.
Okay. I'm not exactly defending it because I haven't really thought much about the difference. Not the differences. I mean, I have thought about the differences with the sort of merits between the two. I'm still sort of making sense of it all, really.
Right.
But natural law theory, I actually imagine, as you were explaining in your original distinction between, what were they called? I can't remember the two things you said. They were like two hypothetical imperatives. There was one that's like based on your reasons and based on your desires and aims, and then institutional.
Yeah. Institutional norms versus hypothetical norms.
That's it. Okay.
Although there are many synonyms for hypothetical norms. Sometimes they're called practical reasons or prudential norms or instrumental reasons.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It struck me that internal normative reasons. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure what natural law theory actually fell under. But anyway, the way I understand it is that you have these ideas, it sort of reduces moral ought to another kind of ought, so that there's only sort of one normative collection of normative things, I guess. If I could explain this properly, it would be great. So, for example, when we think about a heart, right? We can think about a good heart as a heart that functions properly. So a good heart ought, pump blood in a certain way and have a certain configuration inside of it and all these kind of things, right? That makes sense?
That's right, yeah.
Or we could think of a care ought to do certain things. And then what I understand the natural law theory to be saying is that, there's a sense of there's like an essence or form of a human being, and what makes a good human being involves a bunch of oughts as well, like with all these other things. A properly functioning human being has a certain amount of oughts attached to it, and it's these oughts that constitute what we usually call moral obligations. So when you say you ought love, it's that's part of a properly functioning human being. Is that human beings love their neighbors? That's what a properly functioning human being is. And I was wondering how that would fit in with your distinction with your categories that you've mentioned so far. Does that fit one of them, or?
Right. Well, see, so I think that the way to define a hypothetical imperative would be to use an example like a knife, right? So, what makes a knife a good knife? Well, it's good for cutting meat, say, right? So that's the function of a knife. And if a knife fails to cut well, then it ceases to be a good knife, right?
Right.
So the word good there is understood as a hypothetical good or a prudential good or whatever, an instrumental good. But of course, that good is always going to be relativized to an aim, my aim of cutting meat, right?
Which is essential to the knife itself, right?
I'm sorry?
That aim, that aim would be essential to the knife, right? I mean, that's sort of the concept of a knife is one that's used for cutting, right? It's a utensil used for cutting, and so.
Exactly.
Right. I mean,
but you could
it's
imagine
like the essence of what a knife is.
Yeah, but you could imagine, right, that I could use a knife for other purposes. I could use it as a paperweight.
Right.
Now, it wouldn't be fulfilling the function it was designed for, right?
Right.
Because so I'm imagining that the knife is a designed object, and so I'm taking its function and its essential function, if we're going to use that term. I'm taking that what grounds its essential function is the purpose for which it was designed, and so that is to presume a designer. Right? So I think the idea behind natural law theory is, well, there's sort of three options, right? It seems to me, three basic options.
Okay.
On the one hand, we can understand function, essential function in terms of God's intentions, God's design purposes. So God designed human beings for this purpose, or designed any other entity that exists for a specific purpose that God has in mind. So that would be to give the functionality its essence in virtue of God's intentions as a designer. So the other alternative is to say, one of the other alternatives is to say that there are norms that transcend God, right? That's essentially to take the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma, which I don't think is the Thomistic view, but which I'm just saying is an option.
What was that
theoretical option? To take the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma and to say that there are norms of the good that are independent of the aims and intentions of any agent, including God. And God can be in conformity with those, and presumably, by hypothesis, is in conformity with those if you take the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma. Right? God has purposes, but his purposes are good because God conforms to the standard of the good that's external to God.
Yeah.
And so therefore essential function could ultimately be grounded in something that's in some way transcendent to God's purpose, in that God's purposes are themselves grounded in a notion of the good which transcends God. Right? So that would be your second theoretical option. Although I take it that's not the Thomistic, that's not the standard Thomistic account. Right?
Yeah, right.
But it seems to me if you were moved by the kinds of objections that I was raising against an internalized conception of the good to God's nature, then if you were moved by those objections, you might want to move to this second account and take the first one of the Euthyphro dilemma, and then understand purposes and functions as grounded in God's intentions, but God's intentions grounded in a notion of the good, which is all God. Now, the third option, it seems to me, which is a more classically Aristotelian rather than Thomistic notion, is to have a notion of function grounded in teleology, where teleology can be distinguished from intention. Right?
Yeah.
So the idea is that you can have teleological causation without actually having mind or agent.
Okay.
So the basic idea would be something like, there's some sort of teleological facts in the universe which, in a sense, directionally, is a kind of directional tendency that is imposed on the universe, such that things will tend to move in that direction.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and you don't need a mind for that to be the case. So that's one way of cashing out the notion of Aristotelian final cause. But that probably is in conformity with Aristotle. I mean, I guess Aristotle does talk about a prime mover somewhere, but or something like that. Maybe Randion can correct me, but I think there is a God in Aristotle, but it's not clear. I think that we have to understand all final causation in terms of God's intentions. That it may just be that it's in the nature of things that they tend to move in this direction. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
But I think Thomas wants to understand final cause as ultimately being grounded in God's intention. So he's going to have an intentional concept of telos, or
yeah,
final
I think
cause.
like his fifth way was like that. He kind of took the Aristotelian idea of final causality and was like, yeah, these things are moving towards an end, but ends can only be given by agents, therefore these things are moving from an agent, sort of thing. I think that was what Thomas did when he took on Aristotle's stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So now if we go with the first option, which is to understand natural law as grounded in God's purposes, then we have the same problem that I've developed around the idea of the naturalistic fallacy, right? Because it really is just a derivation of the idea that I can use the knife as a paperweight, right? It may be true that the knife was designed by its designer to cut meat, but it's useful as a paperweight. I could use it that way, right? So in a sense, there's a kind of, the knife, in a certain sense, doesn't really have any essential properties. It doesn't really have an essential function. I mean, in one technical sense, it has an essential function in that it was created for that purpose, but there's no normative bar preventing me from using the knife for other things, right? So if it can function perfectly well as a paperweight. So the idea then is that, it's just to draw attention to the idea that functions are ultimately relativized to aims, and aims can vary from agent to agent, right? So then the question becomes, in what sense is there actually a function to life such that, or let's say to a heart, right? So God, here's Tyler. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I don't know if Tyler's going to join the call or not, but if he joins the call, you certainly should take the opportunity to talk with him and get the full Tyler experience. But I'll just keep going for the time. The idea then is that, let's say God designs the heart in order to pump blood, right? Okay, so let me just tell Tyler that we have a Thomist here, just so he knows what he's missing.
Oh, I'm not a Thomist. Let's just be very clear about that.
But it's okay. I don't mind actually misleading Tyler, since I'm a moral anti-realist. I'm just amused. I get amused that he's going to feel. Yeah, see that's what I wanted to get was Pavlovian effect. See, look, it worked. It worked.
Play.
That's fantastic. Okay, so we might want to pick up the rest of this, Roland, after Tyler goes, because I think you should have the opportunity to talk to Tyler a little bit, because he might not be here for very long. So Tyler, can you hear? Do you have sound? Do you have a mic? Tyler has a lot of computer problems for some reason. Yeah, there's the hold on. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll keep going until Tyler, just speak as soon as you have sound, and we'll tell you whether we can hear you. Yeah, so I'll just keep going. Right. So the idea is, let's say God designed the heart in order to pump blood, right? It just seems to me that, the problem with natural law is, again, when it's construed on that account, is that no, we can't hear you.
You really can't hear me?
The problem with, oh, there you are. Okay. All right. So Roland, let me stop there and I'll remember exactly where we left off, and let me just introduce you to Tyler.
Hi, Tyler.
Tyler.
Hey, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
I want to hear what Jack was about to introduce me as. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, Tyler is a Quebecois Thomist. He's an atheological non-cognitivist and a theological non-cognitivist, though he rejects the view that he is a theological non-cognitivist. But by virtue of subscribing to the doctrine of divine simplicity, he is unwittingly a theological non-cognitivist. Roland is a Christian. Are you actually a Catholic, Roland?
No, I'm Protestant.
Oh, he's a Protestant. Okay. Well, Tyler actually used to be a Protestant. Tyler used to be a Protestant. He used to be an evangelical Protestant, and then he became an atheist, and then he nearly became a Muslim, and then he became a Thomistic Catholic.
Not quite. Close enough. I was evangelical. I nearly became Muslim. I reaffirmed my faith in Christianity, and then I very nearly became a naturalist years later, only to find myself as a Catholic, which wasn't much better for a lot of my evangelical friends, but, I mean, can't please everybody.
Although, as I was arguing before to Roland, I think that Thomism and naturalism are fundamentally the same view. So, from my point of view, you're still a naturalist. You did end up becoming a naturalist by becoming a Thomist. But we don't have to go into that.
I take it you're kind of talking about the whole idea of like analogical existence of God versus univocal existence, and so like he doesn't exist in the sense that you expect theists to think that he exists. Okay, sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm all on board with the analogous predication with respect to God. I actually wrote a paper on Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus on language about God. And I gave Duns Scotus a chance, but I read his arguments and I just wasn't convinced. Him contra Aquinas, I thought Aquinas had a better whole system. In part also because I don't know if anyone's told you, the thesis that I want to pursue in theology is philosophical theology. It's in systematics, and it's on God's relationship to time. And I'm committed as a Catholic to the doctrine of divine simplicity, right? Not every evangelical accepts that. So, for instance, Dr. William Lane Craig doesn't, obviously. In fact, I think most evangelicals now don't, unfortunately, but Catholics are still sort of bound to it. And that doctrine is incompatible with the idea that God is in time, right? Or, in other words, that the A theory of time is true. And interestingly, although obviously that vocabulary doesn't exist in the medieval ages, Duns Scotus also kind of put God in time. It was the only way he had to talk about God, because he had to speak about God univocally. So this was independent of any kind of philosophical arguments for or against God's being in time directly. It was just one of the byproducts of speaking univocally about God, that he had to put God in time to make sense of his ontology.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So, well, that's actually what I've been reading about recently. So, like, I joined this group called the Thomistic Discussion Group on Facebook.
Oh, cool.
Actually, I think you're on there. Haven't I seen your name before?
Almost definitely not, because I'm not on Facebook.
Okay, so okay.
So I doubt it very much.
The surname just looks familiar.
The same Pavlovian considerations that were able to get Tyler to join this call, even though he claims he has more important things to do, will probably ultimately force him to join Facebook eventually, because it's going to continue to rank him that there's all this domestic discussion going on Facebook that he's not part of by virtue of his not being a member of Facebook. So sooner or later you're going to see the same dispositional properties of Tyler, be expressed.
This, unfortunately, may be, that's a little doomsday-ish, but it's possibly true, yes. I may end up with enough pressure on Facebook. I do have a lot of work.
It's actually necessarily possibly true, Tyler.
Yes, it's true.
So Tyler, getting into this group, I mean, I hadn't really interacted with Thomistic or even scholastic philosophy that much. And then, I don't know, they were talking and they got me interested in this stuff. And so I've now been reading, I don't know if you know Edward Feser? You probably know
yes,
Edward Feser.
Edward Feser, yeah.
Is it Feser? Okay, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Not too hard. Don't trust me.
Okay, and David Rodenberg, a bunch of different Thomas, whatever. And so I don't know. I've come to really begin to appreciate Thomistic thought and stuff. But one of the things that's been, well, I suppose most interesting at the moment for me has been the very thing you just brought up, which is God's relationship with time and Him being immutable. So I presume you would agree that like simplicity implies immutability. Like that's pretty non-controversial.
Sure.
Like, and well, I suppose him being pure act implies immutability. And then I have this problem with him being with A theory, because I'm sort of compelled towards A theory at the moment. Not just intuitively, but like, and so I sort of have this problem in my head where I'm like, I don't know how to make sense of all of this.
Right. I can sympathize with that because I brought this up as an argument previously in a paper. So I wanted to say that I'm sympathetic to the case that if one is to look at the A theory and B theory and contrast them, one can make a plausible case for saying that the A theory is a properly basic belief. Are you familiar with the idea of a properly basic belief?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I accepted that for the sake of argument, and then I tried to do two things. I tried to first offer good reasons to think maybe it isn't properly basic. So, in other words, I tried to give a B-theoretic version of presentism, which has been developed by Joshua Rasmussen at Notre Dame and somebody else named Jonathan Tallant. Sorry, okay. What did you say?
No, I was just saying, I've read quite a bit of Josh's stuff.
Right. So the ersatz presentism is what I'm referring to, right? So that's the first thing I did. The second thing I did is I tried to say that even if the A theory were properly basic, again for the sake of argument, properly basic beliefs can have defeaters, right?
Yeah.
And so I tried to present a cumulative case which will give us a good collective defeater of the A theory. And part of that comes from, for instance, God's existence, His simplicity, immutability, etc., and then just other considerations in the philosophy of time, philosophy of language, and so forth. I also tried to give reasons from things like, say, the principle of sufficient reason. It seems to me that if you're an A theorist, then you can't believe in the principle of sufficient reason because there's never a sufficient reason why it is now the time that it is instead of being now whatever other time it might have been. And so forth. So I think that, I tried to give a sort of a range of arguments like that, and then said, well, it's more likely, much more likely, in fact, that the A theory is wrong, and at least one of these disjuncts, one of these other positions is right, then that every single one of these disjuncts I've just argued for is false, and that the A theory is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
So that's sort of how I try to deal with, because I do feel the same sort of intellectual sympathy for those who want to say that A theory just seems right? intuitively, I've almost always been a B theorist, actually. So it took a lot of convincing for me to come around to A theory, but that came about because I listened to arguments from William Lane Craig, and I tried to examine my own suppositions. And I had already been a fan of people like Boethius, Augustine, and even C.S. Lewis, who is a B theorist, right, or was, I suppose.
Yeah. Hectic. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I had I commented on, Alexander Prost, presumably you know him if you...
Yes, he's one of my favorite philosophers, actually.
Yeah, okay, mine too. But yeah, he once posted a blog post on that question you mentioned now about the principle of sufficient reason and A theory, and saying how, like, you can't explain it as now. And I attempted to give an answer to it. Yeah, I don't know if that's worth going into now, but I don't know if you want to talk about that.
No, I mean, I was just going to say I did get the idea from him, so it wasn't an idea that came solely from me. I do follow his blog, and I like most of what he writes. I think it's really quite good. So it's just stimulating. It's fun to read what he has to write. Yeah, that's all I was going to say, I guess. I do have to try to be sparing with my time today because I have to give a presentation, a theological presentation this Thursday. It's actually on something kind of interesting too. You might be interested in it. It's Cardinal Bellarmine's interpretation of 1 Peter 3:18-20. So Jesus' descent into hell, preaching to the spirits in prison, and then coming back up, right? And so it's Bellarmine's interpretation over against John Calvin's interpretation. And it's really interesting because Bellarmine's interpretation exists in Latin, but it hasn't been translated to any Latin root language, like, for instance, English, until my professor, Jean-Michel Rosley, and another guy by the name of Alain Dubois, both French, translated it into French and wrote an essay on it. And it's just really interesting, the kind of arguments Bellarmine gives against Calvin, and then some of the positions that Calvin holds. Like Calvin was saying, for instance, that Jesus actually begun his descent into hell when he entered the garden, right? So before he was ever crucified, that's when he began the descent to hell. And Bellarmine was just outraged at this, started, sort of proverbially pulling his hair out. He couldn't believe John Calvin would say this. And then he said some pretty interesting things. He said this whole opinion of Calvin, not just that part of it, but the whole sort of interpretation, has to be refuted because it's the birth mother of atheism. And if we let it go, it will give birth to atheism in the Western world. It's just very interesting that Bellarmine would say that. So, yeah, anyways, I've got to give a presentation on that this Thursday, and I'm not yet fully ready for that. So I will be by this Thursday, but that's why I got to work on it today.
What do you do? Out of curiosity.
Oh, so I'm a student. I study theology and philosophy, and that's why I'm trying to go on into systematic theology, philosophical theology, and then eventually I'm going to try to go into philosophy as well.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay.
A lot of fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. Jesus, sorry. I'm trying to look for this damn post that I found of processes that I commented on, but I can't find it.
Did you look up A theory and PSR, or are you looking for a different post?
No, it is that. I looked at A theory. Presumably, I should have looked at both of them at the same time.
By the way, did you see his more recent post on? He gave another model of hell.
Yes.
That was really. I thought that was really cool.
I can't remember what he said in it though.
Oh, really? Okay, so he had said something like this. He said that there's a difference between the objective amount of time and the subjective experience of that amount of time. So, for instance,
that's it. Yes, exactly. Yeah, because he was saying,
right.
How sometimes things can go faster than how they seem, or they can, or something like that, or they can. Yeah. They can seem to.
Yeah, exactly. So it might be the case that somebody in hell sort of experiences time subjectively within a certain bound, right? So they might have sort of a boundary condition to something like 5 years or 2 years or what have you, because The first year they might experience being a full year long. The second year they might experience being half a year long. The third year, a quarter of a year long, and so on and so forth, right? And you can do this. You can sort of work it out mathematically. I picked up on that idea on my blog, and I tried to write about how this would tie in, if it were true, not claiming that it is any more than he is, but if it were true, that it would give us a really cool model, at least for Catholics, it would give a cool model about purgatory, because Catholics still speak about purgatory in terms of years, right? But everyone knows, I mean, it's been said for however many centuries now, that it's not a literal passage of time in the same way that we have passage of time here. It's a kind of existential passage of time. So I quoted Benedict XVI talking about how purgatory is within a sort of bounded existential limit of time, that kind of thing. And then, so I said, well, imagine you have these two logically possible worlds, right? One in which Tom is on his deathbed, the other, he's on his deathbed as well, and mutatis mutandis, so changing as little as possible. You say for Tom number 1 that he accepts the grace of God and goes to heaven. For Tom number 2, he doesn't. Tom number 1 on the Catholic model will still have temporal punishment for sin, etc., and have to sort of be cleansed of that. So he goes to purgatory. Let's say we speak about him going to purgatory for something like 300 years. Well, why not say, if Pruss's model of hell were right, why not just say then that in logically possible world number 2, Tom goes to hell and existentially experiences hell within a bounded limit no more than 300 years, right? That seems to me to be a good answer to the objector who finds the Anselmian response unsatisfying.
Wow. Okay. Nice. Sure. You have what's your blog called? So wait, this is the link of the article that I finally found.
Yes. Right.
What is your blog called, or the URL?
Yeah, sure. Here, I'll type it in. The first one is the blog that I've had for a long time, and I've just stopped writing on there. So, and this is the blog that I just started now.
Why have you changed?
Well, so the first one I felt was a little bit unprofessional. I kind of pumped out articles very quickly. I tried ideas and so on, but for the newer blog, the ideal is supposed to be at least that I want to try to make better quality articles that can sort of better reflect what I'm able to do, because often the writing between, like I can just see it when I look at it, the writing between an academic paper that I might write and a kind of typical blog post, there's a clear difference, right? And it just felt like, although I do have a lot of articles, I have about 420 articles on the first one, but I kind of feel as though some of them are really good, I thought, but most of them I feel are really not so great. And so I wanted to try to start a new blog and give myself an excuse to start fresh, put up work that's sort of better exemplifies graduate level work, or at least that's the ideal. Also, I wanted to challenge myself to write more academically, more self-consciously academically, instead of just sort of offhand, sit down for 40 minutes, write a post, and then post it without thinking too much about it.
Sure.
I don't think I can keep up with Pruss. That guy writes one post every single day.
It's disgusting. I can't handle it. And some of them are just so thought out. You're like, when the hell are you thinking about this?
Yeah. I have a feeling that he caps himself at about one a day, so that he's actually got all these rough drafts kind of waiting, and he just kind of finishes them up and then throws them online. That's my theory. He may just sit down for like a set time every day and be like, okay, today I'm going to write a post. What about? I don't know. I'll think of something. And then he does and writes it all out. I don't know how he does it. I really don't. He's also got a secondary blog that almost nobody knows about, actually. It's the one where he just puts up pictures or something like that.
What? No, I don't know about that.
Yeah, he does have a secondary blog. He doesn't go on it or do things on it as much, but he does put. So sometimes, even on his blog, you can see sometimes he's got photographs, like the orange photographs and stuff like that. But I'm sure he had another blog, and it's not connected to his academic.
Have you seen his deep sayings? Have you seen those things?
Sayings?
Yeah. Oh man, you gotta search deep sayings on his current blog. They're like a collection of completely tautologous sayings that sound really deep and like existential, as if they're saying something meaningful, but they're not. They're like completely completely tautologous. Brilliant.
This is on his blog, on his website.
Yeah. It's a tag. If you go down to the labels or whatever, and you look for deep sayings. Ugh, man, how do I find it in a freaking Mac? Deep thoughts.
Okay. Deep thoughts. I see.
So meeting the minimum requirements is always good enough.
Yeah, right. Did you read that post when he said that the expression the minimum is not enough is actually false? If it weren't enough, it wouldn't be the minimum.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that one.
I love that.
Partner, have you been in any discussions with these guys about? So we were talking about metaphysical possibility earlier, and I was wondering if you've. So what was it? Jack, are you there? Jack and Vic and them, and they were discussing how like metaphysical possibility seems to be like an empty concept. Empty in the sense that it's not really helpful. I don't know if you had any comments on that. I mean, you don't have to like give an entire thesis on it. I was just like wondering what your thoughts on that were.
Well, it's just that we've talked a little bit about this with Tyler before, and it's a long discussion, so it might be better to.
I think Tyler agrees
wait until Tyler has. No, Tyler doesn't agree with that.
He was saying earlier that he did.
Yeah, I'm sure there are probably things that we agree on, as well as things that we disagree on. I guess to give a Cliff Notes answer, I would say that I am a modal realist, not a David Lewisian extreme modal realist. I don't think all possible worlds are actual, and that's the truth maker for the claim of metaphysical possibility. But I do think that there are truth makers of metaphysical possibility. I take the same model that Brian Leftow takes from Thomas Aquinas, right, where Thomas Aquinas situates all modal truths in the mind of God, or you might say in the, although it's tricky to say this, so you'd have to qualify it properly. I'm going to speak informally, but in the potency of God to be able to actualize a world of that kind, right? And so any world that's just not logically possible, it's not logically possible precisely because it's not possible for God to have created a world like that. It involves a contradiction of some sort, etc. Thomas Aquinas wanted to situate all modal truths in the mind/nature of God in that way. Brian Leftow, I think, advocates the same thing. I'm definitely on board with advocating the same thing. So I am a modal realist. I also do think that whereas narrowly logically possible worlds can be, I mean, we can speak of them vacuously, I think, because in terms of narrow logically possible worlds, we're only concerned with formal logical contradictions and so forth. But I do think that broadly logically possible worlds really are meaningful. We can talk about them meaningfully. There really are a set of such worlds, even if it's infinite, an infinite set or something like that. But there are some worlds that really are metaphysically possible, others that really aren't metaphysically possible.
Okay.
I don't know if that satisfies, but
yeah. So you said there are some metaphysically impossible worlds that are nonetheless strictly logically or narrowly logically possible.
Yeah, for example, the world in which there is a triangular circle, or rather the world in which if there is a triangular circle, then George Bush is still president. According to formal logic, that world is a sort of counter-possible possible world, right? You have to ascribe it the truth value true just because of the way formal logic works. But that's vacuous, right? All of us know that that's vacuous. I actually got upset when Alexander Pruss on his blog talked about how maybe we should model even logically impossible worlds and talk about how close or far they are from each other in the same kind of way that we want to talk about possible worlds and how close and far they are with each other. And I just lost it. I was like, no, this is wrong. This is not okay. We can't talk about worlds this way. They're completely vacuous. But those are my intuitions. I think that logically impossible worlds are useful artifacts of modal reasoning, but outside of that, they're vacuous.
Okay. Cool. Good to know. have you? Well, actually, we were talking about Press's account of metaphysical possibilities. Have you interacted with that at all? Is it different? Because it sounds quite similar to what you're saying about Brian Liftau's one.
Right. I actually, I don't know enough about Press's whole sort of worked out account. I do have his book, Actuality, Possibility, and Worlds. But I've read through it only sort of one piece at a time kind of thing, and then had to digest it. And because of school and everything else, it kind of just sits on my shelf and collects dust until I get free time. I pick, that particular unfinished book. Most of the books I have are unfinished, so I pick that one up every now and then and continue reading it. But no, I haven't given any serious time to looking at his views.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's going to be rectified one day.
I think it sounds quite similar. I'm not sure if they work out the details exactly the same, but I think Plus gets something similar to what you're saying when he asks the question, how do we make sense of the entire possible world as opposed to just simple local possibilities?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine, Pruss isn't really a Thomist. He is to some extent. So am I to some extent. I'm not really a Thomist. There are some places where I take issue with Thomas Aquinas' philosophy. For instance, I was just thinking about this week. If St. Thomas is right that animals, for example, have material souls, that is to say that the form is just identical to the configuration of matter, and there's nothing that subsists there for Aquinas, right? So he wants to say there's nothing that subsists. And yet, it seems that, David Hume has a really good argument from analogy for thinking, and I think it's just intuitive, most of us naturally do think until we're disabused of the belief that animals are conscious, right? Now, that poses a really serious problem, though, if you're going to try to run any argument from consciousness, like J.P. Moreland does, right? Which is why J.P. Moreland agrees with Leibniz that there are subsistent forms in the case of animals, right? And I'm inclined to agree with that, but that would be a significant departure from Thomism. Alternatively, Thomas could just say that animals aren't conscious, but that seems to be that's a dilemma that I don't think the Thomist really wants either horn of.
Does the Thomist not say? Yeah, the Thomist tends to get the immateriality of the human soul or form as a substantial thing because of the idea of immaterial forms that it has to hold in a sense, right?
Right. That there has to be something which subsists.
Yeah. Okay, but then it doesn't need to do that for other animals because they're not rational animals. They can't think of abstract forms or do this kind of stuff. So there's no need to posit that. Is that sort of the idea?
Yeah, that is the idea. But if you distinguish rationality from consciousness, you can say that material compositions can be conscious, but they can't be rational in the same way. They can't intuit truths of logic or mathematics or truths about mentalese or, kind of universal grammar. They can't construct natural languages in anything like the same way that we do with syntax and so on. So those things just aren't things they're able to do. And yet, they can be conscious, right? And they can clearly acquire concepts in some sense. They can learn things in certain ways. But if you're going to run an argument from consciousness, not just an argument from reason or an argument from certain rational faculties or something like that, if you're going to run an argument from consciousness for a worldview like theism as opposed to naturalism, then you're going to have to say that consciousness seems to be more plausibly explained on theism. And that argument can't be given in good faith by a Thomist, I think.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. Yeah. From what little I understand, I think I'd agree with you there on that one.
Right. So I although I do this tenuously, but I would actually agree with Gottfried Leibniz over against Thomas here. That's rare that happens. When I do that, I usually disagree with St. Thomas in fear and trembling, but I've thought about this one a good deal, and I don't think that Thomas is right about it.
Okay. Cool. What? So I'm just going to keep asking you questions because I have not been able to answer. Well, let me just say one thing that Tyler specifies.
Sure.
Gottfried Leibniz, distinguish Leibniz from the Gottfried Leibniz from the other Leibnizes we met.
Right. Yeah. He does that every time I say the full name, just because there really is only one Leibniz. There's only one Leibniz.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
It's like saying St. Thomas Aquinas instead of just saying St. Thomas. Everybody knows there's only one St. Thomas. Even though that's technically not true, but nobody cares about the others.
Yeah. I had a question for you on. I presume you take.
Wait a minute. It's actually worse when you say St. Thomas Aquinas instead of Aquinas rather than St. Thomas.
Right? I see.
Because then there really is only one, right? I mean, there might be more than one St. Thomas, but there's really only one Aquinas.
I think Aquinas is a place, though.
Yeah, Aquinas is not his name.
Yeah,
we just call him Aquinas because...
Yeah, but plenty of people refer to him as Aquinas. You can see that all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And in every language, I know.
I usually squirm a little bit, actually, when I see them referring to Aquinas. Once I learned that Aquinas was Aquino, whatever, was a place. And I was like, oh, God.
It's the same with Vinci, right? It's the same with Vinci, right? People say, prefer to Leonardo da Vinci that way. I'm sure there are many examples.
Oh, is that the same thing? I didn't know that. There you go.
Yeah. Da Vinci wasn't his last name. He was Leonardo of Vinci.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like referring to Jesus as Nazareth or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Of course, that same problem obtains when you say Jesus Christ instead, because it's still not a last name.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyways, so your question. I'll take this, but then I gotta go.
Okay, yeah. If you want to leave, just tell me. I'll ask you another time next time I catch you. But it was on forms actually. So I've been reading what's his name now, Robert Kuhn's and he just recently started a blog called The Analytic Thomas. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, it's been there for a while. He hasn't updated it, which is frustrating. But yeah, it is there. Yes.
That entire blog is confusing to me. But the question I had was the idea of a form, right? On well, let's just say Aristotelian Thomistic ideas. And it's like the way I read. So Prost had the paper once on what called like what are Aristotelian forms, where he described them. Have you read that paper?
No, I don't think I have. Or if I have, I don't remember it.
He sort of described it as like something that enters into a causal explanation of how a thing acts or could act.
Right.
And that's what a form is. But then, like, I couldn't help but think, well, that's just what an efficient cause is. Like, surely, how is a formal cause then different from an efficient cause? And I wasn't really sure if you had a succinct definition of what a form is, actually.
Oh, so you might think of a form as being that which accounts for anything like a teleological cause, right? Are you familiar with the idea that there are causes that are teleological? That's also Aristotelian.
Yeah, like final causality, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, for instance, if you cut a certain kind of worm and it grows back or continues to live or something like that, you cut a limb off of a certain kind of lizard, like the tail, and it'll grow back over time. That's something which is often, in Aristotelian terms at least, that's explained by appeal to what's called a substantial form, right? So the form of a substance. And that form is what explains the end towards which all of the parts of the matter which are configured work in harmony towards some end, right, or towards some ideal. To put it in Platonic terms, something like lizardhood, which includes, having a tail or something like that. So apart from some serious material impediment, the substantial form will act to conform matter, so as to bring such and such a figure about, such and such a configuration about.
Yeah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. So then, and then the idea of, like, individuation is like a form and like some sort of prime matter or designated matter, right? And that together makes an individual. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Although I have to admit that I've always been baffled by referring to prime matter, because I think that we moderns tend to refer to prime matter and think, without thinking that we're equivocating, we think about something like matter as described by physics. But that's not what Aristotle would have meant. If you could have pointed to something like a proton or a quark or something like that, and you could tell us what any of its characteristics would be, then that would be an example of a combination of matter and form, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way to give a description of prime matter.
matter, that thing without a form, right? I mean, that's the thing
Exactly.
without form. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which is one of the reasons why I accept, maybe too easily, I don't know, I accept very easily Leibniz's idea that matter, in effect, doesn't really exist. It's not some prime or basic category. Instead, matter is something which phenomenally supervenes upon the relations that substances bear to each other.
Yeah, I lost you there.
So, are you familiar at all with the monadology?
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay. That would be a good place to start, actually, because Leibniz sort of lays out a pretty good introduction to his thinking. But his thinking would go something like this. As a very general introduction, it would be something like this. In his day, there were all of these empiricists around, like John Locke and others, who thought that at bottom, everything material was comprised of an atom, that is to say a corpuscle, something which is material and in principle indivisible. It's not even possible for it to be divided. And Leibniz thought, because he's a rationalist and not an empiricist, he thought, well, wait a second, if you have a piece of matter and it's extended in space, we can measure it, no matter how small it is, it's always going to be logically possible that it were smaller, right? Even if it's not physically possible, given the laws of nature that I cut it, it's always going to be logically possible. So positing that there really are material atoms, right, that everything is made up of, that everything material is made up of, is just nonsense, right? There couldn't really be metaphysically material atoms. That idea is incoherent, right? But then Leibniz says, but these guys are right to say that everything which is comprised of parts has some most basic unit, right? It has to be brought down to something atomic. And so Leibniz just said, well, I think that there are immaterial atoms, right? And if we posit immaterial atoms, then we can say that they act as the building blocks for this kind of thing, not in the same way that, say, bricks act as the building blocks for a house, but in the same way that points delineate the limits which give us lines, right, or line segments. So they give us the kind of parameters, that if you will. And so for Leibniz, everything at bottom was a substance. And in fact, he said every substance has les petites perceptions, these small perceptions, however confused, so that even animals and plants and even rocks, really, at bottom, they're all perceiving things, right? And we perceive them. Now, when you have an aggregate of some kind, which takes the shape of, say a sheep or a fly, then all you're pointing to, all you're ostensibly pointing to in the world is some aggregate of matter whose form, whose shape, configuration is explained by the fact that first, it is an aggregate of infinitely many atomic immaterial substances, and second, that the substance which is perhaps, he would say, most clearly perceiving of those substances, so most clearly perceiving of itself in relation to the world and so on, and we perceiving it reciprocally, that thing's substantial form happens to be sheepish or something like that, or flyish. Now, I mean, this is a very sort of rough and tumble introduction, so you'd have to go into his monadology. It's not very long to see how the logic goes, but the basic crux of it is just that there have to be atoms. They can't be material atoms. They have to be immaterial atoms. And if you have immaterial atoms, I can give you a story for how it could be the case that you have matter. But on my story, matter isn't going to be something which exists apart from immaterial substances. It's going to be the phenomenological result of these substances perceiving each other to greater or lesser degrees.
That sounds really weird.
Yeah, to most people who first hear it, it does sound very weird, but I sort of fall into it. I think that it makes sense to me. It makes more sense to me than positing prime matter, which I can't understand. I've never been able to understand what it is prime matter is supposed to be, other than just a way of speaking about something that isn't real, right? That's my prejudice. So I have this prejudice towards something like Leibnizian already. But yeah, anyways.
Wow, interesting. Okay, thank you for that. I'll definitely look into that.
Yeah, I've got a beautiful mind, so.
I'm gonna try understand what Thomas is saying first, and then get to the point where I don't understand what prime matter is, and then turn to Leibniz as as an alternative.
Right. Funny enough, in Leibniz's own day, Leibniz was viewed upon as the only person still defending St. Thomas's philosophy and so on. Although he wasn't the same as St. Thomas. He gets called names. Like, he got called names by Bishop Berkeley, who is a complete idealist. I don't know if you've read Berkeley's work at all.
But he didn't think there's anything physical, right? He was just like, everything is representations in our minds or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everything is fundamentally just an idea. There are no things that exist out there, with the one exception of God, who is the explanation for the existence of all of these ideas, right? But that's it. I mean, everything at bottom is just an idea. So when you point to something in matter, it's really just perceiving certain ideas that God has, and that's it. When you run into a wall, for instance, it's just because God's idea of the wall and God's idea of you is that they're things that can interact. So,
okay.
Anyways, so Berkeley looked upon Leibniz and said that he's just, like a sneaky medieval apologist, that kind of thing. He's not a real philosopher. He just tried to put him down all the time because Leibniz was here defending what almost everyone else had given up. Leibniz even gives a very elaborate defense of the existence of substances over against arguments from John Locke that are picked up later by David Hume. That, if you take away all of the attributes, what do you have left? You don't have anything left you could imagine, so why posit substances? Leibniz gives an elaborate argument that I think is very good against that, and then he also gives a few elaborate arguments for, or at least one elaborate argument for substantial forms. The idea that you should still appeal to teleological explanations, and that having a mechanistic physics doesn't get rid of the need for that. And then he develops sort of the theory of dynamics and so on. Anyways, he's a fantastic thinker. He's worth time, even in disagreeing with. He's worth time reading.
Wow, I didn't realize he was so. Yeah, I mean, because as you were speaking about him, I was like, this guy sounds like really scholastic in terms of his thinking, but I didn't realize, I'd always just grouped him with the moderns in terms of his thought.
Right, yeah.
But,
well, I mean, he is one of the moderns. There's no question about that. But all the other moderns looked upon him as like, what, did you just take a time machine to get here? Like, he was right out of the medieval period for them.
That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna read more of this guy.
Yeah. Again, though, there are some significant differences between. One of the cool differences, actually, you may not know this. Pruss wrote. I'm going back to Pruss again. Pruss wrote a paper on the Eucharist. I think it's in the Oxford Handbook of Philosophical Theology. And in it, he actually explained how even though Leibniz's monadology allows for the Eucharist to be transubstantial. Now, Leibniz was a Lutheran, right? He wasn't a Catholic. He wanted consubstantiality, but he was also very ecumenical. So he wanted Catholics to accept his philosophy. So he said, look, I can tell you a story about how transubstantiation is possible. I don't think it happens, but it could still occur, right?
Yeah.
And he tells a story about transubstantiation. And interestingly enough, the Catholic Church looked at it and kind of said, you know what? You do have a story of transubstantiation, and it's still not good enough. And it's not good enough because on Leibniz's account, the Eucharist becomes a piece of Christ's body, blood, and so on, almost as though it's his toenail. And Catholics wanted to say, no, every single piece of constitutive piece of the Eucharist is the full body, full blood, etc., etc. And Leibniz couldn't give a story to tell that, so they said, no, it's no good, not happening. We're sticking with Aquinas' philosophy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pieces. Yeah, it's interesting actually. Pruss, if you read his account in Actuality, Possibility, and Worlds, he starts with an Aristotelian account, and then he augmented with a Leibnizian account of possible worlds, and then so it's interesting that he also used both of them.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, who said? Yeah, a lot of theists really like Pruss. Yes, I would agree, Kyle.
Well, a lot of atheists really like him too. I mean, the guy's just so smart. It's hard not to appreciate that guy.
Yeah, fair enough. Sure. I don't.
All right. Well, this has been fun. Hopefully, we'll run into each other again. But I really do have to get to work on that Bellarmine John Calvin presentation thing. So.
Good luck with the presentation. Hope it goes well.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I had a presentation this past week, and it went really well, so I'm feeling good. I was presenting on Jerry Fodor's informational atomism. That was a lot of fun, actually. Anyways, okay, so I got to get to work. I'll see you later. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too. Cheers.
All right, see you later. Bye.
Bye.
I guess we should figure out how long Tyler was on for, because it'll be amusing if it was a long time. So yeah, do you want to pick up where we left off on natural law?
What do you guys, just briefly, what are you guys talking about? Strawson?
Oh yeah, Galen Strawson gave a paper yesterday at New York University on panpsychism. The view that all concrete objects are conscious or have experience, I guess is how he would put it. So we're thinking about constructing an email to him with some objections.
Oh, nice.
I'm glad we were able to disrupt Tyler for almost a whole hour just by saying there was atonement on the phone. Almost. I think it was maybe it was, 40, I think it was 45 minutes. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So you want to pick up where we left off?
Yeah, sure. No worries. Let's do it.
Well, what I was trying to get at was, let's say so we're going with the first view for a minute, which is the idea that function is grounded in God's purposes, right? So let's take it that the function of sexual intercourse, right, is procreative for God, right? I mean, we don't have to have this view, but let's just have this view for the moment. So God designed human beings to have, these sexual capacities for the purpose of reproduction, procreation, right? So the question then is that given that human beings are agents, right, I take it that it's possible for them to have purposes which are at variance with God's purposes, right? So even though God designed human beings such that their sexual capacities were designed for the purpose of procreation, human beings can engage in sexual relations for other purposes, right?
Right.
Because it's pleasurable or whatever, right? Or maybe as an act of aggression. The question, so I think the problem that comes with the natural law view is, what is the natural law person saying when he says that using sex for purposes other than procreation is a violation of natural law, right? It seems like all he's saying is it's at variance with God's purpose, right? So without the appeal to the external, to a standard of the good that's external to God's nature, it doesn't seem like he has the resources to condemn it. All he can do is say, if you wanted to be in line with God's purposes, then you're out of line with it. So you have a reason, given your reason of wanting to be in line with God's purposes. You have a reason to bring yourself in line with it by only having sex for procreative purposes or something like that, right? Which seems to be a rather weak thing to say, right?
So if I might,
so I guess,
yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm not sure. So let's not talk about. Okay, I'd rather not talk about the sex one because that's politically, I don't know, politically fueled at the moment. So if we could talk about something else,
okay.
I don't know, love. So let's say part of a good human is to love other humans, so to love your neighbor or something. Okay, pretty. What most people would agree is pretty nice. Okay.
Right.
But arguably, some people could not want to love, right? They choose not to love because, I don't know, they don't want to love the person who raped their daughter or something. I don't know, whatever. Talk it back to sex again. Damn it. Whatever. Yeah, we could take anything, but let's the idea that I'm thinking is that the sort of the normative statements about these things are not so much they're built into I won't say the form of something, but because I was just talking about that to Tyler now. But then there's the sense in which they're built into the very concept of something. So, like, for example, the very concept of a heart, independent of God's designing the heart, the very concept of a heart involves it doing certain actions. And a good heart would be one that does those actions well, and a bad heart would be one that does those actions badly. And the same thing is true for a knife. So whether or not a knife is being used as a paperweight, or a human is being used as a paperweight, or a heart is being used as a paperweight, when we talk about it as a knife, like the concept of a knife, that is certain, we'll say, proper functions built into the very idea, right? So like a knife is there to cut, and so a bad knife would be...
I don't understand how a heart's supposed to pump blood.
Say that again?
I don't understand how a heart's supposed to pump blood to begin with. Like there's some aim it's supposed to be achieving, and it can do it better or it can do it worse.
Right, because in the case of the knife, the function is grounded in the purposes of the designer. So unless hearts are designed, it seems like its essential function can't be grounded in the same way that the essential function of the knife is.
One thing to be careful
no design.
One thing to be careful with there is like what is meant by saying the essence of a knife, because I think I was just listening in earlier. I think you guys are just defining a knife as something that could, achieve this aim of cutting, right? But then it's going to be sort of vacuous to say that a knife is for cutting, like the essence of a knife is for cutting, because all you're picking out when you're saying you're talking about a knife is just something that's for cutting. So it's no surprise that something that's for cutting is for cutting. But, one object, that's for cutting could also be, a paperweight. You could say this object is also an excellent paperweight, and qua paperweight, I'm going to use it as a paperweight, versus qua knife, I'm going to use it as a knife, and so on and so forth. So it's not really saying much that the point of it.
All I was getting at was that you could have a notion of function that's grounded in the purposes of the designer. So then you could say, well, the function of this knife is to cut things essentially with respect to the aims of what it was, the aims of the designer, in terms of what it was designed for.
Aims of, you're just basically turning it into a type of hypothetical imperative. That is, to the extent that the designer designed this and desires for such and such to be used in this fashion, then the actual physical properties of the thing conducive to that particular aim. The physical properties of the knife, or this object, let's not even call it a knife. The physical properties of this object conduce to cutting, so it's good to that end because we designed it to that end to begin with. But the issue would be that if you're an agent,
I'm just saying that's a coherent way you can have a notion of something like essential function, if you ground it in the purposes of the designer. But that doesn't mean that there's any bar to using the knife as a paperweight. It's just saying that you're not using it for the function it was designed for. That's all.
Well, I think if you look at the idea of like one would be using the knife wrongly by using it as a paperweight, the problem if we would say that we're using, like if we're just talking about the knife, to say we're using this object wrongly in virtue of using it as a paperweight, what the word wrongly can only really mean there, as far as I can see, is that we're not using it insofar as a cutting tool, and we should be using it as a cutting tool. That's only motivating to the extent that we care about what it was designed for. If we don't care about what it was designed for, then that's a different issue.
Yeah, I think Roland would grant that. Am I right, Roland?
Yeah, I would grant that, yeah.
Yeah. I was just saying, Randy, and I was trying to draw up a taxonomy for different ways to construe the natural law thesis. Right? I was saying, because he was talking about how there's a view of essential function in natural law thinking. And I was just saying that we can understand function in three different ways. One way would be to ground function in the purposes of the designer who designs the object of the function, the object that has the function in question, right? Which is the way we've just been talking about, the knife, right? Then I was suggesting that another way we could understand the normativity of function is to ground the purposes of the designer in something independent of the designer, which would be to say a norm that's external to God in this case, right? So there's an external norm of what's right or wrong that God conforms to in whatever action God engages in, which is designing objects. So God designs an object for a purpose, but God has that purpose because it's in conformity to the good, which is construed as something independent from God's nature, taking the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma, right? And then the third option that I offered was to understand function in a teleological way, in the classical Aristotelian sense, meaning that you can have something like function that's independent of mentality, which is to say independent of purpose or design.
You mean like in the Hawthorne?
Yeah, in the Hawthorne example, the Hawthorne idea of teleology. So I was just saying that you could understand function in that way. So I was just offering a taxonomy of different ways to construe natural law.
Good. What's the Hawthorne? Sorry, could you explain that? Could you talk about that third one a bit more?
Hawthorne and Nolan have a paper where they try to argue for the coherence of fundamental teleological laws. So these aren't teleological in virtue of some agent willing something to a particular end, but they're end-directed irreducibly. So it's not like they're end-directed because something designed it to some end. They just are end-directed in some sense. So so you might imagine a potential teleological law might be something like an acorn is for becoming a tree, and that's true irrespective. So I mean, in a certain sense, it's not too dissimilar to something you were talking about. That's true irrespective of, what it was. You could imagine somebody could create an acorn for a completely different, intent, like they had different intentions with making an acorn, but nonetheless, the acorn would be naturally directed towards becoming a tree or something like that. I guess the difficulty for making sense of that account is if their talk of ends fundamentally differs from just regular talk of dispositions, and if it doesn't, then the account is going to be basically vacuous, as far as I can tell. But it's a pretty interesting paper.
I mean, but it might be a distinctive type of disposition, right? Because there is a clear way to distinguish it from a backwards cause, right? They offer a criterion by which to distinguish a teleological
I know it's distinguished from backwards causation. I mean, I grant that. But couldn't you, to a certain extent, you could say the same thing about sort of any disposition, right, that is directed towards, salt has the disposition to dissolve in water or something like that. If it's placed in water, it's naturally, you could analyze, they talk about that issue briefly in the paper, you could analyze even the most trivial dispositions on this account as being irreducibly teleological, or vice versa. So not saying much. And their response to that, I thought, wasn't really that strong. But they do acknowledge that there's something like that problem. You could just reword any disposition you please into a teleological law, or vice versa. Word a teleological law into just talking about dispositions. So at the bottom, it doesn't really seem like there's a big difference between their account of irreducible teleology versus just talking about dispositions or whatever.
But that does seem to be keeping pace with the original Aristotelian idea, even if it is a rather thin notion, because it does seem like we could imagine Aristotle saying something like, the final cause of salt is to dissolve in water when it's...
Well, one thing I did like about the was that when they, like you were saying, when they distinguish it from backwards causation, because the whole point of final causes is that it's for the sake of the end, even if the end isn't actually reached, whereas backward causation can only work if the end is actually there to begin with. So it has to be distinctive. It has to be something distinct from backwards causation.
That's a helpful distinction, I think. I was trying to figure out a way of distinguishing the two, and that's quite a nice way of thinking about it.
Because you could imagine, like, the sapling could be cut down before it ever becomes the tree, but the acorn would still be for the tree. Whereas you could only make sense of the backwards account if the tree actually existed in the future, and then somehow backwards they caused the disposition from the acorn or something.
Right.
So the thing is, final causality is always compatible with the end never actually being reached.
Right. So, to go back to the heart case then, right, if the heart is undesigned, it doesn't seem to me that there's a clear notion of function there.
What I was thinking is in terms of like, well, this is actually the Aristotelian thing of like the form and the final cause. They often found that, well, as far as I understand, like what they realize is that we have a grasp of like the natures of things, the forms of things, and these are often wound up in their sort of what seem to be a sense of proper function. So like what it is for something to be a heart is for it to pump blood, and it can do that better or worse than other potential hearts. And so we can, it seems to me like almost irrespective of the question, like we can ask the question later, like how do these functions arise? And if we're committed to the idea that functions can only arise by agency, then we have perhaps an argument for agency behind these things. But if we aren't, then cool. But it seems to me that like once we, like there does seem to be like almost built into the idea or the what it isness of a heart has something to do with this function of pumping blood.
That seems to have something to do with what we value, right? Because we like people to live, so we value hearts pumping more efficiently, because that will aid the person surviving. But we wouldn't say something like, well, that rock fell improperly, right? It could have fallen better or something.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. Well, I suppose not necessarily, like not just the heart, I mean, it could be things like knives. So we value people not being stabbed to death, but someone can be stabbed to death by a not so great functioning knife because it's blunt or something.
The reason we value knives is for cutting stuff, even though we disapprove of people cutting each other.
I mean, again, I think like the talk of the what it is and sort of the essence, like I'm saying, there's a sort of risk of it just being completely vacuous here, when you're saying the essence of the knife is to cut, or the essence of the heart is to pump blood, because you were defining knife earlier as if something which is, has dispositions that make it apt to cut. It's no surprise that what you're calling a knife is apt to cut. Likewise, if we're conditioning what we mean by heart, and I think that's partly true when, people talk about hearts in general as like having these dispositions, to pump blood. You have all of these different factors you could talk about, like stroke volume and whatever, to measure, the efficiency with respect to pumping blood. There's no surprise to say again that, heart is for pumping blood, because partly what you're understanding the heart to even mean, what you mean by the word heart there, is something that's for pumping blood. And clearly something that's for pumping blood is for pumping blood. But that's not the interesting question, right? The interesting question is that if I can pick out, what I want to call this thing, call it a knife in virtue of it, with respect to this idea of it being for cutting, and then therefore something that can cut well, but should it cut well in the first place? Should it be for pumping blood? Should I love my neighbor, et cetera, over and above just saying with respect to this goal of mine or with respect to the goal of another or something like that. Because if that's the only sense in which we're understanding the essence of the knife, then that's not a very interesting claim. The essence of the knife is for cutting because somebody designed it for cutting. The essence of the heart is for pumping blood because somebody designed it for pumping blood. I mean, for example, you could imagine somebody could design a heart or design an object for pumping, blood as inefficiently as possible, right? But nonetheless, you might imagine by some accident or happenstance, it manages to pump blood extremely efficiently or something like that. So with respect to the designer's aim, in a certain sense, the object that they've designed is malfunctioning, but with respect to a different aim, it's functioning quite well.
Yeah.
The problem is that talk of functioning well, in general, just seems to be goal relative. So when we talk about a heart is pumping well, like Hal was saying, that's just relativized to a particular sort of set of goals that we have in mind that this thing should be for, or something or another. It's sort of easy to see how that is in the case of artifacts like computers or knives or pencils or chairs or whatever, because those are explicitly designed objects. To a certain extent, we might even import certain sort of ways of thinking about those sorts of objects to the rest of the world as well. When we say that the heart is for pumping blood, the function of a particular protein is for this or whatever. And so part of the issue is that what we do there, as far as I can tell, is we examine the dispositions that the thing actually has. So a heart, hearts and organisms in general, play a critical role in circulating vital fluids across the organism. We examine a particular protein. This protein, like ATP synthase, plays a critical role in producing ATP and energy for the organism, and so on and so forth. So we have an idea of what the thing does, then we fix what we mean by this particular object in virtue of what it does, and then it's no surprise then later on to say, well, it's functioning improperly because it's not doing what it tends to do. So hearts tend to pump blood, so something that doesn't pump blood quite as well, we'll say, is an improperly functioning heart or something. But that's all conditioned to the actual dispositions it has. And if that's the sense in which we mean something is a good heart or a bad heart, then that's not a very interesting claim. If you're trying to build meta-ethics around it, then, which isn't a surprise because this is a common criticism of natural law theory, you're going to run into something which seems like a naturalistic fallacy. You just say, because it's disposed to do this, and so what we mean by this is what in terms of what it's disposed to do, therefore what it ought to be is in terms of what it's disposed to do, doesn't really seem to be doing more than just committing some type of naturalistic fallacy. Because you could always say, well, I understand this object is disposed to X, but ought it X always seems to be an open question, unless what you mean by X is something that, is disposed to do, unless what you mean by ought is something that's just disposed to do it. But then that's just an empty claim. It's disposed to do what it's disposed to do, and so on and so forth. So I think that's part of the misgiving that Jack and others have with, like the way natural law theorists conceive of talking about the essences of hearts and so on and so forth as grounding moral reasons or whatever.
So, is it Randian? Is that how I pronounce that?
Yeah.
Randian.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
You just say, hey, you.
We say Randion.
Randion. Okay. So this is actually something I'm glad you picked. So what I'm understanding you saying, and I think I'm sympathetic towards this and haven't gotten to the point yet where I've read Thomistic or Aristotelian answers to this question, is that there's a sense in which we can say something like, okay, let's say we take the form of a heart to be something which pumps blood, right? But we could say but then there's a question, and then, there's a form of a knife. Oh, actually, no, a better one. There's a form of a paperweight, which is to hold down things with its weight, and there's a form of a knife, which is good for cutting things, and which is to cut things, and there's a form of a heart, which is to pump blood. But there's a sense in which a heart can be used as a paperweight, and we could make a paperweight that also pumps blood. And so the question is, what is the form of that specific thing? Is it a paperweight? Is it a heart? Is there any objective way of saying that is the form it has, or the essence it has, and by which then we can judge whether or not it is a good whatever it actually is. Is that what you're saying?
That's somewhat similar to it. I guess so. I guess what I was just saying is something like you could imagine like a company makes a heart, like an actual synthetic heart, that you could actually place, if you did surgery into a human person, that might be a more efficient, circulation mechanism than actual human heart. But nonetheless, they've manufactured them as paperweights. We would understand that to be a paperweight, right? I mean, yes, sure, it would be a strange example. I mean, perhaps a waste of money, but nonetheless, we would understand that to be, basically a paperweight or something like that, if it was used frequently enough as a paperweight or something like that. So what my worry is, we're sort of fixing what we mean by, when we're using the word heart or when we're using the word knife, partly what we mean by that is in terms of what it actually does or what it was designed to do. So what we mean by a knife is partly in terms of what this object called a knife was designed to do in the first place. Or vice versa, when we are talking about a heart, we're talking about what its actual dispositions are. And then it's no surprise that if that's what we understand the concept of a heart to be or the concept of a knife to be, it's no surprise that knives are for cutting things and hearts are for pumping blood, because that's partly what we've built into the definition of a knife or a heart to begin with. But then the question comes, why should we consider this object qua heart rather than qua paperweight or qua whatever, right?
Yeah.
So that would be sort of,
you could say, for example, that to say we took this to like what I presume a natural law theorist would take it to in those humans. So like say they would say, well, a properly functioning human is one that loves other humans. But then we could equally say, well, a properly functioning murderer is someone who kills other humans. So qua murderer, this person killing this other person is pretty, is good. Whereas qua human, you would say he's bad. So like, which one do you pick? Is it that there's sort of this question of how do you arbitrate between these things that they could be acting as?
Yeah, and it should be understood that this isn't an epistemological question, right? This isn't a matter of determining which one it actually is. It's rather more of an ontological question about what settles what makes it one rather than the other, and stuff like that. Now, one way to try to settle that, this might be an argument to why a natural law theorist has to be a theist, might be to appeal to divine design or something like that, right? That might be one way to sort of come to grips with trying to have something like an idea of what it was, in a sense, really for, but that's going to run into its own separate set of issues. But I think natural law theory, understood in and of itself, I just have difficulty seeing how it's not just committing something like a naturalistic fallacy when they're just saying, the heart is for pumping blood or whatever, or like what they mean by heart is just not really getting them what they want in general.
Yeah, I think so. This is okay. So besides the naturalistic fallacy thing, this is the position I'm at the moment. I brought up natural law theory, assuming that all these issues can be like resolved. So I haven't personally read anything yet, but that's because I haven't got that far in reading. But yeah, I swear I'm not sure whether natural.
Well, I've only read the Caesar chapter in the I've only read the chapter in Caesar's book on Aquinas about it. But it wasn't really helpful for me. I mean, you might try reading it, like in terms of assuaging those types of concerns.
He is getting a new book out, but I don't think that's actually answers the question, because that's a metaphysics book.
Yeah, it's not metaphysics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Looks good though, I think.
But I think these are all really versions. These are all really versions of the same objection we've been talking about pretty much all day today. I mean, the idea that I was saying that Craig is actually committed to a version of moral naturalism by trying to ground the good in God's nature. So, in fact, we should probably give you a couple things about this issue specifically. Randy, do you have a link to Street's paper on normativity and water?
I was hearing you. I actually heard you yesterday when you were talking to her about how you had given this paper to Knox or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, we have to tell Noctambulin about that.
That you talked to Street about
anyway,
how you're giving him the paper.
So my contention is that natural law theory and views like Craig's response to the Craig Adams view. The Craig Adams metaethical view. My contention, as I've said before, is that these ultimately are forms of moral naturalism, and even if that's a misleading label, and this is a paper which I think argues that the moral naturalist is caught in a bind, really, where they can't really give a substantive account of how to say that something is robustly right or wrong or robustly good or evil or whatever, given that they've lapsed this is-ought distinction. And so she sort of shows that she sort of, in this paper, poses a dilemma, where the naturalist basically has,
though she doesn't talk about it.
Or a trilemma, yeah. The naturalist really is in an unstable position, I think for reasons that we've been going over today. At least that's my contention, that the naturalist really doesn't have the resources to respond to objections of the kind that I'm raising. And so the naturalist, in order to respond to those objections, basically has to shift their position, right? They either have to concede to an anti-realist view, which ultimately will boil down to probably something like a Humean account of reason, or they'll have to take a kind of Kantian view. That's something we haven't talked about today. That's basically the idea that there are some norms that are going to be some norms of practical agency that are going to be binding upon all agents just by virtue of them being agents. In other words, it's just part of the idea of agency that you would be committed to certain norms, because otherwise you wouldn't really be an agent. So for instance, just to give a simple example, if what it is to be an agent is partly to be the kind of being that attempts to realize its desires, presumably it has a certain commitment to understanding enough about the world by which to actually realize its aims and desires, right? Otherwise it couldn't really be an agent. So all agents it might be contended that all agents have implicit in being an agent some kind of commitment to acquiring the knowledge necessary for them to realize their aims. And so therefore there's a universal norm of acquiring knowledge that's binding upon all agents, that's just built into the very concept of agency, right?
How's it different
but ultimately
about like parts and
yeah.
humans? I'm not sure how that's much different.
Well, because on the Kantian view, there's a question as to whether it's the case that you could have what's called an ideally coherent Caligula, at least this one theorist, Sharon Street, who wrote this paper, uses that example, which is the idea that there's nothing incoherent about an agent who
like a perfectly rational murderer or something like that.
Yeah, perfectly rational murderer. He's not violating any norms of agency, He's just violating social norms or something like that, right? So there are some Kantians who want to argue that there is a way to show that, in fact, the Caligula is violating some norm of agency. So the people in this group, or at least the people on this call, I think are all skeptical that there's a way for them to do that.
The basic idea, Roland, is like when you were giving the example, like you were talking about this person qua loving human versus qua murderer, what somebody like Korsgaard would say is that qua murderer, they would actually be irrational. Like the idea would be that this person would have desires, right? And if they fully and completely reflected on their desires, they would actually see that it's irrational with respect to their desires to actually to attempt or desire to murder anybody at all. And that's going to hold for any set of desires you have whatsoever. So that's the sort of Kantian move, that you can't actually have something like a rational Caligula or something like that, or what Jack is calling an ideally coherent Caligula, a Caligula who has the best instrumental reason to engage in the action that he does in fact have. And so Kantian constructivists argue that those kinds of agents are just metaphysically impossible. They'd always be committing some type of rational mistake or something. They'd be missing some sort of entailment from their desires or something like that, or whatever. So that would be the difference.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of us here, and I think almost everybody on this call, is skeptical that there can be an argument of that kind. It seems to us that at best you could argue that given the way human beings are currently constructed, it could be the case that that there is no human being that would have, all things considered, reasons to be a Caligula. But that you could imagine other possible worlds where there could be such creatures, which I think is, if that's the case, that seems far shorter than most moral realists want to go.
And that would
it's more realistic, the kind of
issue.
Yeah, it would simply be an empirical issue. Is it in fact the case that there are no beings that currently exist or have existed in history that had the best reasons to be Caligulas, that best reasons by their lights, So that's the second horn of the trilemma. We haven't talked about that. That's just one other option that she poses. And the third option is for them to go the non-naturalist route, which is equivalent to taking the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma, to say there's an external standard of the good that's irreducible and independent of any so-called natural property, which is to say descriptive property. So you might want to look at that.
They just take the good as like some primitive concept.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's sort of what I was
definable, simple, and all of that.
Right. And that's what I was getting at with our objections to the very concept of an external normative reason, because it seems obscure to us. Now, for an elaboration of our sort of problems with the third horn of the trilemma, at least as I've exposited the three horns, because it's probably not how she exposited it.
Yeah.
I may have it out of order compared to her, but what I'm calling
that's in order actually.
That's in order.
Because she looks at like three responses, and then the first one is anti-realism. The second one is just basically Kantian constructivism, and the third is just basically non-naturalist realism. So she says that their position is inherently unstable. It just collapses to one of the three.
Right. And so for an elaboration of our criticism of the third horn of the trilemma, the non-naturalist realism, as well as a critique of natural law theory, you should look at the debate that Vic had on debate.org. Is Vic here? Vic, or did Vic leave? I don't see his little thumb. Oh, there. Okay. Either you
setting something on fire.
Setting something on fire. Could you post a link to the debate that you had? Because Vic started this debate, and so we basically it was primarily Randy and Vic and myself had to sort of work out all the moves in the dialectic with respect to the moral realism debate. So we pretty much defined our objections, and so the natural law issue came up at one point in the debate, and we stated a version of our objections. It wasn't really about that, but we have some good comments on why that doesn't really work.
But I was thinking about
why we think this.
I was thinking though about a critique of natural law, like from the perspective of the Kritzkenstein stuff, which is kind of ironic because Ross has that really good article against dispositionalist views of intentionality from like the plus stuff. So I was thinking, because you remember we had that discussion, I thought there was like a similar sort of issue that arose for the natural law theorists, like in terms of what one ought to do.
That's the point. Yeah, we should develop that. But I did allude to some of those issues earlier because I said before you were on the call, I was talking about the Craig Adams view with Roland, and I was explaining, the stuff about, kind of how Craig doesn't really have the resources to show why we should align our concept of the good with God's nature.
One thing I'm wondering though, do you know if McIntyre defends natural law theory or something? Or
I assume he does. I think take
I was
good
thinking of
and
picking
God.
up McIntyre's book on that ethics or whatever.
Yeah, I think he is a natural law theorist as far as I understand him. So anyway, in that discussion, I alluded to the fact that it's not just these kind of problems, problems with a posteriori identities, problems with naturalistic fallacies that I think pose a problem for identifying the good with God's nature. I mentioned that I thought that if you collapse the is-ought distinction, as it seems to me Craig and Adams do, you end up with these catastrophic consequences for intentionality and agency and self-knowledge and personal identity. I didn't explain to him why, but it seems to me that's related to the idea of the Ross stuff, because all those considerations about immaterial aspects of thought, I think, are basically, along the lines of showing that you can't really have these higher order properties on a naturalistic view, which it seems to me is what the natural law view.
Because Kripke talks about it in the book on Wittgenstein and Paradox of Rule Following or whatever it's called. Because he talks about like this sort of distinction between the description of the rule and which rule we're following is a fundamentally normative one. So there's always a distinction between just the mere sort of description of the rule and which rule we are in fact following. That difference is a matter of a normative dimension. But that requires the normative to be distinct from the descriptive. But if we're collapsing the is-ought distinction and the normative just becomes a matter of the descriptive, then, per the Ross type argument, then there's some issues when it comes to thinking about intentionality or other immaterial aspects of thought or whatever.
Yeah, right. So my claim is you lose basically 5 different types of higher order properties. You lose constitutive self-knowledge, you lose agency, you lose value, you lose personal identity, and intentionality, which I think is catastrophic. But I haven't gone into that with Roland yet. We've been saving that.
Well, that's something we have to go into when we go back to Bugrami, to be fair.
Yeah. But do you have the link to the debate? Because I think Roland would enjoy reading that, and it would give him a good sense of exactly the types of objections that we're trying to raise to different options. I can find it if it's hard for you guys to find it. Give me a second. Yeah, here it is.
When you guys said Ross earlier, Ross's argument, do you mean James Ross?
Yeah, James Ross.
Yeah, James Ross.
About the immaterial aspects of thought.
Yeah. Oh man, I just got that. I'm about to start reading it.
Right. Well,
it was a pretty good article.
Even though James is a theist, we actually, I think, agree with his argument. At least, I haven't actually read the paper, but, to the degree that I understand what he's arguing, I think I'm sympathetic to it. And I think that ultimately the kind of objection that he raises there is the kind of objection we would be raising to a natural law view that Rand is alluding to. That you really need to have this normative dimension that's irreducible to mere descriptive facts in order for there to be these higher order properties in the first place. And I think Ross is basically arguing something like that, although not about moral properties, but about, intentional content.
Properties.
Say?
Yeah, he argues that, since we have determinate thoughts about things like triangles or, 2 plus 2 equals 4 or whatever, that no physical system is determinate, that, that thought has to be something over and above just a set of physical labels or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think Ross's argument is ultimately a version of the type of objection that I was alluding to, which is that if you actually collapse this elliptic distinction as the great atomsy does, you end up with these actual catastrophic consequences for your ontology, because you end up losing really basic things like intentionality, agency, identity, constitutive self-knowledge, and value. But yeah, take a look at this link here, Roland, when you have time. I think you'll find it entertaining at the very least, and hopefully edifying. Yeah, well, it's kind of funny. There's something about it that's funny, I think.
I think the funny thing is the 10,000 words versus 10,000.
Oh yeah, that's a really funny thing. Actually, I just tell you this anecdote. It's not really entirely relevant. It's amusing. When the debate started, Vic thought that he had 10,000 words in which to write up his first response, and for each round he would have 10,000 words. And so we kept talking about all the different objections we wanted to raise, and, we kept saying things, eventually every once in a while somebody would say, well, do we have room to bring all that stuff in? I mean, won't that just open up a whole other can of worms? And invariably somebody would say, come on, there are 10,000 words. That's a lot, don't worry about it. We got 10,000 words, And about 5 minutes before the deadline that Vic had to post his response, he realized that it was 10,000 characters.
Oh my word!
Rather than he had to radically cut his post. Just 5 minutes before the deadline. So that was pretty funny.
It was Vic.
But it worked out.
Arguing against.
He was arguing against moral realism, robust moral realism, reasons externalist.
You just pick a random person.
Who was he arguing? He was actually arguing against atonement. He was actually arguing against it.
But he wasn't defending natural law theory in this debate. Until he mentioned a little bit about it at the very end, but it wasn't really about that.
Yeah, and when he mentioned it a little bit at the end, that was when, in our rebuttal, we brought up some of these kinds of issues that we take to be fundamental problems for natural law use.
But what are you reading, Roland, in terms of like natural law theory? Because the most I've read is Caesar. And I'm imagining there's probably thinkers that specialize specifically like in natural law metaethics. So I'm kind of curious, to read about.
There's a book that I'm reading at the moment. There's two books that I have that I need to read, but I'm not sure how much they'll address the issues that we're bringing up directly. But the one, let me just get it here. The one is called "What We Can't Not Know" and the surname is literally unpronounceable. I know it's but this squee or something. I'll get a link to it.
Budzyski? I don't know.
Yeah.
I can pronounce it if you can spell.
I'll put a link here on the chat. That one, yeah.
That's the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Budzyshevsky.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Is that like Polish or something?
Yeah, that's Polish.
And the other one I have, although I'm also not sure if this is, I sort of got them, but I'm still trying to find people to read on this. That's the thing. That's one of the big challenges I have for reading. I suppose Aristotelian Thomistic things is finding people who write things on them. Is Fact, Value, and God by, I don't have the author on this. This is weird. By Holmes, but I don't know if that's a natural law thing. Or Arthur Holmes. It does seem to be a bit of an overview. So it goes through Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, and then Hume and Kant and Hegel. So, I don't know. I think that might be more of a arguing for theistic foundations of moral realism as opposed to arguing for the coherence of them, coherence of any moral meta-ethic sort of thing for realism. So in short, I don't know. If you find anything, please point me to it. I'll point you to anything.
So I'm curious, how did you come into the group, Roland?
I was on I'm on a Facebook group called the Thomistic Discussion Group.
Oh, okay. I'm in that group, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I didn't know.
Yeah, and Vic, I was there, and Vic was talking to someone, and I pitched in, and then he invited me. So.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Randy on is John Johnson on Facebook.
Yeah, I don't ever post though. It's more.
I think I've seen you. John Johnson, I've seen that.
No, Vic stole my last name, so he has his name Vic Johnson. That might be confusing.
We have two mutual friends, it seems. And they are... No, I have one mutual friend. Yeah, just Vic Johnson. Okay, sure.
So do you have like a blog or something, Roland?
I do. I'm not sure how much you guys are going to like it though. I'll get a link to it here. I keep clicking on. There we go. I actually quoted from the book of the name of the guy I can't pronounce. The Bud. I'll call him Bud.
Wojciechowski.
Say it again?
Oh yeah, your name has Troll in it.
Well, you miss the, it's missing an L, so. That's right.
That would be more apt. You and Vic could exchange names.
What?
Vic is the resident troll. So.
Oh, I see.
We like to think.
I think Zach said he was going to come on in the evening, Chuck. So I don't know if you wanted to like come up with some like a formal like a written up version of each of the issues we had with what Strawson was saying. Because one thing I was thinking, you were talking about this in the text. One thing I was thinking about Strawson's view is that it's hard to make sense of how modality even makes sense anymore on his view, right? Because it seems to sort of lead to an amodal account, because if there's no distinction between X and the properties X has, then you can't really talk about what would have been possible for X other than how it is already in the first place. So, you can't, but even if like Strawson adopts something like necessitarianism, I think he still owes us a story about how how does he make sense of counterfactual thinking? Because we engage in counterfactual thinking all the time, and counterfactual thinking is like essential to the way we do science or whatever.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, it's worth asking. But since we have Roland here, we should take advantage of him.
Hey, you want me to come back? So maybe.
No,
nice.
We have plenty of time for Randy and I to talk about this. So yeah, what else would you like to discuss? unless you want to continue with the natural law stuff, which is fine.
I had one brief question I had for you guys, and that was like, let's grant. Okay, wait, hang on. What's going on? Oh, let's grant the idea that, for the sake of argument, that we can distinguish between the form that something has, right, and the form is somehow linked to proper function. Okay. Let's just assume that some natural law theorist somewhere in the world, in history, has answered this question. Okay. For now. Then, you were saying that it seems naturalistic to you because it's grounding, but I'm not sure it is, because it's not giving an account of the obligations, or not obligations, the oughtness or the normativeness. It's just saying that normativeness attaches or is related to form or something, or like.
You're saying what something does grounds what it ought to do in the first place. Like a heart is supposed to pump blood because that's something that that's grounded in the form of the heart, or what the heart does.
So I would say, like, I don't think that is the case though. So I don't think we look at the heart, and I don't think we look at an object and say, look, it pumps blood, and then, like, the supposedness is almost built into the definition of the heart, and it's got nothing to do with how the heart is behaving itself. Like, it's not.
Well, if heart didn't pump blood, we would never get the notion that it's supposed to pump blood, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I could define something now, or take a new concept. I don't know, like a unicorn or something. Unicorns are supposed to have horns on them, right? I mean, I'm not grounding that in any experience or any kind of facts about unicorns as they currently exist.
Well,
but
that's an appeal to something like essential properties. That has to do with the identity of a thing.
Yeah.
I don't see how essential properties is the same thing as teleology.
Well, surely, well, okay, so, were you saying, say that sentence again, you said with the word identity in it?
Yeah, you were talking about essential properties, right? In order for something to count as a unicorn, it has to have a horn.
Sure, I suppose, but you could have a unicorn who had its horn cut off, and so it's still called a unicorn, even though it doesn't. It's just not a properly functioning unicorn in a sense.
Then how could you get the notion that a unicorn is supposed to have a horn?
But it's built into the concept of unicorn, like what it means to be.
If a unicorn means a horse with a horn, if you remove the horn, it's not a unicorn anymore.
Okay, fair enough. Well, okay, hang on. Surely, so for example, having 4 legs is somehow related to the form of a dog, even though we have dogs with 3 legs. Or a bipedal.
Yeah, that would just be you rejecting essential properties, basically. But that doesn't have anything to do with teleology.
Rejecting essential properties?
Yeah, like, well, normally dogs have 4 legs, but a dog without 4 legs is still a dog, right? So you're saying that having 4 legs isn't an essential property of a dog.
Right. But it does seem to be a sort of a normative property, right? Like a properly functioning dog has 4 legs in it, right?
Well, we like dogs with 4 legs, so we consider that properly functioning.
Well, I'm not too concerned of how we came to understand the form, but the form in and of itself now that we've defined the concept is like this almost seems to be this normative fact which we can build into the concept of something, which isn't.
Would it make sense to have a concept of a properly formed mountain as opposed to an improperly formed mountain?
Properly formed mountain? I'm trying to think what would go into a properly formed mountain. Presumably size.
We just don't give a crap about how a mountain looks, like how it's constructed. So we don't have this notion of how the mountain is supposed to be.
Well, if it was only a foot tall, wow.
No, I found that so funny.
It wouldn't be properly functioning, would it? A foot tall mountain would be a malfunctioning mountain, right?
Oh, that's great. I would like to have a foot tall mountain. I think that's just called a hill, though.
It doesn't even seem like it's quite a hill.
It's more like a bump or something.
Yeah. It's a properly functioning bump, but it's a malfunctioning mountain.
So, just came back. What are you guys talking about?
I think Roland going somewhere with it.
So there was something brought up. So there were two sort of objections, we could say, brought up to natural law theory. The one was sort of the arbitrariness with which we assign forms to things. Okay, so like why that was the idea of like the form of a loving human versus the form of a murderer, and so how to sort of pick one non-arbitrarily. But then the other one was a question of the question of like that whether natural law is a naturalistic meta-ethic, so whether it grounds these normative statements in descriptive statements. And so I was saying, okay, well, for the moment, because none of us have had a chance in the past, like, I don't know how it's been, like an hour, to read papers by a natural law theorist that we can't yet name, to defend the objections, the first objection, to respond to the first objection. Let's just assume for now that we can non-arbitrarily assign forms to things. Okay. I wanted to deal with the naturalistic objection. So to say, do natural law theories actually attempt to reduce normative facts to descriptive facts? And it seemed to me that they didn't. It just seems that they can take normative facts as a sort of primitive concept, but then still build them into our concepts of other things, into the form of other things. So I was saying, like, a good heart is a heart that ought pump blood a certain way and would have certain properties. A properly functioning dog is a dog that has 4 legs and not 3 legs. So that's where I was trying to move the discussion.
Well, I think that's just going to collapse into like a type of non-naturalist realism, though, right? Because it's going to hold over and above, however, was fixed the reference in terms of these objects. Like when you're talking about non-arbitrariness of assigning forms, that presumably what we're calling the non-arbitrariness is going to be a function of how it really ought to be, like what form it ought to have, and something like that. So that's going to stand over and above just talk of the forms themselves, right? So that's just going to be a type of non-naturalism, as far as I can see.
Yeah, sure, okay.
The point is that, like, if we just go back into sort of street trilemma, right? So you would be basically taking the third horn of a trilemma, and then if you're committing yourself to non-naturalist realism, then you may be gaining the benefits of a non-naturalist realism, but you'd also be subject to all of the potential criticisms of a non-naturalist realism as well.
But you also would be, it seems like you also would be no longer keeping faith with the natural law, with the natural law motivation. The motivation to be a natural law theorist, whatever those are. Like if you were an Orthodox Thomist or whatever, right? You would, if you took the third horn of Street's trilemma, you'd basically be out of the natural law camp once you took the third horn.
So I was curious why you think that. But, I mean, I'm trying to understand maybe the natural law theory a bit more, even just as a sort of expositional exercise.
Well, maybe we can sort of put it something like this. We could let's put it in terms of like a conglomeration of descriptive facts, right? And so the point is supposed to be that no conglomeration of descriptive facts can really reduce to what a given entity ought to be. So I mean, so sort of the idea usually, like for natural law theory, is like I ought to do what conduces to my nature in some sense, right? But the point is that how is my nature construed? If my nature is just construed in terms of what I'm causally disposed to do, then that is going to basically run right into a naturalistic fallacy, meaning the Kripke plus argument, all of that other stuff, right? So, for example, you might say, the causal dispositions that acorns have, sense up some type of causal tendency for it to grow into a tree. But that's not the same thing as saying that it ought to become a tree, right? Now, you might try settling that in terms of, well, it's just whatever causal dispositions it has in normal scenarios or circumstances or whatever. But then that raises the question of what counts as normal, right? Then you can sort of repose the argument, like, is normal cashed out in sort of terms of these causal dispositions, or is it cashed out in other terms? If it's cashed out normatively, then it's going to stand over and above the actual dispositions the thing has itself. So something, for example, you could have, like, let's say somebody built something, right, that they intended for it to be a knife, but it's actually really, really crappy cutting things. But surprisingly, it's an amazing hammer, right? But nonetheless, we would say, no, it's really for cutting things, even though it's really crappy at doing so, right? So the idea would be that it's really standing over and above the set of causal dispositions it has. In some sense, the analogy would go, here, remove the designer, it's really for X, right? But that's going to stand over and above whatever causal dispositions we have of it. But that's just going to be a type of non-naturalist realism at that point, because you're going to be saying that, what I ought to do stands over and above my sets of causal dispositions. But I thought the whole point of, a type of natural law theory was try to ground, what we ought to do sort of in our essence, with our essence cashed out in non-moral or in non-normative terms. If our essence is cashed out in these normative terms, then it's not actually a distinctive position from non-naturalist realism, as far as I can tell. Because, every non-naturalist realist, from Moore to Ross and, Schaefer-Landau or whatever, would agree that, what I ought to do holds irrespective of, what I desire to do or whatever, right? Or even of what perhaps my causal dispositions might conduce to. So, you might imagine that my causal dispositions of myself might conduce to me being, a horrible murderer or something. But nonetheless, in a sense, I have an all things considered reason not to be a murderer. But if that holds, independently of my sets of causal dispositions, that's just what's typically called a type of non-naturalist realism. So if a natural law theorist is calling themselves a natural law theorist, I guess the mystery is that there's no distinction between what they're calling natural law theory and what everybody else calls non-naturalist realism. So it's not actually a distinctive position, as far as I can tell at that point. They might call it natural law theory, but there seems to be no distinction between that and what everyone else calls non-naturalist realism.
I see. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't really know what more to say on that for now, actually. My homework seems to be piling up.
Randion is fond of saying, so much philosophy, so little time.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, so would you like to pick another topic?
Jesus. I've been thinking about something recently. I thought I might bounce off you guys. It's not particularly to do with theistic issues or stuff, but it's to do with agent causation. Have you guys? I mean, obviously, you guys have encountered agent causation. What's your take on it? Like, any thoughts?
I think David's probably right about it. That it doesn't really make sense on analysis.
That it's like maybe initially makes sense, but then it's sort of once you think about it a bit more, you like can't really give it coherence.
I think almost anything initially makes sense in philosophy, but on ultimate analysis, most things don't. But I would imagine agent causation is one of those things. I mean, it's not really so much agent causation. Really, it's more about substance causation in general. Agent causation is just a specific type of substance causation. And because usually that account is motivated by a more general account of substance causation. But, Press actually had a very good blog post about exactly this issue, about that there may be no difference between, cause I guess I'm imagining you're considering that in terms of agent causal theories of libertarianism or something, right? Or am I mistaken?
No, I'm pretty okay with taking the agent as being having the agent being caused by say his reasons or something contrary to libertarianism.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I guess technically you could. Well, I guess actually it could be an agent causal compatibilist or something. As far as I can see, wouldn't be anything preventing that. I guess sort of my concern is that I just sort of hesitate to sort of adopt this sort of substance ontology that is part of the notion of agent causation. Because I'm just taking the notion of agent causation to just be motivated by this broader account of substance causation, right? So Aristotle talks about we have a, or sort of the Aristotelian movement, with Aristotle and Averroes and Aquinas and whatever, and then even some people that aren't explicitly Thomas, like Suarez or whatever, they take a substance account of causation, right? So substances are what stand in causal relation. Events might be some type of, friction that we create, that are ultimately reducible to talk of substances. It's really substances at bottom that are doing all the causal work. But I'm kind of skeptical if that can really work. Davidson, I think, actually had a very good article about exactly this issue about why he favors an event-based ontology or substance-based ontology. I guess part of the issue is that, it seems like with substances, it's not really so much we care about just, when we're talking about causal relations specifically, it's not so much that we're just caring about what the substance is. If I ask you a question about, why is the window broken? And I say, because of the brick, there's an implicit understanding that I'm not just talking about the brick implicator, I'm talking about what the brick did, some sort of action or event or something that occurred in some sense, right? So that's sort of a paraphrase for saying, well, that person threw the brick with such and such velocity and the throwing of the brick caused the breaking of the window or something. Yeah. Now, obviously a substance, theorist could try to, rebut that by trying to, approach it from the opposite direction, trying to reduce events to substance talk, but I guess I'm sort of skeptical that all event talk can be reduced to substance talk. It seems to me that, all of the cases we care about with causation, that, people attempt to analyze via substance talk, as far as I can tell, is just reducible to event talk. It's unclear to me what substance talk is supposed to be doing in those scenarios. Do you also, so I've heard state causation is a thing as well, which is slightly different to event causation, but it's also not substance causation. I'm not familiar with that. Are you talking about the state that some object is in would maintain some other state it's in? So for example, the density of I don't know, the wood causes it to be floating on the water. So it's in a state of having a certain density, and that causes it to be in a state of floating on water. Right. In the sense that part of the problem is, part of the issue is if there is a unitary analysis of causation in general. Because it just seems a little uncomfortable for me to say something like the state of the density causes the state of the block floating on the water. Because any more so than I might say something like this just strikes me as just wrong to say something like the table causes my, in some sense, the object on the table to not fall through it, or something like that. I mean, I don't know. Like, I tend to think about causation, generally in terms of something like efficient causation, and I tend to think of material causation just in terms of composition or constitution. So I tend to think of them as distinct entities. So my sort of take on something like the density of a block causes it to float on the water is you might just say something like that there's this sort of relationship between the water and the block, but I'm not sure if it's if entirely the most truthful way to talk about it is just some sort of invariant causal relation that stands over and above all of these other instances where we engage in causal talk in general. We might say something like, well, if it had a density greater than the density of water, then it would have sunk, and we might analyze that further in terms of some particular set of physical laws or some particular set of composition of the object. So, for example, the density is directly related to the composition of both the block and of the water, presumably, right? When we say such and such has such and such density, that's directly related to the composition of the object there, the actual volume it occupies, and so on and so forth. So that seems to be something more of a mixed case rather than just a purely causal case, unless you want to include material causation. What I just consider to be constitution is somehow on the same level as efficient causation or whatever.
Wouldn't you have to appeal to something like forces in those examples?
Yeah. So like the block exerts a particular force, and the buoyant force of the water, exceeds the force that the block places down on it.
Right, and in physics, it's about what the force particles are doing that causes that.
Yeah, and Russell talked about something similar to that, about like how in many physical explanations, causal talk isn't perhaps the best way to think about some of it, when we talk about forces or whatever. At least, because some of those things aren't really occurring, like, because the paradigm understanding of something like causal talk, something like, one thing brings about another thing in some sense. But that doesn't seem to be what's going on in force talk at all. It's sort of like there's a sort of mutual interdependent relationship that dynamically evolves through time. It's not clear to me if the best way of cashing that out is in terms of causal talk or whatever.
I don't know, like, when you were talking about the table, so let's think about other examples, like you're talking about the table causing the things not to fall, that seems to make sense to me, or like a ball being placed above a cushion, like ball sitting on a cushion causes an indentation in the cushion, like that seems to be that seems to be a sense in which one state is bringing about another state.
Without the forces, nothing would happen, though. Right? Like you need gravity in the case of the ball indenting the pillow.
Sure.
Which is conveyed by, like, graviton, supposedly.
Well, let's not assume gravitons exist, because most scientists don't. But, there's some force. Yeah, I agree that there's some force that's causing it.
And do you think that forces are like states of matter or something?
Well, states of matter. I don't know, let's think.
Because you're trying to say one state that some matter is in causes another state that some other bit of matter is in.
Yeah.
But it seems that you'll need to reduce that to talk about forces.
Sure, you could say it's in a state of exerting a force on another thing. Yeah.
But exerting a force seems to be an action.
Yeah. That's weird, actually, because we can speak about someone, like, waving their hand. Like, that's an action, but, surely they're also in a state of waving their hand. Or, like, a state of constant velocity, but something is moving in a state of constant velocity.
It just might be isomorphic, it just might boil down to a terminological dispute at bottom, which I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Whether you want to talk about it as a given state or a continuation of a given event or something. You could say it's in a state of this, or the same sort of event keeps occurring, or something like that. I don't know, like the force keeps being exerted or something.
Yeah, the event occurs over more than an instant of time, but it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like because like in the example with like, say the table and a cup on the table, the cup is exerting a force on the table, and the table is exerting a force back up onto the cup, which is why it doesn't, fall through fall through the table or something like that. So we analyze that. You can analyze that like Hal is saying, like in terms of force talk. And force talk seems to be, something like something that's done, an action, an event, something like that. So those types of examples just might be reducible to event talk, or vice versa. Event talk might be reducible to state talk. So there might not be like a real distinction between talking about one or the other. I mean, state talk just might be an example of extended events, or events might just be an example of very short states, successive states.
It seems weird to me though, because events seem to be inherently about change, whereas states seem to be inherently about like almost the things that, like you can imagine you have states, and then when you change between two states, you have an event.
Well, isn't there a notion that there might, in some instances, you might have to do something in order to maintain a state?
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not an issue I've thought about very hard, so I don't have any sort of settled opinions about any of that.
Well, I'll tell you why I was introducing it. So the way I was reading this paper by Timothy O'Connor on agent causation, where he was trying to make sense of agent causation in addition to event causation, while still holding on. So I don't think he was doing what you were saying. I've forgotten how to pronounce the name. Randian. I remember there was a ray and then okay. So he didn't say, okay, well, screw the event causation paradigm. He's sort of like, okay, let's take event causation on, and then now let's explain agent causation in terms of something additional to event causation, which seemed interesting to me.
So you mean he was having a dual ontology, sort of? Like there'd be event causation and substance causation?
Not substance, well, just agent causation. I don't think he was arguing for a general substance causation thing. He was saying event causation is genuine in some cases, and it's like the fundamental thing, and then sometimes there are cases of causation that aren't event causation, and they have to do with agents, and then they're understood slightly differently.
Yeah, because I think the way to make agent causation the most plausible is to tie it to a more general account of substance causation. Now, this might make, free actions really special if it's the only type of substance causation, but at the same time, it's probably going to make it pretty implausible if it's also the only type of substance causation you're talking about. It's very special, but at the same time, it kind of looks a little ad hoc. If that's all, if this is the only type of substance causation that you're thinking of, or whatever, right? Now, do you remember the name of the paper that O'Connor argued this in, by chance?
I'm pretty sure it was just agent causation. Like the paper was just called agent causation.
That's convenient.
Yeah, I know, right? But I'll see if I can't find it online quickly.
Yeah, my only encounter with people talking about agent causation was in an attempt to defend libertarian free will.
Although there have been some compatibilists that are agent causalists as well.
Yeah, I think O'Connor, while he might be libertarian, said it doesn't actually matter what you are for this to make sense or something. He wasn't particularly arguing. I think he is a libertarian in some. He is, right? He is a libertarian.
Yeah, he's a libertarian.
Yeah, but I don't think in this paper he was particularly concerned with defending libertarianism via some sort of agent causation or anything. I think he was just trying to analyze. There you go. Yeah, this is the one. I'll post it.
Well, what would the compatibilists be saying other than our consciousness and intentional states results in actions of ours, or is that all they're saying?
Well, they're saying like you as a substance, along with your intentional states or whatever, will be bringing about. So for example, like your intentional states and your desires might cause you, qua the agent, to do a particular action, whereas usually on libertarian accounts, that would be like a compatibilistic account where like, if you do the proverbial rewinding the clock, you do the same thing every time. Whereas I guess on a libertarian account, as Leibniz would say, your reasons may incline without necessitating. So your reasons would merely dispose you towards a particular action, but they wouldn't actually determine you as the agent doing a particular action. But either way, it doesn't seem to be that agent causation in and of itself needs to be tied to libertarianism. Compatibilists could be.
So only compatibilism, are there other events that lead to your intentional states that then result in what you do or something?
I mean, I think even most agent causalists would say the same thing. Not that they would determine what you would do, but that it would incline, what you end up doing. So like, particular circumstances, particular events might bias, you choosing A more often than choosing B or something like that. So maybe like a 70-30 shot, given a particular event, a set of events prior to the choice, might influence you acting one way rather than the other. That in itself isn't incompatible with libertarianism, because both event causalists and agent causalists do generally acknowledge that, the least probabilistic biasing of one choice rather than another. It's not like every choice is a 50-50 shot or something like that.
Well, the people that I've heard of trying to defend libertarian free will talked about it in terms of you starting the chain of causation.
Yeah.
Like you as an agent start the chain of causation.
Yeah. You do start the chain of causation, I guess. Like you're an uncaused causer or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
On either scenario.
Is it the same with compatibilists?
See, that's a little difficult to understand, I guess. I mean, and I guess this would be part of the issue of trying to understand agent causation as being an uncaused causer or whatever.
Right. It's not the indeterministic or deterministic part I have a problem with. It's the whole uncaused causer part that I have an issue with.
Yeah, but that would be a uniquely libertarian thing, which I don't think is crucial to an agent causal theory. I'm trying to find. So I'm looking at the question. I'm trying to find the bit at which he gives the initial account of what he means by agent causation.
guess one question would be what's attractive about an account of that kind?
What's what?
What's attractive about an account of that kind?
Well, they want to say that it gives you like ultimate responsibility or whatever.
Well, I don't see how responsibility makes sense regardless of what account of agency you try to give.
Well, I guess the question, I guess it would depend on what kind of notion of responsibility you have in mind.
Well, I could be inconsistent with my commitments, but I was meaning like in some categorical sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering what Roland has in mind, because Roland is the one who was interested in the view.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I said my name. What was the question?
Well, I was just wondering what the interest is in the view. Randion suggested that people are interested in this view because they think that it grounds some kind of account of moral responsibility for action, and I was just sort of wondering what notion of responsibility that would be.
No, I'm not
particularly
interested in. I think I mentioned this earlier. I'm not particularly interested in questions of responsibility. I know that some people have brought up the question of agent causation. I don't care what reasons they brought them up for, and others have denied it as incoherent, or I don't know what you want to call it, something else. And so I just wanted to be able to think with someone about, about this. That's all. If they can legitimately.
Okay, so you don't have an interest in the view because you think it helps further some other theoretic.
I suppose there is I'm not particularly interested in terms of the responsibility thing. There is a sense in which I'm interested in it, I suppose, but not wholly. I think I'm largely just interested in it because I'm curious if, about such a view. But there has, I think, William Lane Craig mentioned it once in, he defends the Calum argument or something. And so he's got an argument for, the personhood of the first cause or something in his view, which would be existing in some sort of timeless state without creation. And so at one point when he's trying to argue, he's got like a few arguments for the personhood, but the one argument it can sort of be summarized as like, either the first event was an effect of event-event causation, state-state causation, or agent-event causation. And so it obviously can't be the effect of the first two because, well, it's the first event and it's an event, so it can't be...
Well, I don't understand how you can have an atemporal agent to begin with. How could you think about stuff without time?
Well, God wouldn't really be deliberating everything. He'd just have one sort of conscious thought.
Then I don't understand how he's an agent, right? An agent, has a beginning and end to their thoughts. You start with some premises and then reach a conclusion. Something like that. Or you observe the world around you and that causes you to form a belief or it causes you to know something. That's what agents do. So if he's not doing anything, then in what sense is it an agent?
Well, he has volition and cognition.
You need to do stuff in order to have volition, right?
Well, no. I mean, you can timelessly will something without actually affecting it.
I don't understand what that's supposed to mean.
Well, if you can will something without changing your will, right? And so if there's no change, now imagine you're doing that in a timeless state. Then if he hadn't changed his will, maybe he did change his will and that was the first event, or maybe he did change his thoughts.
Well, you need time to do an action. So whatever you're calling will couldn't lead to an action.
Well, no, yeah. So he would explicitly holds to relational view of time. So time depends on action, not the other way around.
Well, thinking and being an agent and stuff like that, those are actions.
I think he's just talking about William Lane Craig's timeless times creation and temporal miscreation, or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't really been able to make head details of it, like particularly in some of the comments that Craig makes with respect to this idea of, like when he talks about, like the argument he gives about like an agent freely choosing to stand up to break an eternal state. The example he uses is not one in which an agent is atemporal, but when an agent exists past infinitely and then chooses to stand up at a given time. That's not an example of, a transition from atemporality to temporality.
I think it is though. So I used to have the exact problem, but I think Craig uses the phrase past eternal to mean in the timeless state. That's the only way I can make sense of his argument.
Then the agent was never sitting down.
Why not?
Because there was no time in which he was sitting down.
Well, sitting down is a state. I mean, I know you're going to say, like, it's forces and all that kind of stuff. So he's using this more as an illustrative
At what
thing.
time was he in the state, though?
At what time? In the...
Well, let's think about it in these terms, right? You're taking a relational view of time. So if you're talking about this example where this person is sitting from, quote, eternity and then freely chooses to stand up, this entire stretch of him sitting from eternity is one event, right?
It's one.
The first
it's one moment. Yeah.
Right, but that's presumably what we would just call something beginning to exist, as far as I can tell. It's the first event of its existence is just sitting down, and then afterwards it just instantaneously, either on some open interval after it or in some discrete second state, decides to stand up for something or another. But that's not an example of something we would call a timeless to, temporal transition. I mean, unless, Craig wants to say something like everything is timeless, because like he says this thing about something being timeless doesn't mean that it's unchangeable. It just might be, contingently changeless or something. So,
yeah.
I mean, by that sort of understanding that everything is timeless at any given time, if you fix a given instant, it's not changing, but that's not contradictory with it changing afterwards. So, I mean, on his analysis of timeless, everything is timeless at a given time, which isn't a very interesting analysis of timelessness. I mean, as far as I can tell, that would just be the same as saying that this entity began to exist on any other, analysis of temporality.
Well, so I think what I think it's Kyle has been saying about forces and stuff. I mean, there seems to be something essential to something being material for it to be temporal, right? I mean, it can't.
I don't think so.
Exist. Well, you're saying.
Well, a mind isn't material, is it?
Mind isn't material. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
And you can have a succession of thoughts. One thought happens before the other.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that only material things are timeless. I'm saying material things have to be timeless. Only material things are temporal. I'm saying material things have to be temporal. I'm not saying anything about immaterial things for the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely clear on that either.
Well, it's because like what's involved in being material at like a subatomic point is just like a continuous eventuation of things, continuous.
That seems to be the view that's developing these days. I mean, a lot of people think that both space and time might be emergent off other physical phenomena. I don't think that's necessarily true either.
Okay.
So I mean, on a fundamental level, physicality may be neither temporal nor spatial. Spatiality and temporality are higher order phenomena. I don't think that's necessarily true, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
But I don't think it's really relevant,
Okay.
for these purposes. I mean, I'm just saying, look, let's sort of imagine, let's try to understand the motivation for something like I guess my sort of question is like, what is the motivation for having this account in the first place? As far as I can tell, the motivation for having this account sort of rests on what I can see, as far as I can tell, are some conflations about the nature of time and causation. Because as far as I can tell, the relevant notion of causation, namely some type of originating causation, isn't really something that makes sense as far as I can see. If it's purely simultaneous or there's something that's made temporal on one side of it. Because to talk about something being an originating cause is to talk about something bringing something into being that wasn't there before, right? Mm-hmm. So I mean, you can't talk about a transition of state where one state is timeless, where the thing in question doesn't exist. Like let's say I want to say X comes into existence, but there's a state where X doesn't exist, where X is timeless. The cause exists timelessly. So you have the state that the cause exists in, where this cause hasn't brought the effect about, and the state is timeless. And on most analyses of timelessness, that's the same as being eternal, right? So there's no possibility, in other words, of like maybe I can give an analogy. We take it that 2 and 2 makes 4 is true atemporally, if you hold like a realist view about universals or whatever, right? And sort of part of what that entails is that there's no time at which it fails to be the case that 2 and 2 make 4 or whatever. Now, if we also think about it in the notion of atemporal states in general, if you have an atemporal state at which the thing exists, in which the effect hasn't been brought about, then there's never going to be a time at which the effect could exist in the first place, because the state consisting of the cause without the effect would be eternal, so the effect could never arise to begin with. Now, I think Craig tries to get out of something like this by trying to talk about this approach to timelessness, which is something like, well, the timeless period can end in some sense, but it's kind of unclear what that's supposed to mean, like when he's saying that this timeless period can end, because he's taking a relational view of time. It's not as if it's some type of substantival view of time, where the entity occupies some hypertime, where they wait for a while, and then they decide to act. No, this entire period of non-action is a single state, and if we're taking a relational view of time, that's just going to be the first moment of time, this state of it not acting, and the state after of it acting would be the second state of time.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's what I've come to, like, after thinking about what Craig is saying, that's what I've come to, like.
Yeah, but then the problem with that model is that that's not a model where God is eternal. That's a model where God began to exist. So that's not, I think, the best account you want to go with.
Why does he begin to exist on that? There's no state there's no state in which he doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, if that's sort of the account you're comfortable with, then I think you could say the same thing for the universe, sans God. There wouldn't be any time or state at which the universe wouldn't have existed either. If that's what you're willing to say, then I guess that's fine. But then that seems to sort of deflate the force of the Kalam, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting.
Because I mean, even Craig acknowledges that there's no time in which in which universe, as in space-time, fails to exist. There's no time in which it fails to exist. And if the universe is all there is, there's literally no state in which it fails to exist either, even if it has a past finite existence. So I mean, if that's sort of the account of, like, if you're willing to say that God, because Craig defines begin to exist, not in the sense that there's two senses in which you can mean begins to exist, right? You can either mean begins to exist in the sense of comes into existence, which is usually what we're concerned with. Like, something comes into existence when there's a state at which it doesn't exist, and afterwards there's a state at which it exists. Like, my cell phone came into existence because, there's a state at which the completed product didn't exist, and then a state at which afterwards it did exist. So it came into existence. But that's different from saying that it just strictly begins to exist. Because strictly speaking, all that you're saying when you're saying something begins to exist is you're just saying there's something like a first moment or a first state of its existence. But the interesting thing about that, like you pointed out, that's compatible with there never being a time at which it fails to exist. That's only really possible for the first initial part of temporality itself, right? But if we make that sort of distinction, and you're okay with an account of God where there's no time at which God fails to exist, but God has a past finite existence, and that doesn't count as coming into existence and hence doesn't require a cause or anything like that.
Yeah, you could say the same thing to the universe.
You could say the same thing about the universe. That just has to undercut the Kalam.
No, definitely. Okay,
so
that can't be what he means then. That's interesting. I have never thought about it like that. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that one.
I mean, I personally favor like a view of God as something like, so I think like an Aristotelian view where like both the universe and God are co-eternal, and God is sort of like the eternal sustaining cause. To me, probably makes the most sense. Like if I was going to be a theist. So, I mean, the problem is like then we're acknowledging that it isn't the case that the universe is in any sense created by God in the sense that He brought it into being. It exists with Him, but He's sort of like the eternal, artificer, as it was, eternally sustaining and shaping the universe in some sense. Because on the other side of it, you could take something like Richard Swinburne's view of God, where like God exists in sort of this past infinite time and then creates the universe. But that sort of raises, Augustine's question of what was God doing before He created the universe or something like that, right? Because it would seem at any point in this past infinite time He could have brought the universe about into being. Why did He wait now instead of earlier or something?
Yeah.
Right? So I think it's easier just to say, well, God exists past infinitely. The universe also exists past infinitely, but there's an asymmetric relationship between the universe and God, where God shapes the universe, does things to the universe. Like he's literally the prime mover or something like that. So I think that to me is a better account of God. But it's not one that's going to be compatible with Kalam, of course. But it is something you could use Aquinas' first way to argue for instead.
Yeah. Interesting. So do you think this could be circumvented by like almost having a substantival view of time where you take so God causes the time, but then you'd have to ask how God does that outside of time.
Yeah, because then the idea would be almost like God occupies like a hypertime, like orthogonal to our time. So like sort of the idea is you could imagine our time as something like a ruler that God perceives. But He's proceeding on His own timeline, otherwise you're running into the same issues about timelessness or whatever. And then if He's occupying His own hypertime, then you can always ask, why doesn't He create earlier in hypertime? So then you have to just pass into in hypertime. So I think rather than getting into all of those complications, my take is to take an Aristotelian view. Now, an Aristotelian view, as far as I can tell, isn't compatible with creatio ex nihilo, but that's not really something that would bother me as a theist anyway. But as far as I can tell, like the best way to because there's sort of two dual intuitions that are running here. The one intuition is that God has always existed, because it would sound odd to say that God is 15 billion years old or something like that.
Agreed. Yeah.
That would sound like a very odd thing to say. But on the other hand,
although there says that. There is somebody who says
there's
crazy. Yeah, there's a crazy. Well, I think he's a troll philosopher. I mean, he's a published philosopher, but he seems to construct arguments that literally no one will.
So this guy is pretty. I imagine he was influenced by like Peter Unger or something, because Unger argues for like ridiculous positions as well. So his dissertation was a defense of trivialism, why everything was both true and false at the same time, including his dissertation. And then some of his greatest hits included a defense of why God was 15 billion years old. And then his next paper was about how there's no problem with creatio ex nihilo, because nothing exists anyway, so it's just nothing becoming nothing. So, nothing can continue to become nothing. If nothing exists, there's no problem. Something like that. So that was pretty creative. But, leaving that aside, so the other sort of intuition, besides sort of the idea that, God always existed, is something like, if God creates, then, God would have, good reasons for creating or something like that, or reasons for when He would create. Then the problem is if you take like a substantival view of time, where God exists past infinitely and the universe is just finitely existent, then it sort of raises the question, why did God create then, not earlier? It seems like at any point because there's no privileged sort of point at which He could have created. Why did He create 13 billion years, or I'm sorry, 30.8 billion years ago rather than 13.9 or 14 or 14.1 or whatever, right? Any point in time would have been just as good as another or something, right? And so usually the solution is to try to take like Augustine's or Leibniz's solution, which is something like he didn't create time in time, but with time. So he timelessly created time. But I have issues with that account, like that we've kind of gone through. So if that account doesn't work, then it seems the best account is to go in the opposite direction, to just say, well, the universe really never did come into existence in any meaningful sense. These are gods. They're both past, infinitely eternal, but there's an asymmetric relationship between them. So for me, I just think an Aristotelian is probably the best way to make sense of that.
Although I am still inclined to take the universe as finite in the past, even if but I'm not sure how to do that. Well, I suppose I could take like a sort of de-theoretic view.
What's that?
Well, I'm saying I'm more inclined to take the universe as finite, like having existed for a finite amount of time, you know?
Well, maybe the universe is embedded, creation could be, more varied than, we could possibly imagine. Maybe what we just consider to be the entirety of the universe, like physicality, is just one amongst others to some extent. I'm not even talking about like on the level of a multiverse or something even beyond that. To be embedded within. Michael Tooley talked about this possibility of an undercutting the feet of the Kalam. That this entire physical space we're talking about could be embedded within some higher order hyperspace, which would stand over and above any given physical theory or whatever you might have. That would lead you to believe that this current physical system is past finite. I'm just saying that for me, that's the most coherent model of creation as far as I can see. All of the other ones run into various difficulties that, at least in my current opinion, don't really mesh well together and end up becoming incoherent, like Craig's position or Swinburne's position or other views.
Yeah. Yeah, one more thing that I'm going to read up.
Yeah. But of course, Randy, you don't really think the sustaining cause model works either, right?
No, I think there's other reasons to think why it's incoherent, but it's the least incoherent of them.
Why don't you like the sustaining cause idea?
What's that?
Why do you think the sustaining cause idea is incoherent?
Well, I think there's another intuition, which is that also God, in some sense, to decide what he would create or whatever. And it's difficult to make sense of that with a past eternal universe that's just a purely set of sustaining causes. God is just a sustaining cause. Because it's not as if at some point God can decide. Like for example, one of the things that's central, I think, to theistic views is that God could have decided not to have created. There could be a possible world where God didn't create the universe or something like that, right? But there would never be a point on this model where God could have the capacity, to decide not to create the universe.
Yeah.
So that would be, if you wanted to hold on, I think there would be issues with classical theism. Like, he wouldn't really be so much of a classical theism, or he gave up the fact that God could have decided not to have created. And if you are trying to hold to that belief, then it's difficult to mesh that with the view that God is just an eternal sustaining cause, because there would never be a point where God could decide not to create. You could try positing a hypertime, but then you would run into all the same other issues that we talked about earlier. So, but it's the least incoherent of them as far as keeping various theistic commitments. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think the theist, well, at least the classical theist, definitely needs to include some idea of creation ex nihilo. I'm not sure how it would work, but yeah, there does seem to be a sense in which God needs to be both the originator and sustainer of the universe.
Craig's model is kind of like an ingenious attempt to sort of have a lot of things at the same time. Right? Because he tries to have it so there's an answer to why God created Lynn, God is both the originating and sustaining cause. It's also the case that there's a perfectly, prima facie, there's a coherent sense in which you can make sense of, God could have decided not to have created or created something completely different, or so on and so forth, right? So to that extent, its account is commendable in the sense that, it tries to sort of marry all of these different theistic commitments into one picture. The only problem with it, unfortunately, is that as far as I can tell, it's incoherent. But aside from that technical difficulty, it's probably a good account.
It doesn't make any sense, but that's a minor technical difficulty.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a pretty rare reference from
Well, Zach has been sympathetic to defending skepticism in philosophy, Jack. So I wouldn't be ultimately surprised if nothing makes sense to a certain extent.
Okay.
That's unnecessary.
Well, I have often thought that, I frequently, in these debates, like on Pal Talk with theists, I frequently say, well, there's a contradiction in your worldview, so therefore your worldview is false. And I've often thought, well, it's not as though I've worked everything out, It's kind of like the paradox of justice. So if somebody were to say, well, how do you account for this? And I say, well, I haven't really figured it out. It might be that there's an actual incoherence there that I haven't resolved, right? And I have to revise something, but I don't know what to revise.
Well, you can still point out that a specific thing in their worldview doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but, I mean, the problem is that there seems to be sometimes these sort of antinomies that, Kant talks about. I mean, not necessarily a specific Kantian antinomy, but like sort of, so for me, something like the exclusion problem would be something like an antinomy for me, unless you accept something like sort of the currency that I ascribe to or some other, potential solution to it. Because there seems to be good reasons to accept, all of these claims, but they're contradictory. You can't accept all of them. But it seems at the same time sort of absurd to give up any one of them at the same time. So, it's possible it's the same thing with theism. It could be that there are very good reasons to be a theist, but, just we can't sort of finitely see it or something like that.
Well, there might be good reasons to be a theist, but those would all be like practical reasons or whatever. It wouldn't be due to theism making sense or something.
Well, what Randian is saying is that there might be good reason for all the individual pieces of the theistic worldview when taken separately, but it's hard to get them to fit together, and it's not clear what you could drop.
Well, I don't see how the individual pieces are supposed to make sense then alone when they're put together.
It might be a bit too uncharitable, but I don't know.
Well, he's just supposing that might be the case. Just like in our worldview, there may be a lot of stuff that we haven't figured out, and there may even be real contradictions in some of the propositions, between some of the propositions we affirm, but it's not really clear what we would be willing to give up to resolve those contradictions because, the reasons we seem to have for holding to those propositions seems so strong. It seems very hard to get
just take sort of the position that sort of the dialectic as it's developed so far in the whole discussion about intentionality, right? On the one hand, it seems like the Kripke ++ argument as developed leads to a particular conclusion, but that conclusion just seems crazy, right, to a certain extent, to accepting. So you could try to give up, intentional realism, but it seems we have excellent reasons to hold to intentional realism. But at the same time, that means you have to give up one of the premises of the argument leading to intentional anti-realism. but then, which premise you reject. It seems there's good reason to accept all of those premises as well. I think it's that type of situation that Jack is talking about, these sort of paradoxical.
Exactly.
I don't think that it's just a theist belief set don't make any sense. I think like most atheists on Pal Talk, I don't have any idea like how their stuff is supposed to work out.
Basically, everyone's just super confused and.
Yeah, well, actually, I do agree with Al about that most people just have very confused worldview, and the degree of confusion seems to increase with the degree of stridency with which they defend the worldview. But it just still seems to me that there is a way in which maybe we would have to be more charitable to theism than we usually are, given that it's possible that in our own picture there's some real problems we haven't worked out. And so when I charge the theist, when I say to the theist, well, look, the worldview is clearly contradictory, so therefore it's false, that they couldn't sort of say the same thing to me, if they were able to isolate some of these pressure points, where there does seem to be it does seem like we're really committed to two contradictory theses.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because I have to say there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I guess there has to be a sort of sense of, like, intellectual humility, right? I mean, like, we all only have a finite amount of time to think about things, and sometimes maybe it's not entirely clear how you have these consistent worldviews, but yeah, there's a sense in which you should still call out the inconsistencies in someone's worldview, but not, I suppose, take it as fundamental to undermining their worldview or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like you're constantly trying to revise your picture in the light of certain arguments. So once there's a problem that's been exposed because of some objection, you then have to figure out, how do I revise the picture to accommodate this objection? Because it seems kind of like hard to drop everything all at once and start from scratch, right? You're going to try to just preserve what you can, So it could be the case that it is often true that theists just do sort of drop a huge chunk all at once if they deconverge, right? All of a sudden, a whole lot of stuff collapses at one time. But I guess that can happen in the atheist camp too. Like if you adopted non-naturalism about certain properties like intentional, if you were a materialist, right, and then all of a sudden you began to think materialism was completely untenable, and then embraced kind of non-naturalist view about various properties like intentionality, agency, value, identity, and so on, then it seems like, in a certain sense, it's a little bit like a deconversion experience for a theist, deconverting from materialism to some atheistic form of non-naturalism.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that I don't have like everything in my worldview worked out, but that's something that I'm constantly working on, and I'm like nice and friendly to people, unless I think they're like being arrogant, like they just have like some intuitions, and they insist that this is a fact, and if you deny it, you're crazy, and yada yada yada. Then I'm hard on them.
Yeah. I think that's good though. Put them in their place.
Yeah, but it does remind me a little bit of the paradox of the press. Are you familiar with that, Hal?
Somewhat. I know you mentioned it before.
It's this idea. Yeah. Are you familiar with it, Roland?
No. Please go ahead and.
Oh. Randion, you might be able to explain it better than me because you probably read about it more recently than me. Is Randion still here? He might have stepped away. Well, the basic idea is that in a preface to a book, an author will often say, in this book I set out. Yeah, in this book I set out what I believe. I set out to argue for what I believe and to state what I believe. But it's very likely that the book contains errors in it. So I'm announcing that I affirm the propositions contained within the book, but I'm also announcing that it's probably the case that the book contains false propositions. And that just seems to be sort of self-contradictory to do that. And so it's been a big problem, I think, for epistemologists to figure out how to resolve that apparent contradiction, because if you really take the contradiction seriously, it leads to a problem of explosion, where from a contradiction you can derive any proposition. And they clearly don't want that. So it's been a big debate about that, I think. Although I don't know much about the contours of that debate, but I'm told that that's considered a very serious problem in epistemology. So that sort of reminds me of that, because I think if you were to ask me where is there, if somebody were to say to me, okay, what do you think is the biggest area of weakness in your worldview? I could probably come up with stuff. And then at that point they could say, well, I don't understand, if you have to contend with this, you haven't solved this problem. It just seems like, you might as well throw the whole thing in the trash can because your worldview is just incoherent. From your worldview, any proposition can be derived. Therefore, your worldview is.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like a paradox of belief revision, because which sort of view do you end up adopting in the end? So it's a little difficult to sort of make sense of it. So I just imagine in most scenarios, my intuition that there is a coherent worldview, but it's just sort of us obviously making some errors in terms of how to think about it. So my intuition is that there's probably some deep-seated error in the rule-following argument, which I guess Bill Grommy tries to provide an answer to getting around. But I guess sort of the mystery is like, if you drop something like Bill Grommy's account, then it seems like you have some difficulty answering the argument as it is.
Yeah, but then if you take Bill Grommy's account, it seems like you get some stuff that is hard to figure out how it works.
The stuff he says about supervenience, for example. But there was sort of one. I mean, I know Yaniv's not thrilled about it, but I still really like this Kantian sort of view about the mind. So I mean, I would like to sort of think that sort of that there's probably a similar perspectival dualism that goes on there as well, in terms of why the supervenience claim isn't accessible, because he talks about how you have to straddle both the first and third person points of view, and that's why you can't assess supervenience as it is. It's not that supervenience is false, it's just that it can't be assessed as being either. And I'm wondering if there's sort of a similarity in that when it comes to sort of a Kantian dualism about the relationship to mind and body, in terms of one can't really assess entirely the notion of strong supervenience of the mental onto the physical, or vice versa, because it seems like there's a strong intuition of supervenience of the normative onto the non-normative, but it seems like there's the opposite almost sort of intuition about supervenience of the mental onto the physical. So I'm wondering if there's a sort of similarity in what Grommy is talking about, that the failure of being able to assess supervenience with respect to the first-person, third-person perspective in terms of supervenience of the normative onto the non-normative, in similar terms of supervenience of the mental onto the physical, given a perspectival view of the physical.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is there might be a similar issue about supervenience there not being accessible.
Right, yeah. That's something we're going to have to talk through. You and Yaniv should hash out where you disagree on that.
Well, Yaniv, I think, takes a more dualistic view of the mind, as far as I can tell. I mean, I could be mistaken. It's not as if like his view probably neatly fits into any given philosophy, but because he talks about like dispositions versus quality of dispositions or something like that. I'm sort of a little uncomfortable with that sort of distinction. I think Strawson would too.
Yeah, well, I think another part of it is for you to explain why you think bottomless instrumentalism is ultimately a kind of untenable view.
Haven't you tried explaining this to him?
Yeah, but I think it might be better if you do.
Well, I mean, he doesn't seem, in a certain sense, to have a problem with things happen a certain way and they feel somehow. Stuff happens and they feel a certain way too, almost.
But it seems odd that he would say that he isn't. It seems odd that he would say that all an intentional state is an instrumental attribution, if in fact there's no place that bottoms out.
Yeah, there's no attributor, because it's sort of similar to the same thing that we were talking about earlier about Sartre and Moore's argument against idealism, that if the act of apprehension itself has to be an act of another apprehender, and so on and so forth. There's a sort of similarity in that if the instrumental attribution has to be made by an attributor, then the attribution by the attributor itself has to be another attribution, and so on and so forth ad infinitum.
Yeah.
It just never bottoms out into an actual attributor at any point in the chain.
Yeah, so I think you should make it a priority to.
So maybe the tack would be this: that if he sees the problem in, like that Sartre and Moore are pointing out, like if we discuss Strawson today, then it seems he should also see a similarity in terms of the same sort of problem arising in his sort of view, as he understands it now.
Yeah, that might be a good way to go about it. So if he has time later, we should maybe talk about that. So, Roland, what else would you like to talk about?
You guys can continue talking. I'm reading. So I found. Okay, wait. I can tell you what I've got progress on so far. I have this book, Time and Eternity by Craig, just thinking about his timeless state prior to a temporal universe. And I got to admit, this is becoming more and more confusing the more I read about it. So he says at the pretty much the very end. I'll just read it. He says, perhaps an analogy of physical time will be illuminating. The initial Big Bang singularity is not considered to be part of time, but to constitute a boundary to time. Nevertheless, it is causally connected to the universe. In an analogous way, perhaps we could say that God's timeless eternity is, as it were, a boundary of time, which is causally but not temporally prior to the origin of the universe.
I think there's time in a singularity, right? It's infinite space-time curvature or something like that. It's composed of space-time.
I mean, I think it might be something more like, it's almost something like a sustaining cause to a certain extent. Like, there's literally no time at which the singularity failed to exist or came into existence or passed out of existence. It's like, in a sense, you could almost say that it still exists in some sense, in the sense that maybe it's some type of constitutive relationship that it underlies the universe or something like that. Because otherwise it's a little difficult to make sense of what else it could mean by saying that the singularity is causally but not temporally prior to the universe. My understanding is like when we talk about the singularity, because most physicists I think don't think a singularity ever existed, or exists. Maybe I shouldn't say ever existed, doesn't exist, or something. They just take that to be like an area where mathematics, their theory has has no pun intended, a hole in it or something like that, right? So that's an area of research. So I mean, I'm not, but at the same time, because I mean, talk of the singularity gets you into sort of weird, perhaps contradictions, because like it's both infinitely dense, has infinite temperature, et cetera, whatever that's supposed to mean,
Yeah.
And all of that stuff. So it seems kind of, I think that would be among the reasons why it's not postulated.
Yeah, my understanding of singularity is also it's meant to be taken as sort of a logical boundary, but that we never actually were at that point. There never actually existed a singularity.
Right, it's just because of the way the math works that they talk about singularities or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I say, I got more confusing as I read that, because I was like, I'm not entirely sure what it means to be causally prior, but not temporally prior. I suppose that's what you need to make sense of, to have a timeless state.
So I think that's going to undercut the kalam itself, though. Like, if we're talking in the context of the kalam, I don't think that distinction is going to help the kalam. Because, I recently thought that that's just going to make the kalam a question-begging argument. Because if we make this distinction between beginning to exist and coming into existence, right? You might say something comes into existence if there's a time at which it doesn't exist, and then later on it exists, right? So it literally speaking comes into existence. Versus something beginning to exist just means there's no time at which it fails, or rather, there are no prior times. Like let's say something comes to exist at a given time if there's prior times at which it doesn't exist, versus something begins to exist at a time if there are no prior times at which it exists, right? But that's compatible with something beginning to exist but not coming into existence, like the first state of time, or the first state of the universe. Because there wouldn't be any prior times at which it doesn't exist, because literally speaking, there are no prior times at all, right? There's nothing prior. Not in the sense that there's this reified nothingness prior, but there's not anything prior, in the same sense that there's no letter between A and B, not because there's this letter that's a non-letter that's between A and B, but there's no letter between A and B. Something like that, right? Because then how is Craig going to answer a skeptic who says something like, let's suppose I accept for the sake of argument that the universe had a finite past, and nonetheless I don't accept the first premise of the argument, that anything that begins to exist has a cause. I don't see any reason to accept that premise, right? Then he might appeal to something like, well, inductively everything that begins to exist has a cause. But, the skeptic might point out. But those are always cases where that thing that begins to exist comes into existence as well. And furthermore, if we're just understanding this in terms of coming into existence, this perfectly accords with our intuitions about causation, right? Because if you're just analyzing whatever comes into existence as a cause, that'll also be things that require temporal causes as well. So you can understand causation in an everyday, ordinary sense. With the account of causation that Craig has to be ultimately committed to say that everything that begins to exist has a cause, has to be something like atemporal causation and all of these other issues, which he himself acknowledges is counterintuitive. But then the way I see he's going to, try to rebut the skeptic is saying, well, look, I grant that atemporal causation and all this other stuff is, sort of very confusing and counterintuitive, Like he has a passage somewhere where he says, like, he thought the issues about creation were so confusing that he thought the simplest view would be that nothing exists. But unfortunately, something does exist, so you can't go with that. But he says what's even more confusing, what would be even more counterintuitive, is this idea that you seem to be committed to, that something literally pops into being in some sense, right? Like you're saying the universe just pops into existence. But I think the skeptic is just going to answer, no, that's not my account. I'm not saying that there's some prior state of nothingness and then the universe exists. That's not the account I have. There's literally no time at which the universe, would fail to exist or something like that. Now, he might try to battle back by saying something like, well, that's just supposing something like a B theory of time, right? I'm an A theorist, so I think, temporal becoming occurs. Every moment is literally a new moment that slips into being and slips out of being and so on and so forth. So, if you want to talk about the universe as being something like the first integral ruler, fine, but that's not the account of temporality I'm going with. But then I think the skeptic is just going to answer, well, look, temporal becoming is not relevant here because when we're talking about the first moment of time, that's not an instance of temporal becoming at all, right? When we talk about something temporally becoming, like for example, tomorrow is going to undergo a process of temporally becoming. Like right now, it's the future. Tomorrow, it will be the present, and then afterwards, it will be the past, right? You're moving from future to present to past. That's not how it is in the case of the first moment. There's no time at which the first moment of time is the future. It's always either been the present or the past. Right now, it's the past. At one point, it was the present. So there's no point in which it was the future. It's not as if you're looking towards the first moment from some moment prior to the first moment, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be the first moment. So that's not an instance of temporal becoming either. So here's sort of the puzzle. You want to charge me with saying something like, I'm committed to saying that the universe pops into being, but you can't make sense of this popping into being a temporal notion at all, like either on A theory or on B theory. So how am I committed to this claim? So the only move I can see Craig making would be something like, well, you see, it doesn't have to be temporally prior. It could be causally prior. But then there's a problem with that if he says something like that in the context of the kalam. Because keep in mind, the point of the kalam is to show that the universe has a cause. If the only sense you can make sense of the universe coming into being is in the sense of something being causally prior to it, then what he means by begins to exist is has a cause. And of course, if the argument becomes whatever has a cause, the universe has a cause, therefore the universe has a cause, it's valid, the first premise is analytically true, but who besides somebody who accepts the conclusion is going to now accept the modified second premise? So the only way he can make sense of charging the skeptic with saying that they're committed to the universe popping into being is in the sense that the universe has a cause. There's no surprise that he believes that, but that's because he's already committed to the conclusion from the outset. He's not actually arguing for it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he makes that sort of move, then it's just not going to help him as far as I can see.
It seems to me that he's driving, so like the idea of like beginning to this as a cause, he's saying sort of like anything that's finitely extending to the past requires a cause in some sense like that. But then he has this problem that he needs to account for, which is the one that we come into. Like he accepts a sort of a theory relational view of time, and so now he's got to make sense of God being in a timeless state that prevents him. So he's in time now, but God is not finitely extended into the past. There's a sense in which do you know what I mean? That's what he needs to sort of account for, but that's quite difficult to account for.
He is finitely extended into the past, where past sticks out time, but there's some sense in which he's also timeless. That I don't want to say at the same time, but I mean, it's kind of hard to come with words to express sort of what he's saying. There's also, timeless sans creation, temporal post creation. I think we talked about like why I have issues.
Yeah.
He was timeless, and then after that he was temporal.
Yeah, and after that.
So, well, he doesn't say. So, Kyle, to be fair, he doesn't actually. He takes quite great care not to say after that. He says with and without.
Yeah, timeless without creation, temporal with creation, or something like that. But again, that's where he tries to bring up this notion of causal without temporal priority, right? And what I'm saying is that, like, if you fit that distinction into the dialectic, then as far as I can see, the KCA is to be questioned against anybody who doesn't already accept the conclusion.
Yeah, so I think I need to try to figure out what he means by, he doesn't think, like, I can't seem to find anything about what he means by this timeless state and how it's supposed to be distinguished from just, like, sort of the first moment of time once events start happening.
Yeah, because, see, the problem with the way he characterizes timelessness, as far as I can see, is especially given a relational view of time, it would be like saying that every instant of time is in some sense timeless, because it's compatible, because there's nothing preventing a timeless state from no longer being timeless. There's nothing about changelessness means it always has to be changeless. So likewise, this instant of time right now is timeless, but that's compatible with it failing to be timeless. It becomes timeless afterwards or something. So every instant of time is changeless for an instant, and then afterwards changeless. But I mean, if that's the kind of timelessness he's going with, if that's just indistinguishable from talking about something that's temporal, so what he might mean by timeless is temporal, in which case the distinction is kind of uninteresting at that point. But it's sort of difficult for me to understand, like, how to, make sense of it. Now, the Barkin formula doesn't buy that.
That would just be saying time happens in infinitely small units or something.
Yeah, so I've seen, like, I've read, so for example, David Oderberg and actually Craig himself, they actually tend to say that this idea of instance, the time occurring in successive instance actually isn't particularly useful. Like, they take sort of the passage of time as logically prior to any division of it, which is interesting. I wonder how that affects things. I haven't really, okay.
Yeah, I haven't thought about like how that would work. I wonder if that's really compatible with like a relational view, because that sounds more like a substantival view of time to me. Like the events are somehow embedded in this logically prior passage of like the time is flowing, and then the events are somehow embedded within it. You know what I mean? As opposed to saying that time is parasitic upon the events rather than the other way around. So that sounds a little bit more like substantivalism, not really like a relationist ontology.
It does, and I remember when I was first reading about this from him that I was getting rather confused as to how you could be relational but also hold this view. But then for some reason I just stopped being confused at some point and it sort of made intuitive sense. But I can't remember what led me to finding it not that unintuitive.
Well, if you remember, please let us know, because we're all in the dark about it.
Well, I saw you guys were talking, so okay, I think we've spoken about this as much as I can. I was talking about Maydol's ontological argument.
Yeah, if you'd like to discuss.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing in text.
If you'd like to discuss the ontological argument, Randion has a lot to say about that.
I suppose negative.
Actually, I like Anselm's ontological argument.
Really, that's the one I hate the most.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why do you like Anselm's one?
I think it's probably the most interesting of them, because I think it forces you to think hard about some questions about like existence or whatever, and sort of be like, I think the argument ultimately fails, but I think the way it fails is kind of interesting in sort of making sense of various logical distinctions. It's helpful at least to that extent.
Which one is Anselm's though? Is it basically?
Well, there's a few ways of reading Anselm's argument. So one of them would be something like the idea that God by definition is a being of which no greater can be conceived, and that existence in both understanding and in reality is greater than existence in understanding alone, and therefore to say that God doesn't exist is to say that God merely exists in understanding, but then you could conceive of a being that exists in both, and so he would be greater than himself, and then that would be contradictory, so he has to exist in both understanding and in reality.
Wait, right now, wasn't that the Cartesian ontological?
No. The Cartesian one is like the concept of
a clear, distinct idea of God.
Descartes actually, does his trademark argument count as an ontological argument?
It seems like so in I don't know, but Maydol in the Blackwell Companion Guide, Maydol discussed it as an ontological argument. I've only ever seen it spoken about as an ontological argument. So I suppose it is ontological in the sense that it's a priori,
Like we're talking about the same argument though, right? Like by the trademark argument, I mean that the idea of God, like I have the idea of God, and there has to be a cause of my idea of God.
Yeah.
And the cause of my idea of God has to be God in some sense. But I think that's distinct from the other argument, which is like the concept of God includes the concept of necessary existence or something. Therefore, it would be a contradiction to say that God doesn't exist. Therefore, God has to exist. Because I think that's that's usually what's referred to as Descartes' ontological argument. But I wasn't sure that his trademark argument, the one I described earlier about there having to be a cause of my idea of God, not that denial of the concept of God leads to a contradiction, but rather there has to be a cause of the idea I have of God. I think that's a slightly different argument.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I can't imagine that would be an ontological argument, because, I mean, causation seems like an a posteriori thing, surely.
What was, was this was my distinction, right, Jack? I think I had these slides before.
Yeah, this is Randon's taxonomy of ontological arguments. You're going to want this for your record. Ontological what?
Well, 4 and 5 are like ontological arguments, or at least as your traditional.
What's the word you said? I can't hear you.
The 4th and 5th ones you might consider to be slightly distinct arguments from the first 3, but I consider them to be similar enough in structure, like in the same sort of overall idea of like getting to the existence of God purely from the concept of God, or something similar to that.
Right.
But I haven't
the word
studied
you
the
used?
5th one that much at all.
What was the word you used to characterize them?
Which one?
Did you say like ontological arguments?
I said that they were like the first 3 ontological arguments, but some people...
So you said like. Okay.
No, like.
Okay.
Like they're
like.
similar to the first 3, I think, enough to count
right.
as ontological arguments, but a lot of people distinguish these as non-ontological.
Yeah, that was...
But I consider them ontological.
So in other words, it's a...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Who? Oh, I was going to say, this list doesn't really include the Gödelian ones.
I include that in Leibnizian. The Gödelian argument is basically a version of the Leibnizian argument. Leibniz talks about all perfections are simple positive qualities, and simple positive qualities are compatible with each other. So, among the simple positive qualities, so there's an entity that has all simple positive qualities, and this being would necessarily exist.
Yeah, okay, sure.
So it's just Leibniz. I also include modal arguments as basically being a type of Leibnizian argument.
Yeah. Okay. I think the Gödelian
these are
ones...
like the higher order, like these are like the highest order categorizations I have on various ontological.
Okay. I find the Gödelian ones to be the most compelling. I'm I used to hate ontological ones because I felt like they were sort of I don't know, I just didn't like them at all. But then so process 1, I'm going back to process again. Process 1
I've seen it in the OA on ontology, and as well as the paper he had before about it, like a Gödelian argument improved, and then a Gödelian argument improved even more.
Yeah. So I like that one. That was pretty cool. It seemed to avoid the criticisms of the original Gödelian one quite well, and while doing enough...
Well, it's better than Madoff.
What do you say?
Well, it's better than Madoff, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't like Madoff's. His dependence upon the Barkin formula sort of irks me a little bit. Because I just feel like it's so obviously wrong.
Has it that way.
Eh?
He doesn't need to, but for some reason he has it that way. But I think Madoff is a necessitist or something.
Oh, does his argument not need to depend on the Barkin formula?
The Gödelian argument in and of itself needs to, but for some reason he has this version using the Barkin formula. I was saying just that that's just a quirk of his take on, because it's basically a Gödelian argument. He doesn't need to construe the Gödelian argument in that way.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Roland, are you English or Afrikaans?
I'm English. I actually recently found out how I got to South Africa. Well, not I got, but my family got to South Africa. We came from England originally, and I'm very much in the English part of South Africa.
I see, okay. How did your family get to South Africa?
We were part of the 1820 settlers to South Africa. We were one of the families that the British Empire were like, nah, get out here. Have fun in South Africa. Basically.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So you don't have to know Afrikaans then? Is it taught to English? Is Afrikaans taught in the English province or whatever they're called?
Yes,
English
it is.
parts of South Africa?
Well, when I was in school, we got brought up learning English, Xhosa, and Afrikaans, and then later on we had the choice between either continuing education in Xhosa or Afrikaans, and so I chose Afrikaans. So you do learn one of the other languages in addition to English in the South African schools. So I know
you studied Xhosa?
I studied Xhosa for a very, very short. Well, I studied Xhosa, yes, but not to any decent degree. Like, I can't speak to someone in Xhosa anymore. You know, that was so long ago.
Right. And that's only since that's only been in schools though since the fall of apartheid, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I started school after the fall of apartheid. Yeah.
Okay.
Someone asked about the paper we're asking. Smooth manifold. Interesting. I'm gonna post it here. I just need to find it. Okay. Copy link address. So here's the first. So he wrote two, right? He wrote this first one, and then I think Graham Oppie responded to it somewhere, and then he wrote. He further developed it and defended it against Oppie's objections. So here's the second one. That's a very confusing way that he named those files.
Randian, by the way, is the world's expert on the ontological argument.
Really? Are you I've always seen Oppie as that person.
Well, Oppie did write a book about it, but I'm convinced that Randian knows more about ontological arguments than even Oppie does. But Randian, in his typical way, will deny that that's the case.
I feel like you sort of just set that up so that there's no way he could.
There is no way.
No.
We give Randian a hard time for being extremely polite and diplomatic and all that.
Yeah, you guys all seem quite polite, actually. I quite enjoy these I've enjoyed these conversations. I mean, they've been tiring, to say the least, but certainly stimulating and interesting.
Randian is polite and diplomatic to a fault. If there can be such a thing. Yeah, if there's a way to be polite and diplomatic to a fault, Randian has found it.
Okay. Randian, where are you from and what do you do? I'm asking everyone this now, but or everyone I can
I don't know if Randian stepped away for a second. He's from the Dallas area in Texas, and he studied. He has a degree in undergraduate degree in neuroscience. He's never taken a single philosophy course in school, and he is he's waiting for to find out if he's been accepted to medical school, to our great dismay.
Yeah, this guy. What? Why?
Yeah, we consider this to be just purely tragic outcome that he could possibly decide to become a doctor rather than pursue philosophy.
His excuse for becoming a doctor is that it seems consistent with his previous education.
Even though he's been studying philosophy intensively since he was like 14 years old, or maybe even since he was 12, somehow he's elected to avoid studying philosophy in any formal capacity during his entire years in school. You know, so it's crazy.
Wow, that's it.
So he set himself up with that.
It seems to me there's just no correlation between whether or not someone got a degree in philosophy or not and whether or not they're good at philosophy.
Yeah, Carl, I agree with you there. I mean,
no,
I haven't done philosophy myself. I think neither. Jake, you're not really you're not majoring in philosophy either. I'm sorry, Jack, you're not majoring in philosophy either, are you?
Well, I'm not formally enrolled in school. I
yeah,
take some classes.
Just going to classes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah. Randian basically developed a rationale to pursue a career that's consistent with his education by pursuing education that was at odds with his main interests. So it's almost like pure self-sabotage. You know, if he was going to choose a career on the basis of what was consistent with his education, he should have undertaken to be educated in the subjects he was most interested in. But instead, he undertook to be educated in what he was not most interested in. So it's a tragic outcome from our point of view.
I know that, like, for example,
taking philosophy, right? So he could do philosophy of mind, find his neuropsychology or his neurology experience with the philosophy experience he has. So that way, it's former education.
Randy, I'm talking about you, and Jack is explaining how, to everyone's great dismay, that you have chosen to not become a professional philosopher, but go the route of doctorhood. What is it? Medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Randy got tired of hearing it from us. Although he'll never say that. He'll never say he's tired of it. That would do it at it.
Is there a way to get the symbols to show up on HTML, Roland? I know with these symbols, if it's like if you look on the HTML version gave of definition D1, like the necessity oscillator looks like an and F. Like, looks really weird. It's not showing up.
Oh wait, you know what? I have a PDF version of that paper that I can send you.
I have that too. I was just saying, like, for the HTML version. I was just curious, like, for future papers you might upload, you know, or whatever. I'm just
no, I don't think it is, because I don't think it's inherent in the I might be wrong, but I think whatever interpreter they're using to put it in interpreted it like that, because it was ASCII or something, not Unicode. And so it's actually just stuck like that now. Like, you can't get something to nicely interpret it back again.
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very sad. It irritates me so much whenever I read a press paper and it's HTML, or not even just press paper, any paper, and it's HTML and they have modal operators in there, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on now?
Yeah, which one is which?
Yeah.
It depends on the context. Oppie and Maydal had a debate in that recent OA book, which is kind of interesting.
In which book?
The recent OA anthology, Ontological Proofs Today.
Oh, was that, yeah, by Sapkowski.
Miroslav Gaskowski.
That one.
Yeah, he's Polish too, hence the name. They had a 4-paper debate, like Oppie, Maydal, basically, about each of Maydal's. I think they discussed Maydal's Anselmian argument, his Leibnizian argument, his temporal contingency argument, and then his modal perfection argument.
They discussed all 4 of those things in 2 papers each.
Yeah.
That couldn't have been a very deep discussion.
For the most part, the only part I was really mostly interested in was like the stuff you were saying about the modal perfection argument. That's what I mostly focused on. But yeah, I mean, each paper alone, I think Oppie's was like 20 pages, the first one, and then Maydal's was like 15, and then like 10 and 10 pages each or something. So it wasn't really that long altogether. But I think some of the criticisms that Oppie gave in one section kind of carried over to the other. I mean, he was just basically arguing that all of them were question checking in one form or another. So it was a new type of criticism or whatever. Same old.
Have you read? I mean, I take it you've read Pruss's Gödelian argument. I suppose. I mean, obviously you don't agree with the conclusion. I was curious what part of it you disagree with.
What's that?
Pruss's Gödelian argument.
What about it?
What about it do you disagree with, or what is your take on it, or so on?
Well, I mean, I imagine it doesn't really differ that much from other modal arguments. Begs the question, as far as I can tell.
Begs the question. Interesting.
Well, I mean, it's really not that complicated, right? Like, the basic idea is just that, there was an amusing post that Pruss had that I think kind of lays out the basic problem that he himself points out. Rick Taylor, who's in this chat, named Smooth Manifold, gave the anti-OA right there. But this is the basic format of any good dealing OA, right? You have a property, you say this property can't entail this other property, and therefore the former property has to be possible. Just make the former property maximum greatness, and then you have a good dealing argument. I mean, it's really nothing really that different from something like that. I mean, I would have to just say something like, maximal greatness or whatever can't entail being non-maximal great, or can't entail being evil, or, whatever property you so please to conjoin, or something like that. And you can construct an axiom system to try to get that result, and then you get the conclusion. But I mean, it would be really no different than arguing something like, I don't know, being a proof of the Merton's conjecture can't entail being a disproof of the Riemann hypothesis. Therefore, the proof of the Merton's conjecture has to be possible. Therefore, because mathematical propositions are necessarily true, then the proof of the Merton's conjecture has to be true. And so forth.
A Christian demanded that I demonstrate that either the universe is eternal or pop into existence out of nothingness. And then when I refused to attempt to do it, he declared that he defeated atheism.
Checkmate atheism.
What?
What were you going to say, Roland?
Well, I'm not sure I'm seeing how that... So the way Pruss's argument, maybe you can fit... I'm not sure how Pruss's argument fits into that scheme. I mean, I know it must in some sense because it's a Gödelian one, but he tends to take it as you have this idea of a positive property, and then any pair of positive properties.
The basic idea is just, again, a property can only be positive if and only, or not if and only if, but it's only positive to the extent that it can only be positive to the extent that it's possible. Like an impossible property can't be positive. So if you're saying that maximal greatness is a positive property or whatever, then you're already begging the question as to whether or not it's possible, because it can only be a positive property that's possible, but we are trying to determine if it's possible, so it's going to be useless to say that it's positive. Like, for example, take a property like this, like knowing that 2 and 2 makes 4 is a positive property, right? How do we adjudicate that? We adjudicate it by realizing, well, 2 and 2 makes 4 is true, and knowing a truth is a positive property. Therefore, knowing that 2 and 2 makes 4 is a positive property, right? So that property itself has to be possible to begin with. But we wouldn't make that sort of procedure with something like the property like knowing that the number of primes less than the googol flex is even. How is that supposed to work out if we say that's a positive property? Well, it can only be a positive property if the number of primes less than the googol flex is even. In other words, you have to determine whether knowing that the number of primes less than the googol flex is even a possible property to begin with, then axiologically evaluate it, and then decide it's positive. But you have to first determine if the property is possible, axiologically determine it, then declare that it's positive, but then go on to argue that therefore it's possible. There's kind of a problem there, right? So, I mean, when we make the same move with maximum greatness, when we're saying that it's a positive property, well, it can only be a positive property if it's possible. But the point of the argument is to demonstrate that it is possible. So if we're in doubt to its possibility from the outset, then we're likewise going to be in doubt as to whether or not it's positive to begin with. And I think part of the reason why the argument sort of has structure that it does, and that I think it sometimes misleads people, is because there's sort of different ways of interpreting the if-then part of it. Because as Press talked about in the briefly in the blog post that I gave, the basic idea is that the argument is going to have to involve something like the negation of some sort of entailment. Like you would say, well, positive properties cannot entail non-positive properties or something, or maximal greatness can't entail whatever, right? There has to be some denial of an entailment. The problem is that if we're interpreting entailment in terms of like an if-then, according as a material conditional, then, it's a familiar fact of propositional logic that, the falsity of a material conditional requires the truth of the antecedent and the falsity of the consequence, right? So if you're saying that this entailment is false, you're saying there's a possible world where the antecedent is true and the consequent is false, right? But imagine if we applied that procedure to any other instance where we deny some entailment. So, for example, I would say that the Merton's conjecture doesn't entail the falsity of the Riemann hypothesis, right? But I don't interpret that to mean that there's a possible world where the Merton's conjecture is true, and the Riemann hypothesis is true, or something like that, right? I don't interpret that to mean the possibility of the Merton's conjecture in any sense. And the reason we don't do that is because I take it we're operating under a different semantics when we're evaluating the if-then. When we say, well, this shouldn't entail this, or this shouldn't preclude this, we're talking about it in terms of a counterfactual. And in particular, in terms of non-vacuous counterpossibles, like including the possibility of non-vacuous counterpossibles. And I say something like, if the Merton's conjecture had been true, then it wouldn't preclude the truth of the Riemann hypothesis, for good reason, because had it been true, it would entail the truth of the Riemann hypothesis, right? And likewise, when a theist says something like, they're committed to take this type of counterfactual. If God had not existed, then the universe would exist. They would say that's non-vacuously false, even though on the standard counterfactual semantics, that comes out as vacuously true for a theist, because God is a necessary being. So, but you don't interpret that to mean that when you say, well, it can't be that the non-existence of God entails the existence of the universe. You don't interpret that to mean that the non-existence of God is possible and therefore atheism is true, right? Nobody makes that argument. So why should we make the argument on the opposite end for theism, that there's no way in which the existence of God should entail, his being an imperfect being or his being evil or whatever. And if we make that distinction, then as far as I can tell, the argument isn't very interesting. If we're interpreting the if-then as a counterfactual, the argument's invalid, because just denying that entailment doesn't mean that the antecedent is possible. On the other hand, if we're interpreting it as a material conditional, then the argument's just begging the question, any more so than somebody who tried to argue, the non-existence of God doesn't entail that the universe would exist, and therefore, atheism is possible, and therefore true, or something like that, right? Nobody makes that argument for good reason, just begging the question. Likewise, we shouldn't do the same in the cases of the Helian argument.
I'm still okay. So let's take please be patient with me here in my noobishness. In say Prosser's first version of the argument, right? I'm not seeing how he argues like that. So his argument is basically that we have some account of positiveness or negativeness, which he gives in the later one. But let's say we have some account of positiveness.
Well, I should say briefly that Kuhn's makes a similar, have you read Kuhn's paper on the Gödelian argument? Because he basically makes a similar criticism.
Modal collapse argument.
What's that?
So you mean Kuhn's paper discussing Sobel's modal collapse argument?
Yeah, but he goes on to give Anderson's emendation of Gödel's original version of the modal argument.
Right,
but he talks about why that question begs as well, because he specifically targets the premise, which is again basically the same premise I'm targeting, that necessary existence is a positive property. So the whole point is sort of to establish that necessary existence is compossible with all of these other properties, which you might imagine, for the sake of argument, end up being positive properties, right?
Right.
And that's the whole point, right? I'm sorry?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, so Kuhn basically makes the same criticism that, look, we shouldn't blithely accept this premise that necessary existence is a positive property, because it can only be a positive property only if it's possible. That's sort of what we're trying to establish in this argument in the first place. So he basically makes the same type of criticism that, as far as I can tell, that I'm making. So I mean, I would target basically, that. I mean, another problem would be something like Oppie's criticisms of positive properties only entail positive properties. But Proust tries to get around that by now talking about negative properties in his second paper on the OA. To say with negative properties, no such because the analog would be knowing that 2 and 2 makes 4 and being foolish would in fact be a negative property. It would be negative in virtue of the second conjunct or something, right?
Yeah.
Which is fine, but I mean, it's just basically an iteration of the same strategy, as far as I can tell. That maximal greatness or necessary existence or possible non-existence or whichever property you want to throw in some sense has to be said to be compossible with these other properties in some sense. So necessary existence, the goal is to show that necessary existence is compossible, i.e. there's a possible world in which a necessarily existent entity has these other given properties. To do that, he's going to assert, well, necessary existence seems to be a positive property, and therefore will be compossible with these other positive properties. But the goal of the argument is to show that it is compossible from the outset. So it's going to be a problem if your premise requires that it be positive when you have doubt as to whether or not it's compossible with these other properties from the outset, which is the same thing as saying, in other words, that if you're in doubt as to whether or not maximal greatness is a positive property from the outset. Do you have a link to Kuhn's paper, by the way?
I've read it before, so I must have it somewhere, right? Let's see. Thanks.
So if you look, I think he basically makes the criticism I'm making around, let me check. It's not a very long section. Looks like around page 15 to 16, he basically makes the same argument in a couple of paragraphs.
Under the A6 bit?
Yeah. Right. With the A6 bit, looks like. And you can fix without axiom 5 going with ontological proof is. I forget what axiom 5 was. What was axiom 5? Well, it doesn't matter. But I mean, he says you can replace axiom. But, there's no independent plausibility for it in terms of, like he says, A6 presupposes that every possible property is instantiated of necessity. But this is just what the ontological argument is supposed to establish. So that's a problem. I'm not actually sure if Proust is really that committed to ontological arguments, though, because I think it's sort of difficult to have a notion of ontological argument on his account of possibility, because he takes like a causal account of possibility. I'm not entirely sure if there's a causal account of possibility. I mean, there's no reason to think they would track like conceptual possibility or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never read anything where he discusses
There's a book about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've read his book. I say I read his book. I've read parts of his book in inconsistent orders, which has been confusing.
Wait,
but,
which book? Are you talking about his PSR book?
Read his PSR and his actuality, possibility, and world book.
Right.
Yeah. if there's a property F that is possibly uninstantiated, I wonder though, like, so for example, say Press takes his like, I'm thinking like if say negativity or positivity doesn't have the idea of possibly being instantiated in its definition, but it still entails it, I suppose, because any pair of positive properties would be compossible.
Yeah, that's the argument. Like the argument to compossibility is that positive properties only entail positive properties, and if P is a positive property, then not P is not a positive property. And it's easy to show that any two positive properties have to be compossible, because if it wasn't, then one would preclude the other, so one would entail the falsity of the other, so this other one that's presumably positive won't actually be positive, contradicting the first axiom, blah, blah, blah. And then you can get like a similar result with non-negative properties are always possible.
Yeah. Now, surely, like, if you can give an account of negativity and then show that that account applies to maybe not maximal greatness or non-maximal greatness, because I don't really know, like, I don't really like, I prefer analyzing each of the properties individually, but, like, say, for example, you have that, I don't know, self-existence is a positive thing, assuming that's a coherent concept and everything, and that entails necessarily.
I mean, if you're going to analyze self-existence, I think that's just probably going to beg questions as to like coherence, as to what it's supposed to mean. Because I mean, I think it's usually meant in some much stronger sense than just being causally independent, usually. I mean, you might try attaching it to something like the PSR to try to argue for necessity, but then at that point, I mean, you might as well just use the cosmological argument.
Yeah. I'll assume the PSR and then prove that God exists. Yeah, but it already. Yeah. What? Yeah. So okay. So you're saying like there's no non-question begging way to show that necessary existence is positive.
I mean, I just think about like what the equivalent argument should be. Like for any position you choose, like you could define any given property you wanted and say that these sorts of properties can entail the negation of them, and that, this is an example of this property, and that therefore it's possible, and whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't really seem like a fruitful procedure to try to argue by those means, as far as I can tell. But like I'm saying, I just think, Pruss's blog post just points out the basic procedure it has to proceed by, right? I mean, you can make it as you could analyze it in more and more complicated ways. Like, I mean, Maydal for some reason tries to do it in, second order quantified S5 with the Barkin formula, as if that makes the argument non-question begging. It doesn't really matter, like, as far as I can tell, how much window dressing you put on the argument. The core problem remains. There's always going to be the step of, and then, the possibility of necessity or something like that. It's really, as far as I can tell, not that different from, like, the standard modal argument. Just, you just need to know more logic, how to understand it.
Do you have any homework to give Roland on the ontological argument?
No, please, for the love of all things.
Too much. 50 books at a time. That actually reminds me. I remember one time when I was a kid, I think I went kind of crazy at one point, and I checked out I think it was 51 or 52 books out of the library one time.
All about
do you remember what
all of those in enough time?
What's that?
Surely you couldn't possibly have read all of those It is not within your causal capacities to read all of those within the time limit specified by the library.
Well, there's this thing called renewing books. That's pretty simple. So I think I got through all of them. But this was back when I was a kid, Jack. They were like stuff like, I mean, there were like a couple of non-fiction books, I guess, but they were like for kids, like a book about astronomy or a book about dinosaurs or something.
Like
3,000 words a minute back then?
What?
Did you still read 3,000 words a minute back then?
No, I doubt I did. I think that's when I was still trying to learn how to read English at that point.
Why, you only knew Bengali?
For a while.
Really?
Yeah.
And you've forgotten it?
Unfortunately.
Wow. You don't even understand it?
I understand some conversations, but not that much.
Why don't you learn it?
I've seen a lot of Bengali movies, Ryan. And I've also read at least one Bengali novel. I mean, obviously in translation, but and some Bengali short stories. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just really a matter of me not using it as much at home. So, it's basically use it or you lose it.
I'm just surprised that your parents didn't speak to you in Bengali at home.
I think part of the problem was they wanted me to acclimate to the U.S. as quickly as possible.
Oh, right.
So that kind of had the unintended reverse effect.
So, Jack, I'm looking at your Facebook wall, because I am a stalker, apparently. What's that sound?
Because you are a yeah.
I'm a stalker. But how do you know Chris Powell and Mary Decker?
Well, Chris Powell I know from Carm. That's also how I know Mark Steele. Are you familiar with Carm?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately? Matt Slick comes on Pal Talk. If you're familiar with Pal Talk, Roland, if you're ever interested in
I don't actually know what Pal Talk is. I saw you guys talking about it earlier, but I have no idea what it is.
If you don't know what it is, you're probably not that bad off.
Well, what it is it's a
repository of places where people can basically troll each other for days on end. No, really, it's this chat program that it has all of these different rooms. You just go in and just live voice chat. They have politics rooms and sports rooms, whatever. But I think most of the time when people are talking about Pal Talk here, there's these set of rooms in the Christianity section. And they have a whole host of characters, fundamentalists, fundamentalist theists, fundamentalist atheists, so on and so forth. Carm has a room there. It's an interesting place.
Most of them have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
And the human rights section is a place you want to stay away from if you ever go on Pal Talk.
The what?
The human rights section.
Oh, okay. How do you know, and that's Chris. How do you know Mary Decker?
Well, I'm not sure I remember. I basically, before I got onto Carm and Pal Talk, I basically would just try to find any theist who was interested in philosophy and to talk with in order to give them various skeptical arguments. So I think I must have something like 1,000 friends on Facebook, and almost all of them are people I barely know. Almost all of them are Christians or, right wingers or something that I've met in order to debate with. So I don't remember how I added her, but I must have found her through somebody else or on some in some group or something like that. So I don't remember her.
Who is she?
Okay.
I don't know.
She's a friend of mine here in Cape Town, actually. So I've just completely thrown that she met this guy that I was speaking to in Skype chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, is she a Christian?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, that must be why I added. That's certainly why. But I don't remember speaking with her, so it may be that I just never got around to. Maybe that I added her because I saw her say something somewhere and looked at her profile and thought she would be interesting, and I just never got around to following up. You know, a lot of people are like that.
Yeah, we're always looking for intelligent people that disagree with us.
Yeah, it's a good habit to get into, I think.
Yeah, but Chris and Marcus I know because I've interacted with them a fair amount over the past couple of years. I met them on Carm. Well, actually, I think I met Marcus first on Facebook, and then it was through him that I found out about Carm. And then actually from Carm, that's how I found out about Pal Talk. And almost everybody here, I think we know through Pal Talk. Justin, Hal, and Randion I met on Pal Talk. Vic, actually, we met indirectly through Pal Talk because he was friends with another guy we know from Pal Talk named, well, not friends, but knew this other guy we knew from Pal Talk named Noctambulant Joycean.
Has it gotten
that Vic
to that
knew from
Jack,
YouTube.
that you guys no longer friends?
No, I think between Vic and Noctambulant aren't necessarily friends.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Because I thought it would be sad if that was like how the relationship.
No. I wasn't sure that Vic was really friends with Noctambulant from YouTube. I think they knew each other.
And Vic just liked some things that Vic was saying on YouTube or something, or whatever.
Oh, Noctambulant liked what you were saying, Vic?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's interesting. Noctambulant liked what Vic was saying. Okay. I would have guessed it was the other way around. That's interesting.
That might be wrong.
It was actually some stuff on moral realism that I was saying. I don't know. It was weird.
Oh, well, you probably had the wrong view then.
Yeah.
Right?
Wrong view.
So wait a minute. So this is interesting though. But how exactly what was it exactly that led you to this group, Vic? Because I know it was Noctambulant said you should talk to somebody here or anybody here. Do you remember exactly what that was about?
I'd have to think about it.
Yeah, Vic had some arguments that he wanted to talk over, and somehow Noctambulant recommended that he come here. And so we added him. He sent me a message.
Talk to us here. Like he recommends Vic come here, but he won't come here.
I would like Noctambulant to come here. I think you would enjoy speaking to Roland. He's a pretty interesting guy.
Yeah, you would enjoy Noctambulant. Yeah, I'm sure you'll have the opportunity.
I'll just say this much. If there's anyone dedicated, it's actually hard to think of anyone who's more dedicated to the defense of moral realism online than Nox, like ever. And I mean that seriously. Can you think of anyone else, Jack, who you think could have done what Nox had done? No, it's not possible.
I think as far as the internet goes, Noctambulant is the most dedicated defender of moral realism on the entire internet, which is saying a lot.
He's not a theist, but that's not an exaggeration.
It's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, Noctambulant literally wrote it's actually 800 pages of a document fully designed to defend moral realism. Probably 10 people on the planet have read. Now that's version 4.
And
it's up to version 6 now.
Yeah, I don't have version 6 though.
And it's 350,000 words, right?
370,000 words.
Right. So if in fact it were a debate with 10,000 words, it would be 35 of those debates, but those debates are actually only 10,000 characters. So right? So that's 5 times that, right? So it would be
here,
535.
If it was like, say, if it was something like, say, 250 word per page, like, I guess that's the standard block, right? It's like 250 words per page. It would be like 1,500 pages almost, isn't it? A book.
Yeah, and this is just for the internet.
That's a lot of
pages. This isn't a published book.
Dedicated to being wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's why I say it's no exaggeration. It's hard to think of anyone else who's more dedicated to more realism than not that.
Yeah, this is how, and this document was written for the internet. It's basically a blog post. So it's not like he wrote a book that he was planning to publish and, he's hosting it online or something like that. He wrote this basically for them. So that's why I say he's probably the number one defender of moral realism on the internet, because it's hard to imagine anybody, going to that trouble. So I think you would enjoy talking to him.
Do you know?
Needless to say,
he's obviously not a theist. I mean, not obviously not a theist, but he obviously doesn't take a theistic meta-ethic view since he's not a theist. So what is his meta-ethic?
It's partly a response to moral arguments, whatever.
Taylor is a moral naturalist.
Yeah. Like he's a Cornell realist, to be specific.
He's a what, sir?
Yeah,
he's a Cornell realist.
Cornell realist.
It's a type of. Yeah, it's a type of. I actually mentioned it before. I didn't use the term, but I was saying that there are some versions of naturalism which are synthetic naturalistic accounts as opposed to analytic naturalistic accounts, and they believe that the moral properties are not actually reducible to the natural properties, even if they supervene on the natural.
They say they're not reducible to non-moral properties, but they are nonetheless natural properties.
Oh, sorry. Right, that's right.
It's like non-reductive physicalism, I think. It's pretty much direct reality.
Yeah. Now there's something I'm confused about. Rick Taylor says that it was through Noctambulant that he found us, but
it's about the ontological.
Rick Taylor?
We found Rick Taylor
Smooth metaphor.
through Paltalk.
Oh, Rick. You commented on Press's blog post that on one of Press's blog posts that I've read today because of these discussions. Anyway, sorry. Complete side note. Continue.
No worries.
Because Rick's into the ontological argument as well.
NJ told me about Paltalk. I didn't know about Paltalk before NJ told me. And he also told me about Randian. Or maybe he told me about Randian and Randian told me about Paltalk. I'm not sure, but something like that.
Okay.
Right, because when I remember you first turning up on Paltalk, Rick, I remember Randian seeing you in the room and saying, "Oh, it's Rick Taylor." So it seemed like Randian knew you were
discussing the OA on YouTube or whatever, or via email or whatnot.
I see. So was it you or was it Noctambulant who told Rick about Paltalk?
Or I don't know.
Okay.
Either I must have mentioned Paltalk or Noctambulant might have mentioned Paltalk or something. Who knows? I just know that, as far as I know, the story is that Noctambulant. This was back when Inspiring Philosophy had made his video on the ontological argument, and this was a little bit after Rick had started doing some looking into ontological arguments in general. And then I think he came across Noctambulant commenting on some videos, and they had discussion, and then I was also discussing some things with Rick. And I think Noctambulant at some point came into Paltalk, and we sort of met by coincidence, and then he must have mentioned Paltalk to Rick. So that's probably how we got.
Oh, okay. So now, actually, that reminds me that Roland knows Matthew Sue, and what you might find interesting to do, Roland, is to read this debate that I had with Matthew Sue in
Yeah,
this other group. Let me see if I can find it. Can you find it, Randion? You might be better at finding it than me. I don't even remember what the name of that group is.
Roland is never going to get all his homework done.
Yeah, how about you guys stop piling stuff on? So, I think this is a little...
Well, no, it's just that the reason why I mentioned this is because some of the stuff that we talked about for quite a while today was argued out in that debate.
Yeah, when you had the discussion, yeah, it was basically the same discussion with Matt. But to be fair, I think at that point, that was before we sort of had the argument in the sort of structure.
We've refined the structure of the objection considerably since that date. So that debate is sort of a proto version of what we've later refined, and you can see a refined version in the debate that Vic had that I linked you to earlier on debate.org. But you might, since you know Matthew, you might find it interesting to see.
Was this the objection based on the sense reference distinction?
No,
well,
it's an objection to non-naturalist views.
To non-naturalist views. Oh, okay.
Yeah. There were two basic things I think that you'd find interesting. First, the whole non-naturalist realism thing, and second, the issue of metaphysical necessity, because I think that was another big issue in the debate where I was basically attacking the notion of metaphysical necessity. So let me see if I can find it, or unless you can find it, Randy. Do you know the name of the group? I can't remember.
He was in the Young Philosophers group.
Young Philosophers? Okay.
I remember the discussion had become a little hostile after a while, though.
Tom. I'm sure Randy. I'm sure.
Roland, do you know Czar Bernstein by chance?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, okay, that's too bad. He's someone I've always wanted to speak to on Facebook because he seems like an interesting guy.
Yeah. No, I've never.
But he knows Matthew. Maybe Roland could eventually convince Matthew to come onto Skype, and then if he can, maybe Matthew could then convince Cesar to come on.
Is that how you pronounce his name?
Skype. Well, I'm just guessing. I don't know what that name is.
Well,
but it looks like it might be
apostrophe VAR. What it is, but there's an actual apostrophe.
Yeah, so it seems like it's related to Cesar.
C''ZAR. Wow, that's a weird name. I'd love to know how you pronounce that.
Yeah, somebody should ask him. Where is this Young Philosophers group? I don't see it myself in it. Did they remove me?
They removed me because of something.
Well, why would they remove me? I wasn't even debating.
You're over the age.
I mean, I stopped.
Over the age.
Are you in it, Randion? I don't see myself in the group.
I'm in the group. I'm trying to find the post you're talking about, but Facebook doesn't have them.
Yeah, see if you can find the thread. It was actually 2 threads, but one was a lot longer than the other. But they were right around the same time. I wonder why they removed me. Let me see if I can rejoin.
You should try to search Young Philosophers in the search bar.
Is it called Young Philosophers?
If you just put Young, it should pop up if you're in the group.
Unless you're in my group that begin with Young, that.
No.
They didn't remove you, or they did?
Well, I'm still trying to find out, but I have a kind of slow connection, so. It looks like I'm not in it, because I have a list of all the groups that I'm in, and I don't see it there. That's weird that they would remove me, because I can understand why they would have removed me at the time of the debate, but they didn't. But subsequent to that, I wasn't really participating, so
maybe they just
maybe they just pruned their list or something.
Yeah, they might have decided to just remove everybody they disagree with or something.
Yeah. Are you in that group though, Roland?
No.
Oh, well, I guess you might have to join it. I don't know if it's.
How do you take how do you
sure.
copy a discussion, Jack? Exactly.
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do that, but maybe there's some way to link to it.
For what?
But I think he has to actually be in the group itself in order to view the link.
Right. So then give him the link to the group.
Why don't you put it?
Give him the link to the group.
Okay.
What, do you want a link to the discussion?
Yeah, but I think the problem
Yeah.
is that if you're not within the group itself, then it won't allow you to view the discussion. I found the discussion, but I'm not able to. Probably not going to be able to see it. Let me see if.
I can see this discussion that I've been linked to here.
Wait.
What would be the most formidable match for William Lane Craig?
Do you see the comments?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just can't comment myself.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. So it's just the part where Jack starts interjecting that I think that's when the discussion begins to take off. I think it was initially about metaphysical possibility or something, and then it moved to a different discussion about, I think, moral realism or something. But I think this was before the stuff was about what's it called? Before we refined the basic error theoretic argument, whatever.
But there was actually a second thread. There were two threads simultaneously. One was a lot longer than the other, but there was another one that sort of overlapped with it. Do you see that one there too?
Oh, sorry. Wait. So what are you saying? I was reading.
I was talking to Randy.
Oh, okay.
Because I thought maybe Randy could help me find this other thread that was. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't let me go to that link. So maybe
what?
It's blocked.
Yeah, it doesn't let me either. Yeah, they definitely removed both of them.
Wow, I can't believe they kicked me out unceremoniously.
Well, they got tired of Vic saying the word dormitive, and you like saying the word dormitive, Jack. So.
Well, Randy, since you're in there, can you see if that other can you find that other thread? It's not as long, but it was right around the same
That is the
time.
thread that I just posted.
Randy, do you know exactly why they removed me?
Because you kept saying dormitive virtue, and you were too terse, and you weren't charitable to your opponent.
How wasn't I charitable?
Now, I don't know if you weren't charitable to your opponent, but I thought it would be fun to say that. But no, I have no idea why.
But anyway, Roland, the second link is the other thread.
Okay.
Randy, I posted two links in the session.
I think it was really you were just having a discussion with Graham and not Thread, if I recall.
Yeah.
Towards the end.
I think. Yeah, it covers some of the same issues, so I think maybe Roland could find that useful in understanding our view. Wow, that's really frustrating. I really wish I could copy this content because I'd like to compile this.
How would I do that?
Wait, Rainier, you can't copy.
Well, if you can do it.
Things?
Wait, sorry.
It's not easy to do.
I might be able to help you there.
Why isn't it?
I just want to get the full text of those two threads in some kind of Word document or email or PDF or something. Just some way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can access it. But I to have that record of that page.
I mean, all you have to do is make sure you go to view more or whatever it says. Hold on.
So he wants to convert it into some kind of Word document or something. I think I can take an extended image of it, but
of the whole thing. How can you take an image of the whole thing? You can't have the thread visible on your screen all at once. It's too long.
No, I have a program that allows me to capture the full page.
Oh, you have a program that allows you to do that? Well, that would be good enough.
Scroll through and stuff, or are we gonna have to? Never mind.
That's neat. That's neat that there's a program like that. You know what you could do with that program, Randon? You could take an image of all 800 pages of Noctambulance's blog.
make it one gigantic.
Yeah, one gigantic JPEG. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Oh, actually, you know what, Roland? There's one other thing I think you really need to see. Because I've been really, trust me, I've been trying to limit myself and giving you links. But these two links are really good on the metaphysical necessity stuff. And they're not long. They're on a blog. Two links from a blog that I think are really good. We're talking about issues with metaphysical necessity. I definitely recommend looking at those. Do you see those, Roland?
Sorry, let me get this up here.
The color exclusion. WordPress.
Got it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The so-called
bookmark those or whatever. Yeah. I think you'll find those very illuminating. But if you do read that stuff on the Kripke, on Kripke and causal theory reference, and you want to look into the issue some more, I have some other stuff I can recommend to you. But I figured I'd give you, start you out with just a few things.
So, am I getting this right here? So, what is So, maybe we could just. Actually, it's getting quite late. I think I might need to get off.
Okay.
What time is it over in South Africa?
It's 11:30, and I've been on since 3.
Wow.
Yeah, we had this call for like
amazing.
8 hours and 40 minutes.
This call has been recorded, so you can have a permanent record of this conversation.
Oh, because
I'd like to get a copy of that if possible.
Yeah, well, Randy, do you have the link to the Dropbox?
I need to ask.
So
just like when we were going through like the Strawson paper, I think just like when we were close reading it, like Justin was recording the Dropbox link.
Do you guys sometimes do that? You just like take it and read it and discuss it?
Video on YouTube?
Yeah, we go through papers
yeah,
here.
In fact,
yes.
We're in the middle of doing a discussion group on this book of Self-Knowledge and Resentment by Akil Bilgrami. And this is actually the main source of the argument that I alluded to about how intentionality, normativity, which is to say value, intentionality, value, agency, institutive self-knowledge, and identity are all sort of linked together. And so if you get rid of the naturalistic fallacy, if you get rid of the is-ought distinction, that you lose all of those things. Oh, thank you. And so we're in the middle of going through this book. Well, there's actually a professor who wrote this book is having a class on it right now at Columbia University, which I'm sitting in on. And so I figured that it would be good while he's giving the class for us to go through the book. So this way we can, figure out what we want to ask him in the class setting. to answer, questions we have.
Are you gonna?
So if you're interested, yeah, I sit in on the class, and then, in theory, we'd like to actually record the class or broadcast it over Skype. It just hasn't happened yet, but we're in the middle of going through the book, and we haven't gotten very far in it because we go rather slowly. So if you want to get a copy of the book, you're welcome to join us and discuss it with us. And we can talk to you about it, about some, the basic structure of the argument and so on. The only downside is we haven't been able to find an electronic copy yet because there isn't an electronic copy for sale. The only electronic copy is a copy for potential professors who might want to get an examination copy to use if they were to consider using it for a class. And we don't know anybody who, would meet those requirements at the moment, who can request a copy for us. So at the moment we've had to buy the book or borrow it from a library. So I don't know if it's worth it to you.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll skip this one and do another one. Let you guys do like the next one thing.
Yeah. But we do sometimes do papers. We do sort of a close reading of a paper or something like that. So
cool.
But yeah, if you want to talk about causal theory of reference next time, we can pick up there. And we want to give you the link. Were you able to find the link, Randion, to the And actually, this Bilgrami thing, the link to the Dropbox with the audio. Do you have that link?
Let me try
somewhere
searching.
In this chat.
Yeah, Justin mentioned this somewhat earlier, like about. Let me just search Dropbox.
Bilgrami wrote the essay.
Oh, I found it.
Bilgrami wrote the essay in a big post earlier about meaning intentions being degenerate, which is one of the papers it was the paper that I was recommending to read about attacking the Kripkean argument on the causal theory of reference along the lines that I had sketched, about needing a distinction between irrationality and being misinformed and so on. So you can take a look at what his stuff is like if you read that paper. But yeah, this Dropbox link, that's the one called Why Meaning Intentions Are Degenerate. I think you downloaded it. Vic uploaded it.
Yeah, I thought you were referring to the Dropbox now. Okay, yeah, I know, I got that one, yeah. Okay. Cool.
The Dropbox is going to contain the audio file of this phone call. So of this Skype call. So if you want to listen to the audio here, I think you can access it through that link. That's where we post that's where Justin that's where the audio from these recorded calls, I think, automatically gets posted to at this folder.
Oh yeah, I see it there. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, you can listen to that if you want.
How is that possible? What are these Skype?
And you forgot to click the see more option on most of those things in the picture you took.
Oh yeah, this is not going to work because it's not going to work unless you click the full text of all the.
Do you see this inbox document which Czar gave?
Are you talking to me,
Yeah,
Vic?
there's stuff missing.
Oh, hold on.
No, he talked to Randion. Yeah, Randion, this is missing stuff because it doesn't have the see more. That's what's so annoying about these Facebook threads. There's no easy way to get the full text at once. So frustrating.
Wait, what am I missing?
Oh, wait, no.
Where am I missing?
When you look at entries, they sometimes say see more if it's like a long entry, and you haven't clicked on all of them. So there's text missing.
I don't see any text missing in this image I gave.
Well, like for instance, if you see where Star Bernstein posted a link to the open question argument, that Wikipedia link, there's a second paragraph there that says any argument ... see more.
Oh.
And there's a link.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll try again.
That's not good enough.
If you don't mind, I mean, if it's really annoying to you, don't worry.
Yeah,
about
I see.
it.
No, it's no problem. I'll try again, and then I guess I can give this to Roland when he comes on later. I imagine you want to head to bed. You want to keep you. Yeah, I'll try doing that, Jack.
But thank you, Randy, and I really appreciate it because I like having the text of the debate. Wow, this is amazing. 8 hours.
Oh,
Let's see, when's physical? Find the beginning of. Yeah, so we start at 8:45 a.m. my time, and it's almost 5:45. So, yeah, so that's 9. That's 8. That's 9 hours. That's 9 hours. That's insane.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Wow, that's wild.
So I've learned a fair amount of stuff, and my brain is sort of beginning to melt.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the causal theory of reference. If you had more you wanted to discuss about that next time you have some time, whenever that is.
Yeah, I actually wanted to discuss before I left is I'm not sure how do you guys usually come on about this time? It's quite late, I suppose, but well, we're just trying to figure out when I can come on.
At end of basically.
Like whenever you want to come on, there's going to be people here.
Let's see. How do I keep this call? Is it just going to stay there?
Yeah, it's just going to stay there. Oh, but you might want to have your notifications. Did you tell them about notifications, Dick?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Why don't you tell them about notifications?
Do you mind appearing busy, or would you rather just turn them off for this group?
Because if you don't turn off your alerts, it's going to tell you every time there's a post to the you might get several hundred alerts per day. So you might want to turn off your notifications. What you can do is, if you want, you can say it so that it will only alert you if the name Roland is mentioned.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Something like that. Okay. But yeah, the chat should always be. So if you hang up, it'll just still be here all the time.
Okay. Cool.
So maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
No, you won't see me tomorrow, unfortunately. I'm going to what are they called? Like a roller coaster park? What are they? Theme park or something?
Oh, very nice. We call them amusement parks in the U.S.
Amusement park.
Or the fair or something.
Hey?
The fair.
No, but a fair is not a park permanently there. He's talking about a park that's permanently there, right?
Well, what is the form of a fair, right? And then it's got properly, anyway, sorry.
Fair, like, moves around the world or something like that.
No, I'm going to one that is there.
Yeah, we call those amusement parks.
Okay. Yeah,
Vic isn't really apprised of a lot of basic terminology. Like, he doesn't know what an abacus is. He does. He isn't familiar with advanced search advanced search on.
You would think Jack is being mean, but in reality he's not. Vic is okay with this. The other amusing thing is that all of that Jack just said is actually true as well.
I'm actually going to add amusement park to the list.
Wait, did I just miss something? I just came back. What about
Vic seems to think that an amusement park is a fair. So I'm going to add amusement park.
It was instantiated. He just said it was a park.
What did he say?
He said he didn't say that he was going to something that was permanently instantiated.
Yeah, he thought that because Roland hadn't specified that the rides at the park were permanently installed, that therefore it could be construed as fair, because Roland had referred to it as a roller coaster park and was wondering what the word for that, what the expression is for that. And I said, we call them amusement parks. And Vic said, a fair. And I said, well, it's probably not a fair because it's probably a place where they're permanently installed, and so that was why, where the rides are permanently installed. So that was why I was pointing out that Vic doesn't have to grasp on a lot of basic terminology. He was homeschooled. So he's,
Were you homeschooled?
He's not familiar with a lot of basic concepts. In fact, he didn't even know the name of his own time zone until recently.
Interesting.
And he, it's funny, the time zone that he's in is the central zone. And this is really hilarious. There are 4 main time zones in the U.S., Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific. And he knew about the Pacific time zone. He knew that was a different time zone from the time zone that he was in, although he didn't know that his time zone was called the Central time zone. But he knew that he was 1 hour's difference from the Pacific time zone, so that whenever he saw something listed in Pacific time, he knew that he could just adjust it 1 hour to get his time. The only problem is that he's not actually 1 hour from Pacific time. He's 2 hours from Pacific time. The Mountain time zone intervenes between the Pacific and the Central one. So not only did he not know the name of his own time zone, he even had an incorrect notion of how he could calculate, his time from Pacific time, which he used as a basic way of figuring out what time, like, television shows would be on and stuff like that.
My roommate's son is 15, and he adjusted his clock on his computer, and he complained that it was a few hours off. My roommate asked me to take a look at it, and the problem was that he had it set to the Pacific time zone. He thought that Pennsylvania was on the West Coast or something.